Audiobook 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea by Jules Verne by Wordsworth Classics. Introduction. Mr. Pierre Aronnax, professor of natural history, informs his faithful servant, Conseil, that he is about to embark on a fateful voyage to rid the sea of the huge monster which has left the scientific world bewildered, and warns that his return is far from guaranteed. The creature turns out, after all, not to be a living monster of the deep, but a fantastic submarine under the command of Captain Nemo. Professor Aronnax, Conseil of the Canadian harpooner Ned Land, are soon captured by the mysterious Captain Nemo and begin their incredible underwater journey from Atlantis to the South Pole, experiencing en route the terrifying dangers, the wonders, and the sheer magnificence of the submarine world. The French novelist Jules Verne achieved great popularity by combining adventures, popular science, and an audacious imagination in a highly readable and enjoyable form. He was born at Nantes on 8 February 1828. He studied law in Paris and took up writing his early 20s. 5 Weeks in a Balloon was published in 1862, but it was not until 1864 that he had his first major success, Voyage to the Center of Earth. This was followed by 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea in 1869, and Around the World in 80 Days in 1873. He is considered by many to be the father of science fiction. Jules Verne died at Amiens on 24 March 1905. Content Part 1. Part 2. Okay, there is 2 parts to the stuff. And 2,244 pages. Part 1, Chapter 1, A Shifting Reef. The year 1866 was signalized to be by a remarkable accident, a mysterious and inexplicable phenomenon, which doubtless no one has yet forgotten, not to mention rumors which agitated the maritime population and excited the public mind. Even in the interior of continents, seafaring men were particularly excited. Merchants, common sailors, captains of vessels, skippers, both of Europe and America, naval officers of all countries, and the governments of several states on the 2 continents were deeply interested in the matter. For some time past, vessels had been met by an enormous thing, long object, spindle-shaped, occasionally phosphorescent, and infinitely larger and more rapid in its movement than a whale. The fact relating to this apparition, entered in various logbooks, agreed in the most respects as to the shape of the object or creature in question, the untiring rapidity of this movement, its surprising power of locomotion, and the peculiar life with which it seemed endowed. If it was a cetacean, it surpassed in size all those hitherto classified in science. Taking into consideration the mean of observation made at diverse times, rejecting the timid estimate of those who had assigned to this object a length of 200 feet, equally with the exaggerated opinion which set it down as a mile in width and a 3 in length. We might fairly conclude that this mysterious being surpassed greatly all dimensions admitted by the ichthyologist of the day, if it exists at all, and that it did exist was an undeniable fact. And with that tendency which disposes the human mind in favor of the marvelous, we can understand the excitement produced in the entire world in this supernatural apparition. As to classing it in the list of the fables, the idea was out of the question. On the 20th of July 1866, the steamer Governor Higginson, the Calcutta and Burnach Steam Navigator Company, had met with moving mass 5 miles off the east coast of Australia. Captain Baker thought at first that he was in the presence of an unknown sandbank. He even prepared to determine its exact position, when 2 columns of water projected in the inexplicable object shot with hitting noises 150 feet up into the air. Now, unless the sandbank had been submitted to the intermittent eruption of a geyser, the Governor Higginson had to do either more or less done with an aquatic mammal unknown until then, which threw up from its blowholes columns of water mixed with air and vapor. Similar facts were observed on the 23rd July in the same year in the Pacific Ocean by the Columbus of the West India and Pacific Steam Navigation Company, but this extraordinary cetaceous creature could transport itself from one place to another with surprising velocity, as, in an interval of 3 days, the Governor Higginson and the Columbus had observed it at 2 different points of the chart, separated by a distance of more than 700 nautical leagues. 15 days later, 2,000 miles farther off, the Helvetica of the Compagnie Nationale and the Shannon of the Royal Mail Steamship Company, sailing to windward in that portion of the Atlantic lying between the United States and Europe, respectively signaled the monster to each other in 42 degrees 20 seconds north latitude and 60 degrees 35 seconds west longitude. In this simultaneous observation, they took themselves justified in estimating the minimum length of the animal at more than 350 feet, as the Shannon and Helvetica were of smaller dimension than it. They measured 300 feet overall. Now the largest whales, those which frequent those parts of the sea around the Aleutian Kulamak and Umiglish Islands, have never exceeded the length of 6 yards, if they attained that. These reports, arriving one after another, with fresh observations made on board the transatlantic ship Pereira, a collision which occurred between the Etna and the Inland Line and the Monster. A procès-verbal directed by the officer of the French frigate Normandy, a very accurate survey made by the staff of Commodore Fitzjames on board the Lord Clyde, greatly influenced public opinion. Light-thinking people jested upon the opinion, but grave practical countries such as England, America, and Germany treated the monster more seriously. In every place of great resort, the monster was the fashion. They sang of it in the cafe, ridiculed it in the paper, and represented it on the stage. All kinds of stories were circulated regarding it. There appeared in the paper caricature of every gigantic and imaginary creature, from the white whale, the terrible Moby Dick of Hyperborean regions, to the immense kraken whose tentacle could entangle a ship of 500 tons. And hurry it into the abyss of the ocean. The legends of ancient time were even resuscitated, and the opinion of Aristotle and Pliny revived, who admires the existence of these monsters, as well as the Norwegian tale of Bishop Pontoppidan, the account of Paul Hegede, and the last of all, the report of Mr. Harrington, whose good faith no one could suspect, who affirmed that, being on board the Castion in 1857, he has seen his enormous serpent, which had never until that time frequented any other sea but those of the ancient constitutional. Then burst forth never until that time frequented any other seas but those on the ancient constitutional. Putain de merde. Un 93, un 99. any other sea but whose in the ancient constitutional. Then burst forth of the interminable controversy between the credulous and the incredulous in the societies of savants and scientific journals. The question of the monster inflamed all minds. Editor of scientific journal, quarreling with believers in the supernatural, spilled seas with of ink during this memorable then burst forth to the interminable controversy between the credulous and the incredulous in the societies of savants and scientific journals. The question of the monster inflamed all minds. Editor of scientific journal, quarreling with believers in the supernatural, spilled sea of ink during this memorable campaign. Some even drawing blood from the sea serpent they came to direct personalities. For 6 months, war was waged with various fortune in the leading article of the Geographical Institution of Brazil, the Royal Academy of Science of Berlin, the British Association, the Smithsonian Institution of Washington, in the discussion of the Indian archipelago, of the cosmos of the Abbe Moigno, in the Mittelblungen of Petermann, in the scientific chronicles of the Great Journal of France and other countries. The cheaper journal replied keenly and with inexhaustible zest. This satirical writer's parodied of a remark of Linnaeus quoted by the adversaries of the monster, maintaining that matter did not make fools, and abjured their contemporaries to not give the lie to nature by admitting the existence of kraken, sea serpents, Moby Dicks, and other lucubration of delirious sailors. At length, an article in a well-known satirical journal by a favorite contributor, the chief of the staff settles the monster like Hippolytus, giving in the dead blow amidst a universal burst of laughter, which with had conquered science. During the first month of the year 1867, the question seemed buried, never to revive. When new facts were brought before the public, it was then no longer a scientific problem to be solved, but a real danger seriously to be avoided. The question took quite another shape. The monster became a small island, a rock, a reef, but a reef of indefinite and shifting proportion. On the 5th of March 1867, the Moravian of the Montreal Ocean Company, finding herself during the night in 27 degrees 30 seconds latitude and 72 degrees 15 seconds longitude, struck on her starboard quarter a rock marked and in no chart for that part of the sea. Under the combined effort of the wind and the 400 horsepower, it was going at the rate of 13 knots. It had not been to the superior strength of the hull of the Moravian. She should have been broken by the shock and gone down with the 237 passengers he was bringing home to Canada. From Canada. The accident happened about 5 o'clock in the morning. As the day was breaking, the officer of the quarterdeck hurried to the after part of the vessel. They examined the sea with the most scrupulous attention. They saw nothing but a strong eddy about 3 cable lengths distant. if the surface had been violently agitated. The bearings of the place were taken exactly, and the Moravian continued its route without apparent damage. Had it struck on a submerged rock or on an enormous wreck? They could not tell, but an examination and the ship bottom were undergoing repairs. It was found that part of her keel was broken. This fact, so grave in itself, might perhaps has forgotten by been forgotten like many other, if 3 weeks after it had not been reenacted under similar circumstance. No, thanks to the nationality of the victim of the shock, thanks to the reputation of the company in which the vessel belonged, the circumstance became extensively circulated. The 3rd of April 1867, the sea being beautiful, the fleet favorable, and the Scotia of the Cunard Company line found herself in 15 degree 12 seconds longitude and 45 degrees 30 seconds latitude. She was found at the speed of 13 knots and a half at 17 minutes past 4 in the afternoon, with the passengers were assembled at lunch in the great salon. A slight shock was felt on the hull of the Scotia. On her quarter, a little aft of the port paddle, the Scotia had not struck, but she had been struck, seemingly by something rather sharp and penetrating than blunt. The shock had been so slight that no one had been alarmed. Had it not been for the shout of the captain's watch, who rushed on the bridge, exclaiming, "We are sinking! We are sinking!" At first the passengers were much frightened, but cool Captain Anderson hastened to reassure them. The danger could not be imminent. The Scotia, divided into 7 compartments by strong partitions, could brave with impunity any leak. Captain Anderson went down immediately into the hold. They found that the sea was pouring into the 5th compartment, and the rapidity of the inflow proved that the force of the water was considerable. Unfortunately, this compartment did not hold the boilers, or the fires would have been immediately extinguished. Captain Anderson ordered the engine to be stopped at once, and one of the men went down to ascertain the extent of the injury. Some minutes after right, they discovered the existence of a large hole, 2 yards in diameter, in the ship bottom. Such a leak could not be stopped, and the Scotia, her paddle half submerged. It was obliged to continue her course. She was then 300 miles from Cape Clear, and after 3 days' delay, which caused great uneasiness in Liverpool, she entered in the basins of the company. The engineer visited the Scotia with what put in dry dock. They could scarcely believe it possible at 2 yards and a half below water mark was regularly went. In the form of an isosceles triangle, the broken place in the iron plate was so perfectly defined that it could not have been more neatly done by a punch. It was clear, then, that the instrument producing the perforation was not a common stamp, and after having been driven with prestigious strength, a piercing an iron plate a 1/3/8 of an inch thick has withdrawn itself by a retrograde motion truly inexplicable. Such was the last fact, which resulted in exciting once more the torrent of public opinion. From this moment, all unlucky casualties which could be not otherwise accounted for were put down on the monster. Upon this imaginary creature rested the responsibility of all these shipwrecks, which unfortunately were considerable. For 3,000 ships whose loss was annually recorded at Lloyd's, the number of sailing and steamships supposed to be totally lost, from the absence of all news, amounted to no less than 200. Now it was the monster who, justly or unjustly, was accused of their disappearance, and thanks to it, communication either between the different continents became more and more dangerous. The public demanded peremptorily that the sea should be at any price relieved from his formidable citation. Chapter 2: Pro and Con. At the period when these events took place, I had just returned from a scientific research in a disagreeable theory of Nebraska in the United States. In virtue of my office as assistant professor in the Museum of National History in Paris, the French government has attached me to that expedition. After 6 months in Nebraska, I arrived in New York towards the end of March. Laden with a precious collection, my departure for France was fixed for the first day in May. Meanwhile, I was occupying myself in classifying my mineralogical, botanical and zoological riches when the accident happened to the Scotia. I was perfectly up to the subject, which was the question of the day. How could I be otherwise? I had read all the American and European papers without being any nearer at conclusion. This misery puzzled me. Under the impossibility of forming an opinion, I jumped from one extreme to the other. That really something could not be doubted, and the incredulous were invited to put their finger on the wound of the Scotia. On my arrival in New York, the question was at its height. The hypothesis of the floating island and unapproachable sandbank supposed by minds little competent from a judgment was abandoned, and indeed, unless this skull had a machine in my stomach, how could it change its position with such astonishing rapidity? From the same cause, the idea of a floating hull of an enormous wreck was given up. There remained then only two possible solutions, which created two distinct parties. On one side, those who were for a monster of colossal strength; on the other, those who were for a submarine vessel of enormous motive power. But this last hypothesis, plausible as it was, could not stand against inquiries made of both worlds. That a private gentleman should have such a machine at his command was not likely. There, when, and how was it built? And how could its conclusion have been kept secret? Certainly a government might possess such a destructive machine, and in this disastrous time, when the ingenuity of a man was multiplied by the power of weapons of war, it was possible that, without the knowledge of others, a state might try to work such a formidable engine. After the chase boat came the torpedoes, after the torpedoes the submarine rams, then the reaction, at least. I hope so. But the hypothesis of a war machine fell before the declaration of government. As public interest was in question and transatlantic communication suffered, their veracity could not be doubted. But how admit that the construction of this submarine boat had escaped the public eye? For a private gentleman to keep the secret under such circumstances will be very, very difficult, and for a state whose very act is persistently watched by powerful rivals, certainly impossible. After inquiries made in England, France, Russia, Prussia, Spain, Italy, and America, even in Turkey, the hypothesis of a submarine monitor was definitely rejected. Upon my arrival in New York, several persons did me the honor of consulting me on the phenomenon in question. I had published in the French of work in quarto, in 2 volumes, entitled Mysteries of the Great Submarine Grounds. This book, highly approved in the learned world, gained for me a special reputation in this rather obscure branch of natural history. My advice was asked. Asked. As long as I could deny the reality of the fact, I confined myself to a decided negative. But soon finding myself driven into a corner, I was obliged to explain myself categorically. And even the Honorable Pierre Honorax, professor in the Museum of Paris, was called upon by the New York Herald to express a definite opinion of some sort. I did something, spoke for what want of power to hold my tongue. I discuss the question in all its form, politically and scientifically, and I give here an exact form, a careful studied article which I published in the number of the 20, 40, 30. The 3rd of April. It ran as follows. After examining one by one the different hypotheses, rejecting all other suggestions, it became necessary to admit the existence of a marine animal of enormous power. The great depths of the ocean are entirely unknown to us. Sounding cannot reach them. What passes into those remote depths, that being lives or can live 12 or 15 miles beneath the surface of the water. What is the organization of these animals? We can scarcely conjecture. However, the solution of the problem submitted to me may modify the form of the dilemma. Either we know all of the varieties of being which people or our planet, or we do not. If we do not know them all, if nature has still secrets in its theology for us, nothing is more comfortable to reason than to admit the existence of fishes or cetaceans of other kinds, or even new species of an organization formed to inhabit the strata inaccessible to soundings, and which an accident of some sort, either fantastical or capricious, has brought at long intervals to the upper level of the ocean. If, on the contrary, we do know all living kinds, we must necessarily seek for the animal in question among those marine beings already classed, and in that case, I should be disposed to admit the existence of a gigantic narwhal. The common narwhal, or unicorn of the sea, often attain a length of 60 feet, increase in size 5-fold or 10-fold, give its strength proportionate to its size, lengthen its destructive weapon, and you obtain the animal required. It will have the proportion determined by the officers of the Shannon, the instrument required by the performation of the Scotia, and the power necessary to pierce the hull of the steamer. Indeed, the narwhal is armed with a sort of ivory sword, a hard bird according to the expression of certain naturalists. The natural tusk has the hardness of steel. Some of these tusks have been found buried in the bodies of whales, which the unicorn always attack with success. Others have been drawn out, not without trouble, from the bottom of ships, which they had pierced throughout, as a gimlet pierces a barrel. The Museum of the Faculty of Medicine of Paris possesses one of these defensive weapons, 2 yards and a quarter in length and 15 inches in diameter at the base. Very well, supposed to be 6 times stronger, and the animal 10 times more powerful. Launch it at the rate of 20 miles an hour, and you obtain a shock capable of producing the catastrophe required. Until further information, therefore, I shall maintain it to be a sea unicorn of colossal dimensions, armed not with a harpoon but with a real spear. At the armored frigate of the rams of war, whose massiveness and motive power it will possess at the same time. Thus may this inexplicable phenomenon be explained, unless there be something over and above all that one has ever conjectured, seems perceived as, or experienced, which is just within the bound of possibility. These last words were cowardly on my part, but up to a certain point, I wished to shelter my dignity as a professor and not give up too much cause for laughter to the American who looked well when they do looked. I reserved for myself a way of escape. In effect, however, I admitted the existence of the monster. My article was warmly discussed, which produced it a high reputation. I rallied round it a certain number of partisans. The solution it proposed gave, at least, full liberty to the imagination. The human mind delights in grand conception of supernatural beings, and the sea is precisely their best vehicle, the only medium through which this giant against which terrestrial animals, such as elephant or rhinoceros, are as nothing, can be produced or developed. The industrial and commercial papers treated the question chiefly from this point of view. The shipping and mercantile gazelle, the Lloyd's List, the packet boat, and the Maritime and Colonial Review, all papers devoted to insurance companies which threatened to raise their rate of premium, were unanimous on this point. Public opinion had been pronounced. The United States were the first in the field, and in New York they made preparation for an expedition destined to pursue in commission as soon as possible. The arsenal were opened to Commander Farragut, who hastened the arming of his frigate, but as it always happened, the moment it was decided to pursue the monster did not appear. For 2 months, no one heard it spoken of, no ships met with him. It seems as if this unicorn knew of the plot weaving around him. It had been so much talk of, even took the Atlantic cable was, that Jester pretended that this slender fly had stopped a telegram on his passage and was making the most of it. So, when the frigate had been armed for a long campaign and provided with formidable fishing apparatus, no one could tell what course to pursue. Impatience grew apace when, on the 2nd of July, they learned that a steamer of the line of San Francisco from California to Shanghai had seen the animal 3 weeks before in the North Pacific Ocean, and the excitement caused by this news was extreme. The ship was revictualled and well stocked with coal. 3 hours before the Abraham Lincoln left Brooklyn Pier, I received a letter word as follows: Tom Aronnax, professor of the Museum of Paris, 50th Avenue, Hotel, New York. Sir, if you consent to join the Abraham Lincoln in this expedition, the government of the United States will with pleasure see France represented in the enterprise. Commander Farragut has a cabin at your disposal. Very cordially yours, G.B. Hobson, Secretary of Marine. Chapter 3. I formed my resolution 3 seconds before the arrival of G.B. Hobson's letter. I no more talked of pursuing the unicorn than of attempting the passage of the North Sea. 3 seconds after reading the letter of the Honorable Secretary of Marine, I felt that my true vocation, the sole end of my life, was to chase this disturbing monster and purge it from the world. But I had just returned from a fatiguing journey, weary and longing for repose. I aspired to nothing more than again seeing my country, my friends, my little lodging by the Jardin des Plantes, my dears and precious collection. But nothing could keep me back. I forgot all fatigue, friends and collection, and accepted without hesitation the offer of the American government. Besides, all roads lead back to Europe, and the unicorn may be amiable enough to hurry me towards the coast of France. The coast of France, this worthy animal may allow itself to be caught in the sea of Europe. I will not bring back less than half yard of my particular benefit. I will not bring back less than half a yard of ivory. This ivory albeit to the Museum of Natural History. But in the meanwhile, I must seek this narwhal in the North Pacific Ocean, which, to return to France, was taking the road to the Antipode. Conseil, I called an impatient voice. Conseil was my servant, a true, devoted Flemish boy, who had accompanied me in all my travel. I liked him, and he returned the liking well. He was a phlegmatic by nature, regular from principle, zealous from habit, evincing little disturbance at the different surprises of life, very quick with his hand, and apt at any service required of him, and, despite his name, never giving advice, even when asked for it. Conseil had followed from me for the last 10 years whenever science led. Never once did he complain of the strain or fatigue of a journey. Never make an objection to pack his portmanteau for whatever country it might be, or however far away, whether China, Congo. Beside all this, he had good health, which defied all sickness, and solid muscles but no nerves. Good moral are understood. This boy was 30 years old at his age for what his master was 50 to 20. May I be excused for saying that I was 40 years old? But Conseil had one fault. He was ceremonious to a degree, and would never speak to me but in the third person, which was sometimes provoking. Conseil, said I again, beginning with feverish hand to make preparation for my departure. Certainly I was sure of this devoted boy. As a rule, I never asked him if it were convenient for him or not to follow me in my travels, but this time the expedition in question might be prolonged, and the enterprise might be hazardous in pursuit of an animal capable of sinking a frigate as easily as a nutshell. There was a matter for reflection, even to most impassible man in the world. What would Conseil say? Conseil, I called him 3 times. Conseil appeared. Did you call, sir? Said he, entering. Yes, my boy. Make preparation for me and yourself too. We leave in 2 hours. As you please, sir. Not an instant to look. Lock in my trunk all traveling utensils, coat, shirt, and stocking, without counting, as many as you can, and make haste. And your collection, sir, observed Conseil. We will think of them by and by. What? The Archaeotherium, the Heracotherium, the Oreodonts, the Chiropotamus, and the other skins. They will keep them at the hotel. And your leave, baby Rosa, sir? They will feed it during our absence. Besides, I will give order. Ouais, toi?
T'es où? À l'école?
Secret! I will give order to toward our menagerie to France. We are not returning to Paris, then, said Conseil. Oh, certainly, I answered evasively by making a curve. Will the curve please you, sir? Oh, it will be nothing, not quite so direct a road. That's it all. We take our passage in the Abraham Lincoln. As you think proper, sir, coolly replied Conseil. You see, my friend, it has to do with the monster, the famous narwhal. We are going to purge it from the sea. The author of a work in quarto in 2 volumes on the mysteries of the great submarine grounds cannot forbear embarking with Commander Farragut. A glorious mission, but a dangerous one. We cannot tell where we may go. This animal can be very capricious, but we will go whether or no. We have got a captain who is very wide awake. I opened a credit account in Baby Rusa, and, conseil following, I jumped into a cab. Our luggage was transported to the deck of the frigate immediately. I hastened on board and asked for Commander Farragut. One of the sailors conducted me to the poop, where I found myself in the presence of a good-looking officer, who held out his hand to me. Monsieur Pierre Aronnax, said he. Himself, replied I. Commander Farragut, you are welcome, Professor. Your cabin is ready for you. I bowed and desired to be conducted to the cabin destined for me. The Abraham Lincoln had been well chosen and equipped for her new destination. She was a frigate of great speed, fitted with high-pressure engine which admitted a pressure of 7 atmospheres. Under this, the Abraham Lincoln attained the mean speed of nearly 80 knots and turned an hour, a considerable speed, but nevertheless insufficient to grapple with this gigantic cetacean. The interior arrangement of the frigate corresponded to its natural nautical qualities. I was well satisfied with my cabin, which was in the after part, opening upon the gun room. We shall be well off air, said I to Conseil. As well, by your honor, live as a hermit crab in the shell of a whale. Whelk, said Conseil. I left Conseil to stow our truck conveniently away, and remounted the poop in order to survey the preparation for departure. At that moment, Commander Farragut was ordering the last mooring to be cast loose which held the Abraham Lincoln to the pier of Brooklyn. So in a quarter of an hour, perhaps less, the frigate would have sailed without me. I will have missed this extraordinary, supernatural and incredible expedition, the recital of which may be met with some skepticism. But Commander Farragut would not lose a day or an hour in scouring the sea which the animal has been sighted. He sent for the engineer. Is the steam full on? Asked he. Yes, sir, replied the engineer. Go ahead, cried Commander Farragut. The quay of Brooklyn and all that part of New York on the East River was crowded with spectators. 3 cheers burst successively for 500,000 throats. Thousands of handkerchiefs were saved above the head of a compact mass, saluting the Abraham Lincoln until she reached the water of the Hudson, at the point of that elongated peninsula which forms the town of New York. Then the frigate, following the coast of New Jersey along the right bank of the beautiful river, covered with villas, we passed between the forts. We saluted her with her heaviest guns. The Abraham Lincoln answered by hoisting the American color 3 times. To whose 39 stars shone resplendent from the Mason Peak, then modifying its speed to take the narrow channel marked by buoys placed in the inner bay formed by Sandy Hook Point. It coasted the long sandy beach, where some thousands of spectators gave it one final cheer. The escort of boats and tenders still followed the frigate, and did not leave her until they came ahead of the lightships, whose 2 lakes marked the entrance of New York Channel. 6 bells struck. The pilot got into its boat and rejoined the little schooner which was waiting under our lee. The fires were made up. The screw bay beat the wave more rapidly. The frigate skirted the low yellow coast of Long Island, and at 8 bells, after having lost sight in the northwest of the light of Fire Island, she rounded at full steam onto the dark water of the Atlantic. Chapter 4. Ned Land. Captain Farragut was a good seaman, worthy of the frigate of the he commanded his vessel, and he were one. He was the soul of it. On the question of the cetacean, there was no doubt in his mind, and he would not allow the existence of the animal to be disputed on board. He believed it, as certain good women believed in the Leviathan, by the fate, not by reason. The monster did exist, and he had sworn to rid the seas of it. He was a kind of knight of Rhodes, a second Dieudonné de Gozon, going to meet the serpent which desolated the island. Either Captain Farragut will kill the narwhal, or the narwhal will kill the captain. There were no third course. The officers on board shared the opinion of their chief. They were never chatting, discussing and calculating the various chances of a meeting, watching narrowly the vast surface of the ocean. More than one took up his quarter voluntary in the cross trees, who would have crushed such a berth under any other circumstance. As long as the sun described of its daily course, the rigging was crowded with sailors, whose feet were burnt to such an extent by the heat of the deck as to render it unbearable. Since the Abraham Lincoln had not yet breasted the suspected water of the Pacific, as to the ship's company, they desired nothing better than to meet the unicorn, to harpoon it, hoist it on board, and dispatch it. They watched the sea with eager attention. Besides, Captain Farragut has spoken of a certain sum of $2,000 set apart for whoever who should first sight the monster, were he cabin boy, command seaman, or officer. I leave you to judge how eyes were used on board the Abraham Lincoln. For my own part, I was not behind the other, and left to no one my share of daily observation. The frigate might have been called the Argus. For 100 years, only one among us, Conseil, seemed to protest by his invisible influence against the question which so interested us all, and seems to be out of keeping with the general enthusiasm on board. I have said that Captain Farragut had carefully provided his ships with every apparatus for catching the gigantic cetacean. No whaler had ever been better armed. We possessed every known engine, from the harpoon thrown by the hand of the barbed arrows to the blunderbuss and the explosive balls of the duck gun. On the forecastle lay the perfection of a breech-loading gun, very thick at the breech and very narrow in the bore, the model of which has been in the exhibition of 1867. This precious weapon of American origin could throw with ease a conical projectile of 9 pounds to a mean distance of 10 miles. Thus, the Abraham Lincoln wanted for no means of destruction, and what was better still, she had on board Ned Land, the prince of harpooner. Ned Land was a Canadian, with an uncommon quickness of hands, and who knew no equal in his dangerous occupation. Skill, coolness, audacity, and cunning he possessed was in the superior degree. It must be the cunning whale of a singularly cute cachalot to escape a stroke of his harpoon. Ned Land was about 40 years of age. He was a tall man, more than 6 feet high, strongly built, grave and taciturn, occasionally violent, and very passionate when contradicted. This person attracted attention, but above all the boldness of his look, which gave a singular expression to his face. Who calls himself Canadian, calls himself French, and little communicative as Ned I was, I must admit that he took a certain liking for me. My nationality drew him to me. No doubt I was an opportunity for him to talk, and for me to hear that old language of Rabelais, which is still in use in some Canadian provinces. That Harbonneur's family was originally from Quebec, and was already a tribe of hardy fishermen when this town belonged to France. Little by little, Ned Land acquired a taste for chatting. I loved to hear the recital of his adventures in the Polar Sea. He related his fishing and his combats with natural poetry of expression. His recital took the form of an epic poem, and I seemed to be listening to a Canadian Homer singing the Iliad of the region of the North. I am portraying his hardy companion as I really knew him. We are old friends now, united in that unchangeable friendship which is born and cemented amidst extreme dangers. Ah, brave Ned! I ask no more than to live 100 years longer, that I may have more time to dwell the longer on your memory. Now, what was Ned Land's opinion upon the question of the marine monster? I must admit that he did not believe in the unicorn, and that the only one on board who did not share that universal conviction. He even avoided the subject, which one I did took it my duty to press upon him. One magnificent evening, the 30th July, that is to say, 3 weeks after our departure, the frigate was abreast of Cape Blanc, 30 miles leeward the coast of Patagonia. We had crossed the Tropic of Capricorn, and the Stairs of Magellan opened less than 700 miles to the south. Before 8 days were over, the Abraham Lincoln would be plugging the water of the Pacific. Seated on the poop, Ned Land and I were chatting on one thing and another as we looked this mysterious sea, whose great depth had up to this time been inaccessible to the eyes of human. I naturally led up the conversation to the giant unicorn and examined the various chances of success or failure of the expedition. But seeing that Ned Land let me speak without saying too much himself, I pressed him more closely. Well, Ned, said I, it is possible that you are convinced of the existence of this assassination that is following. Have you any particular reason for being so incredulous? The harpooner looked at me fixedly for some moment before answering, struck his broad forehead with his hand, a bit of his, and, as if to collect himself, and said at last, "Perhaps I have, Mr. Aronnax. But Ned, you, a whaler by profession, familiarized with all the great marine mammalia, you, whose imagination may easily accept the hypothesis of enormous cetacean, you ought to be the last to doubt under such circumstances." "That is just what deceives you, Professor," replied Ned. "That the vulgar should believe in extraordinary comets traversing space, and in the existence of antediluvian monsters in the heart of the globe, may be well, but neither astronomer nor geologist believe in such chimeras. As a whaler, I have followed many cetaceans, aboard, harpooned a great number, and killed several. But however strong a whaler they may have been, neither their tails or their weapons would have been able to even scratch the iron plate of a steamer. But Ned, they tell of ships which the tent of the narwhal was pierced through and throughout. Wooden ships, that is possible, replied the Canadian, but I have never seen it done. And until further proof, I deny that whale, cetacean, or sea unicorn will ever produce the effect you describe. Well, Ned, I repeat it with a conviction resting on the logic of facts. I believe in the existence of a mammal power fully unorganized, belonging to the branch of vertebrata, like the whales, the cachalot, or the dolphins, and furnished with a horn defense of great penetrating power. Said the harpooner, shaking its head with the air of a hound who looked not to be convinced. Notice one thing, my worthy Canadian, I resumed. If such an animal in this existence if it inhabits the depth of the ocean, it frequents the strata lying miles below the surface of the water. It must necessarily possess an organization the strength of which it could defy all comparison. And why this powerful organization? Demanded Ned. Because it requires incalculable strength to keep oneself in this strata and resist their pressure. Listen to me. Let us admit that the pressure of the atmosphere represented by the weight of a column of water 32 feet high. In reality, the column of water will be shorter. As we are speaking of seawater, the density of which is greater than that
of fresh water very well. When you dive, Ned, as many 32 feet of water as there are above you, so many those your body bears the pressure equals to what of the atmosphere. That is to say, fifth limbs for each square inch of a surface. It followed then at a 320 feet this pressure had that of 10 atmosphere, of 100 atmosphere at 3,200 feet, and at 1,000 atmosphere at 32,000 feet. That is about 6 miles, which is equivalent to saying that if you could attain this depth in the ocean, each square 3/8 of an inch of the surface of your body would bear pressure of 5,600 limbs. How many square inches you carry the surface on your body? I have no idea, Mr. Aronnax. And 6,500, and as in reality the atmosphere pressure is about 15 limbs of to the square inch. Your 6,500 square inch bear at this moment a pressure of 97,500 limbs. Without you perceiving it, and if you are not crushed by such a pressure, it will because the air penetrates through the interior of your body with equal pressure, hence perfect equilibrium between the interior and the exterior pressure, which thus neutralize each other, and which allows you to bear it without inconvenience. But the water is it another thing. Yes, I understand, replied Ned, becoming more attentive. Because the water surrounds me, it does, but does not penetrate. Precisely, Ned. So at 32 feet beneath the surface of the sea, you would undergo a pressure of 97,500 limbs. And at 320 feet, 10 times that pressure. And at 3,200 feet, 100 times that pressure. Lastly, at 32,000 feet, 1,000 times that pressure will be 97,500,000 limbs. That is to say that you will be flattened as if you have been drawn from the plate of an hydraulic machine. The devil, explained Ned. Very well, my worthy harpooner. If some vertebrate several hundred years long and large in proportion can maintain it safe in such depth, of whose surface is represented by millions of square inches, that is by tens of millions of pounds, we must estimate the pressure they undergo. Consider then that must the resistance of their bony structure and the strength of their organization to withstand such pressure. Why, exclaimed Ned Land, they must be made of iron plate 8 inches thick, like the armored frigate, as you say, Ned, and think that destruction such a mass would cause if hurled with the speed of an express train against the hull of a vessel. Yes, certainly, perhaps, replied the Canadian, shaken by this figure, but not willing to give in. Well, have I convinced you? You have convinced me of one thing, which is that if such animals do exist at the bottom of the sea, they must necessarily be as strong as you say. But if they do not exist, my obstinate harpooner, how explain the accident of the Scotia? Chapter 5 At a Venture. The voyage of Abraham Lincoln was for a long time marked by no special incident, but one circumstance happened which showed the wonderful dexterity of Ned Land, and proved that confidence remained placed in him. The 3rd of June, the frigate spoke some American whalers, from whom we learned that they were nothing about the narwhal. But one of them, the captain of the Monroe, knowing that Ned Land had ships on board the Abraham Lincoln, begged for his help in seizing a whale they had in sight. Commander Farragut, desirous of seeing Ned Land at work, gave him permission to go on board and board the Monroe. And fate served our Canadian so well that, instead of one whale, he harpooned two with a double blow, striking one straight to the heart, and catching the other after some minute pursuit. Decidedly, if the monster never had to do with Ned Land's spawn, I would not bet in his favor. The frigate skirt the southeast coast of America with great rapidity. The 3rd of July, we were at the opening of the Strait of Magellan, level with Cape Vierge, but Commander Farragut would not take a tortuous passage, but doubled Cape Horn. The ship's crew agreed with him, and certainly it was possible that they might meet the narwhal in this narrow pass. Many of the sailors assumed that the monster could not pass here, but he was too big for that. The 6th of July, about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the Abraham Lincoln, at 15 miles to the south, doubled the solitary island. This lost rock at the extremity of the American continent, to which some Dutch sailors gave the name of their native town, Cape Horn. The course was taken towards the northwest, and the next day the screw of the frigate was at last beating the water of the Pacific. "Keep your eyes open," called out the sailor. And they were opened widely, both-eyed and glass, a little dazzled, it is true, by the prospect of $2,000. Had not an instant repose, and day and night they watched the surface of the ocean, and even Nyctalope, whose faculty of seeing in the darkness multiplied a change a hundredfold, would have had enough to do gain surprise. I myself, for whom money was no charm, was not the least attentive on board, giving but few minutes to my meals, but a few hours to sleep, indifference to either rain or sunshine. I did not leave the poop of the vessel. Now leaning on the eagerness, the soft foam which whitened the sea as far as the eyes could reach. As far as the eyes could reach. And how often have I shared the emotion? And how often have I shared the emotion of the majority of the crew? When some capricious whale raised its black back above the waves, the poop of the vessels was crowded in a moment. The cabin poured forth a torrent of sailors and officers, each with heaving breast and troubled eyes, watching the course of the moment. The cabin poured forth a torrent of sailors and officers, each with heaving breast and troubled eyes, watching the course of the cetacean. I looked and looked till I was nearly blind. With Conseil, always phlegmatic, keep to repeat with calm voice, "If, sir, you would not scream too much, you will see better." But vain excitement. The Abraham Lincoln checked its speed and made for the animal signaled, a simple whale, or common cachalot, which soon disappeared amidst a storm of execration. But the weather was good, the voyage was being accomplished under the most favorable auspices. It was then the bad season in Australia, the July of that zone corresponding to our January in Europe. But the sea was beautiful and easily scanned round a vast circumference. The 20th of July, the Tropic of Capricorn was cut by 105 degrees of longitude, and the 7th of the same month, we crossed the equator on the 110th meridian. This pass, the frigate took more decided westerly direction and scored the central waters of the Pacific. Commander Farragut took, and with reason, that it was better to remain in deep water and keep clear of continent or islands, which the beast itself seems to shun, perhaps because there was not enough water for him, suggests the greater part of the crew. The frigate passed at some distance from the Marquesas and the Sandwich Islands, crossed the Tropic of Cancer, and made for the China Seas. We were on the theater of the last diversion of our monster. To say truth, we no longer lived on board. Palpitated, fearfully preparing themselves for future incurable aneurysm. The entire ship's crew were undergoing a nervous excitement, of which I can give no idea. They could not eat, they could not sleep 20 times a day, a misconception of an optical illusion of subsailor seated on the taffrail would cause dreadful perspiration, which called dreadful perspiration, and this emotion 20 times repeated kept us in a state of excitement so violent that a reaction was unavoidable. And surely, reaction soon showed itself. For 3 months, during which a day seemed an age, the Abraham Lincoln furrowed all the water of the northern Pacific, ruling at Wales, making sharp deviations from her course, veering silently from one back to another, stopping suddenly, putting on steam and backing ever and anon at the risk of deranging her machinery, and no one point of the Japanese or American coast was left unexplored. The warmest partisan of the enterprise now became its most ardent detractors. Reaction mounted from the crew to the captain himself, and certainly, had it not been to resolve determination to the part of Captain Farragut, the frigate would not have headed due southward. This useless search could not last much longer. The Abraham Lincoln had nothing to reproach herself with. She had done her best to succeed. Never had an American ship's crew shown more zeal or patience. Its failure could be placed to their charge. They remained nothing built to return. This was represented to the commander. The sailor could not hide their discontent, and the service suffered. I will not say there was a mutiny on board, but after a reasonable period of obstinacy, Captain Farragut, as Columbus did, asked for 3 days' patience. If in 3 days the monster did not appear, the man at the helm should give 3 turns to the wheel, and the Abraham Lincoln would make for the European seas. This promise was made to the 2nd of November. It had the effect of rallying the ship's crew. The ocean was watched with renewed attention. Each other wished for a last glance in which to sum up his remembrance. Glass were used with feverish activity. It was a grand defiance given to a giant narwhal, and he could scarcely fail to answer the summon and appear. 2 days passed, the steam was at half pressure, 1,000 schemes were tried to attract the attention and stimulate the apathy of the animal, in case it should be met in those parts. Large quantities of bacon were trailed in the raid of the ships, to the great satisfaction, I must say, of the shark. Small craft radiated in all directions around the Abraham Lincoln as she lay to, and did not leave a spot on the sea unexplored. But the night of the 4th of November arrived without the unveiling of this submarine mystery. The next day, the 5th of November, at 12, the delay would, morally speaking, expire. After that time, Commander Farragut, faithful to his promise, was to turn the course of the southeast and abandon forever the northern region of the Pacific. The frigate was then in 31 degrees 15 seconds north latitude and 136 degrees 42 seconds east longitude. The coast of Japan still remained less than 200 miles to leeward. Night was approaching. They had just struck 8 bells. Large clouds veiled the face of the moon. Then, in its first quarter, the sea undulated peaceably under the stern of the vessel. At that moment, I was leaning forward on the starboard netting. Conseil standing near me was looking straight before him. The crew perched in the ratlines examined the horizon, which contracted and darkened by degrees. Officers with their night glasses scoured the growing darkness. Sometimes the ocean sparkled under the rays of the moon, which darted between two clouds. Then all trace of light was lost in the darkness. In looking at Conseil, I could see he was undergoing a little of the general influence. At least I took so. Perhaps for the first time his nerve vibrated to a sentiment of curiosity. "Come, Conseil," said I. "This is the last chance of pocketing the $2,000. "May I be permitted to say, sir," replied Conseil, "that I never reckoned of getting the prize, and had the government of the Union offered $100,000, it would have been none the poorer." "You are right, Conseil. It is a foolish affair after all, and one upon which we enter too lightly. What time lost, what useless emotion should we have been back in France 6 months ago?" "In your little room, sir," replied Conseil, "and in your museum, sir. I should have already closed all your fossils, sir, and the Barbiroussa would have been installed in its crate in the Jardin des Plantes, and have drawn all the curious people of the capital. As you say, Conseil, I fancy we shall run a fair chance of being looked at for our pains." That's totally certain," replied Conseil quietly. "I think they will make fun of you, sir. And must I say it? Go on, my good friend." "Well, sir, you will only get your dessert." "Indeed. When one has the honor of being a servant as you are, sir, one should not expose oneself to." Conseil had no time to finish this compliment. In the midst of general silence, a voice had just been heard. It was the voice of Ned Land shouting, "Look out there! The very thing we are looking for!" on our weather beam. Chapter 6. At full steam. At this cry, the whole ship's crew hurried toward the harpooner. Commander, office master, sailors, cabin boys, even the engineers left their engine as the stoker's tape furnace, and the order to top her had been given, and the frigate now simply went on by her own momentum. The darkness was one profound, and however good the Canadian eyes were, I asked myself how he had managed to see, and what he had been able to see. My heartbeat was as if it would break. But Ned Land was not mistaken, and we perceived the object he pointed to, and a two cable for from the Abraham Lincoln on the starboard quarter, the sea seemed to be illuminated all over. It was not mere phosphoric phenomenon. The monster emerged some phantoms from the water, and then threw out that very intense but inexplicable light mentioned in the report of several captains. This magnificent irradiation must have been produced by an agent of great shining power. The luminous part traced on the sea an almost oval, such elongated, the center of which condensed a burning heat whose overpowering brilliancy died out by successive gradation. It is only an agglomeration of phosphoric particles, cried one of the officers. No, sir, certainly not, I replied. Never did fallout or salpae produce such a powerful light. That brightness is not of an essentially electrical nature. Besides, see, it is moving forward, backward, and darting toward us. A general cry arose from the frigate. "Silence!" said the captain. "Up with the helm, reverse the engine." The steam was shut off, and the Abraham Lincoln began to port, described a semicircle. "Right the helm, go ahead," cried the captain. These orders were executed, and the frigate moved rapidly from the burning light. I was mistaken. She tried to sheer off, but the supernatural animal approached with a velocity double her own. We gasped for breath. Stupefaction, more than fear, made us dumb and motionless. The animal gained on us, sporting with the wave. It made round of the frigate, which was then making 14 knots, and unblocked it with electric ring like luminous dust. Then it moved away 2 or 3 miles, leaving a phosphorescent track, like those volumes of steam that the express train leave behind. All at once, from the dark lines of the horizon, the dark line of the horizon, whither it retired to gain its momentum. The monster rushed suddenly towards the Abraham Lincoln with alarming rapidity, stopped suddenly about 20 feet from the hull, and died out. Not diving under the water, for its brilliancy did not abate, but suddenly, and as if the source of this brain emanation was exhausted, then it reappeared on the other side of the vessel, as if it had turned and slid under the hull. Any moment a collision might have occurred, which would have been fatal to us. However, I was astonished at the maneuver of the frigate. She fled and did not attack. On the captain's face, generally so impassive, there was an expression of unaccountable astonishment. "Mr. Aronnax," he said, "I do not know with what formidable being I have to deal. I will not imprudently risk my frigate in the midst of this darkness. Besides, how attack this unknown thing, how defend oneself from it? Wait for daylight and the scene will change." "I have no further doubt, Captain, of the nature of the animal." "No, sir, it is evidently a gigantic narwhal, and an electric one. Perhaps, added I, no one can only approach it with gymnotus or torpedo." "Undoubtedly," replied the captain. "If it possesses such dreadful power, it is the most terrible animal we have ever was created." That is why, sir, I must be on my guard. The crew were on their feet all night. No one could sleep. The Abraham Lincoln, not being able to struggle with such velocity, has moderated its pace and sailed at half speed. From its part, the narwhal, imitating the frigate, let the wave rock at its wheel and seemed decided not to leave the scene of the struggle. Toward midnight, however, it disappeared, or, to use a more appropriate term, it died out, like a large glowworm. Had it fled, one could only fear, no hope it. But at 7 minutes to 1 o'clock in the morning, a deafening whistling was heard, like that produced by a body of water rushing with great violence. The captain, Ned Land, and I were then on the poop, eagerly peering through the profound darkness. Ned Land asked the commander, "You have often heard the roaring of waves?" "Often, sir, but never such waves, the sight of which broke me in $2,000. If I can only approach within 4 harpoon length of it." "But to approach it," said the commander, "I hope to put a whaler at your disposal." "Certainly, sir. That will be trifling with the lives of my men, and mine too," simply said the harpooner. Towards 2 o'clock in the morning, the burning light reappeared, no less intense, about 5 miles to windward of the Abraham Lincoln. Notwithstanding the distance and noise of the wind and sea, one heard distinctly the loud stroke of the animal tail, and even its panting breath. It seemed that at the moment that the enormous narwhal had come to take a breath at the surface of the water, the air was engulfed in its lung. It lay in the team of the vast cylinder of a machine of 2,000 horsepower. Thought I, a whale with the strength of a cavalry regiment will be a pretty whale. We were on the qui-vive till daylight, and prepared for the combat. The fishing implements were laid along the hammock nettings. The second lieutenant loaded the blunderbusses, which could throw harpoons to the distance of a miles, and long duck guns with explosive bullets, which inflicted mortal wounds even to the most terrible animals. Ned Land contented himself with sharpening his harpoon, a terrible weapon, in his hand. At 6 o'clock, day began to break, and with the first glimmer of light, the electric light of the narwhal disappeared. At 7 o'clock, the day was sufficiently advanced, but a very thick sea fog obscured our view, and the best pilot glasses could not pierce it. That caused disappointment and anger. I climbed the mizzen mast. Some officers were already perched on the masthead. At 8 o'clock, the fog was heavily on the waves, and its thick squalls rose little by little. The horizon grew wider and clearer at the same time. Suddenly, just as on the day before, Ned Land's voice was heard. "The thing is safe on the port quarter," cried the harpooner. Every eyes were turned toward the point indicated. There, a mile and a half from the frigate, a long blackish buoy emerged a yard above the waves. Its tail, violently agitated, produced a considerable eddy. Never did a caudal appendage beat the sea with such violence. An immense track of a dazzling witnesses whiteness marks the passage of the animal and described a long
Les garçons là.
The frigate approached the cetacean. I examined it thoroughly. The report of the Shannon and of the Helvetica had was exaggerated its size, and I estimated its length at only 200 and 50 feet. As to its dimension, I could only conjecture them to be admirably proportioned. While I watched this phenomenon, 2 jets of steam and water were ejected from his vents and rose to the height of 130 feet. Height of 120 feet. Thus, I ascertained its way of breathing. I conclude definitely that it belonged to the vertebrate branch, class Mammalia. The crew waited impatiently for the chief's order. The latter, after having observed the animal attentively, called the engineer. The engineer ran to him. "Sir," said the commander, "do you have steam up?" "Yes, sir," answered the engineer. "Well, make up your fires and put on all steam." 3 hours greeted in this order. The time for the struggle had arrived. Some moments after, the 2 funnels of the frigate vomited torrents of black smoke, and the bridge cracked under the trembling of the boilers. The Abraham Lincoln, propelled by her powerful screw, went straight at the animal. The latter allowed it to come within half a cable length. Then, as if disdaining to dive, it took a little turn and stopped a short distance off. This pursuit lasted nearly 3/4 of an hour without the frigate gaining towards on the station. It was quite evident that a tirade should never come up with. "Well, Mr. Land," asked the captain, "do you advise me to put the boat out to sea?" "No, sir," replied Ned Land, "because you shall not take that beast easily." "What shall we do then?" "Put on more steam if you can, sir." "With your leave, I mean now to post myself under the bowsprit, and if we get within harpooning distance, I shall throw my harpoon." "Go, Ned," said the captain. Engineer put on more pressure. Ned Land went on his post. The fires were increased. The screw revolved 43 times a minute, and the steam poured out the valve. We headed to the log and calculated that the Abraham Lincoln was going at the rate of 18.5 miles an hour. But the accursed animals swam to at the rate of 18.5 miles. For an whole hour, the frigate kept up this pace. Without gaining 6 feet, it was humiliating for one of the swiftest sailors in the American Navy. A stubborn hunger seized the crew. The sailor abused the monster who, as before, disdained to answer them. The captain no longer contented himself with twisting his beard, he gnawed it. The engineer again called. "You have turned full steam on?" "Yes, sir," replied the engineer. The speed of the Abraham Lincoln increased. Its mass crumbled down to the stepping point, and the clouds of smoke could have found a way out the narrow tunnels. They hit the log a second time. "Well," asked the captain of the main of the wheel. 19 miles and 3 tons, said. "Clap on more steam." The engineer obeyed. The manometer showed 10 degrees, but the situation grew itself. No doubt, without straining itself, it made 19 and 3/10 miles. What a pursuit! No, I cannot describe the emotion that vibrated throughout me. Ned Land kept his post, harpoon in hand. Several times the animal let us gain upon it. "We shall catch it." We shall catch it, cried the Canadian. But just as he was going to strike, the cetacean stole away with rapidity that could not be estimated at less than 30 miles an hour. And even during our maximum of speed, it belied the frigate, going around and around it. A groan from fury broke from everyone. At noon, we were no further advanced at 8 o'clock in the morning. The captain then decided to take more direct means. Ah, said he, animal goes quicker than the Abraham Lincoln. Very well. We will see whether it will escape these conical bullets. Send to your men to the forecastle, sir. The forecastle gun was immediately loaded and slewed around, but a shot passed some feet above the cetacean, which had half a mile off. Another more to the right, cried the commander, and $5 to whoever will hit that infernal beast. And the whole gunner with a grey beard that I can see now, with steady eyes and grey face, went up to the gun and took a long aim. A loud report was heard, with which were mingled the cheer of the crew. The bullet did its work. It hit the animal, but not fatally. At sliding off the rounded surface, it was lost 2 miles depth of sea. The chase began again. And the captain, leading toward, he said, I will pursue that beast till my frigate bursts up. Yes, answered, and you will be quite right to do it. I wished the beast would exhaust itself and not be insensible to fatigue like a human giant, but it was of no use. Hours passed without it showing any sign of exhaustion. However, it must be said in praise of the Abraham Lincoln that she struggled on indefatigably. I cannot recall the distance she made under 300 miles during this unlucky day. November the 6th, but night came on and overshadowed the rough ocean. Now I thought our expedition was at an end, and that we should never again see the extraordinary animal. It was mistaken. At 10 minutes to 11 in the evening, the electric light reappeared 3 miles to the windward of the frigate, as pure, as intense as during the precedent night. The narwhal seemed motionless. Perhaps, tired with its day work, it slept, letting itself float with the undulation of the wave. Now was a chance of which the captain resolved to take advantage. He gave his order. The Abraham Lincoln kept up half steam and advanced cautiously so as to not awake its adversary. It is no rare thing to meet up the middle of the ocean whale to sound asleep that they can be successfully attacked. And Ned Land had harpooned more than 1 week in sleep. The Canadian went to take his place under the bowsprit. The frigate approached noiselessly, stopped at 2 cable lengths from the animal, and following its track, no one breathed. A deep silence reigned on the bridge. We were not 100 feet from the burning focus, at the light of which increased and dazzled our eyes. At this moment, leaning on the forecastle bulwark, I saw below me Ned Land grabbing the marginal in one hand, Brown dishing his terrible harpoon on the other. Scarcely 20 feet from the motionless animal, suddenly his arm straightened, as the harpoon was thrown. I heard the sonorous stroke of the weapon, which seemed to have struck a hard body. The electric light went out suddenly, and 2 enormous waterspouts struck over the bridge of the frigate, rushing like a torrent from stem to stern, overthrowing men, and breaking the lashing of the spar. A fearful shock followed, and, thrown over the rail without having time to stop myself, I fell into the sea. Chapter 7. An unknown species of whale. This unexpected fall so stunned me that I have no clear recollection of my sensation at the time. I was at first drawn down to the depth of about 20 feet. I am a good swimmer, talked without pretending to rival Byron or Edgar Poe, who were master of the art, and in that plunge I did not lose my presence of mind. 2 vigorous strokes brought me to the surface of the water. My first care was to look for the frigate. Had the crew seen me disappear, and the Abraham Lincoln veered round. Will the captain float on board? Might I hope to be saved? The darkness was intense. I took a glimpse of a dark mass disappearing in the east, its beacon light dying out at the distance. It was the frigate, as was lost. Help! Help! I shouted, swimming towards the Abraham Lincoln in desperation. My clothes encumbered me. They seemed glued to my body and paralyzed my movement. I was sinking. I was suffocating. Help! This was my last cry. My mouth filled with water. I struggled against being drawn down the abyss. Suddenly my clothes were seized by a strong hand, and I felt myself quickly drawn up to the surface of the sea. And I heard, yes, I have heard this word pronounced to my ear. If Master would be so good as to lean on my shoulder, Master would scream with much greater ease. I stood with one hand, my faithful Conseil's arm. It is you, said I. You? Myself, answered Conseil, and waiting the Master's order. What shocked you as well as me into the sea? No, but being in my Master's service, I followed him. The worthy fellow struck that was but natural. And the frigate, I asked. The frigate, replied Conseil, turning on his back. I think that Master had better not count too much on her. You think so? I say that at the time I threw myself into the sea, I heard the man at the wheel say, the screw and the burglar had broken. Broken? Yes, broken by the monster teeth. It is the only injury of the Abraham Lincoln has sustained. But it is a bad look out for us. She is no longer answered her well. Then we are lost. Perhaps so, calmly answered Conseil. However, we still have several hours before us, and one can do a good deal in some hour. Conseil's imperturbable coolness set me up again. I swam more vigorously, but cramp on my clothes, which stuck me like a leaden weight. I felt a great difficulty in bearing up. Conseil saw this. Will Master let me asleep, slipping an open knife under my clothes. He ripped them from tongue to the door very rapidly. Then he cleverly slipped them off me, while I swam for both of us. Then I did the same for Conseil, and we continued to swim near to each other. Nevertheless, our situation was no less terrible. Perhaps our disappearance had not been noticed if it had been the frigate could not tack. Being without its helm, Conseil argued on its position and laid his plan accordingly. His phlegmatic boy was perfectly self-possessed, and then we decided that as our only chance of safety was being picked up by the Abraham Lincoln boat, we ought to manage so as to wait for them as long as possible. I resolved then to husband our strength, so that both should not be exhausted at the same time, and this is how we managed. While one of us laid on our back, quite still with arms crossed and legs stretched out, the other would swim and push the other on in front. This towing business did not last more than 10 minutes each, and relieving each other thus, we could swim on for some hours, perhaps till daybreak, poor change. Perhaps it's so firmly rooted in the heart of man. Moreover, there were two of us, indeed, I declare. It may seem improbable. If I sought to destroy all hope, if I wished to despair, I could not. The collision of the brigade with the cetacean has occurred about 8 hours to swim before sunrise. An operation quite practicable if we relieved each other. The sea very calm was in our favor. Sometimes I tried to pierce the intense darkness that was only dispelled by the phosphorescence caused by our movement. I watched the luminous waves that broke over my hand. Those like mirror-like surface was spotted with very slivery things. One might have said that we were in a bath of quicksilver. Near 1 o'clock in the morning, I was seized with dreadful fatigue. My limbs stiffened under the strain of violent cramp. Conseil was obliged to keep me up, and our preservation devolved on him alone. I feared the poor boy His breathing became snort and hurried. I found that he could not keep up much longer. Leave me, I said to him. Leave my master? Never, replied. I will drown first. But just then the moon appeared through the fringe of a thick cloud that the wind was driving to the east. The surface of the sea glittered with its rays. This kindly light reanimated us. My head got better again. I looked at the point of the horizon. I saw the frigate. She was 5 miles from us and looked like a dark mass, hardly discernible, but no boat. I would have cried out, but at good he would have been such a distance. My swollen limbs could utter no sounds. Conseil, help, could articulate some words, and I heard him repeat in intervals, help, help! Our movements were suspended for an instant. We listened. It might be only singing in the air, but it seems to me as if a cry answered the Conseil. Did you hear? Yes, yes. And the Conseil gave more desperately. This time there was no mistake. A human voice responded to ours. Was it the voice of another unfortunate creature abandoned in the middle of the ocean? Some other victim of the shock sustained by the vessel? Or rather, was it the boat from the frigate that was hailing to us in the darkness? Conseil made a last effort, and leaning on my shoulder, while I struck out a despairing effort, he raised himself half out of the water, then fell back exhausted. What did you see? I saw, memory. I saw, but do not talk. Reserve all our strength. What had he seen? Then I do not know why. He thought that the monster came into my head for the first time. But what voice? The time is past for Jonas to take refuge in Wales. Was stirring me again. He raised his head sometimes, looked before her, and uttered a cry of recognition, which was responded to by a voice that came nearer and nearer. I scarcely heard it. My strength was exhausted. My fingers stiffened. My hand afforded me no longer. My mouth constantly opening. Cold crept over me. I raised my head for the last time, then I sank. At this moment, a hard body struck me. I clung to it. Then I felt that I was being drawn up. That I was brought to the surface of the water. That my chest collapsed. I fainted. It is certain that I soon came to, thanks to the vigorous rubbing that I received. I have opened my eyes. Oh, Conseil, I murmured. Does Master calm me? Asked Conseil. Just then, by the waning light of the moon, which was sinking down to the region, I saw a face which was not Conseil's, in which I immediately recognized. Ned, I cried. The same, sir. We seeking his praise, replied the Canadian. Were you thrown into the sea by the flock of the frigate? Yes, Professor, but more fortunate than you, I was able to find a floating almost directly upon a floating island. An island? Or more correctly speaking, on our gigantic land wall. Explain yourself, Ned. Only soon I found why my harpoon had not entered its skin and was better. Why, Ned, why? Because, Professor, that beast is made of shit I want. The Canadian last work produced of a sudden revelation in my brain. I wriggled myself quickly at the top of the being of object half out of the water, which served us a refuge. I kicked it. It was formed of the body of the great marine mammal. But this hard body might be a bony carapace, like that of the antediluvian animal, and I should be free to class this monster among amphibious reptiles such as tortoise and alligator. Well, no, the blackfish back was supported on a smooth polished without tail. The blood produced a metallic sound, an incredible tooth it may be. It steams, I might say, as if this was made of riveted plate. There was no doubt about this monster, this natural phenomenon that had puzzled the learned world, has and overthrown and misled the imagination of seamen of both hemispheres was, it must be owned, a still more astonishing phenomenon, inasmuch as it was a simply human construction. We had no time to lose. However, we were laying upon the back of a sort of submarine boat, which appeared, as far as I could judge, like a huge fish of steel. Ned Land's mind was made up of this point, Conseil, and I could only agree with him. Just then, a bubbling began at the back of this strange thing, which was evidently propelled by a screw, and it began to move. I had only just time to seize hold of the upper part, which was about 7 feet on hours of the water, and happily, its speed was not great. As long as it sails horizontally, muttered Ned Land, I do not mind, but it takes a fancy to dive. I could not give two straws for my life. To my life, the Canadian might say still less. It became really necessary to machine to communicate with the bearings, whatever they were. Set up inside the machine, I searched all over the outside for an aperture, a panel, or a manhole. I used to use technical expression, but the line of the iron rivet, solidly woven into the joint of the iron plate, were clear and uniform. Besides, the moon disappeared, then left us in total darkness. At last, this long night passed. My indistinctness, remember us, prevents my describing all the impression it made. I can only recall what circumstance. During some lurks on the wind and sea, I fancied I heard several vague sounds, a sort of fugitive harmony produced by distant word of commands. What was then the mystery of this submarine craft, of which the whole world vainly sought an explanation? What kind of being existed in this strange boat? What mechanical agent caused its prodigious speed? Daybreak appeared. The morning mist surrounded us, but it soon cleared off. It was about to examine the hull, which formed on deck a kind of horizontal platform. Then I felt it gradually sinking. Oh, confound it, cried Ned Land, picking the resounding plate. Open, you inhospitable rascals! Happily, the sinking movement ceased. Suddenly, a noise like ironwork violently pushed aside came from the interior of the boat. When iron plate was moved, a man appeared, uttered a outcry, and disappeared immediately. Some moments after, 8 strong men with masked faces appeared noiselessly and drew us down into their formidable machine. Chapter 8: Mobiles in Mobility. This forcible abduction, so ruthlessly carried out, was accomplished with the rapidity of lightning. I shivered all over. Whom had we to deal with? No doubt some new sort of pirates who explored the sea in their own way. Hardly had the narrow panel closed upon me, where I was enveloped in darkness. My eyes, dazzled with the outer light, could distinguish nothing. I felt my naked feet cling to the rings of an iron ladder. Ned Land and Conseil, firmly seized, followed me. At the bottom of the ladder, a door opened and shut after us immediately with a bang. We were alone. Where, I could not say, hardly imagine. All was black, and such a dense black hat. After some minutes, my eyes had not been able to discern even the faintest glimmer. Meanwhile, Ned Land, furious at this proceeding, gave free vent to his indignation. "Confound it!" cried he. "Here are people who come up to the Scotch for hospitality. They could just miss being cannibals. I should not be surprised at it, but I declare that they shall not eat me without my protesting. Calm yourself, friend Ned. Calm yourself, replied Conseil quietly. Do not cry out before you are hurt. We are not quite down yet. Not quite, sharply replied the Canadian, but pretty near. All that event, things look back, happily, my bowie knife have steel, and I can always see well enough to use it. The first time of this pirate who lays hand on me, do not excite yourself, Ned, I said to the harpooner, and do not compromise us by useless violence. Who knows what they will not listen to us? Let us rather to find out where we are. I groped about. In 5 steps, I came to an iron wall, made of plates bolted together. Then, turning back, I stuck against a wooden table, near which were ranged several stools. The boards of this person were concealed under a thick mat of phosphornium, which deadened the noise of the feet. The bar walls revealed no trace of windows or door. Conseil, going round the reverseway, met me, and we went back to the middle of the cabin, which measured about 20 feet by 10. As to its height, Ned Land, in spite of its own great height, could not measure it. Half an hour had already passed without our situation being bettered. Then the dense darkness suddenly gave way to extreme light. Our prison was suddenly lighted, as is to say, it became filled with a luminous matter, so strong that it could not bear it. I could not bear it at first. In the whiteness and intensity, I recognized that electric light wave played round the submarine like a magnificent phenomenon of phosphorescence. After shutting my eyes involuntarily, I opened them and saw that this luminous agent came from a half globe, unpolished, placed in the roof of the cabin. At least one can see, cried Ned Land, who, knife in hand, stood on the defensive. Yes, said I, but we are still in the dark about ourselves. Let master have patience, said the imperturbable Conseil. The sudden lighting of the cabin enabled me to examine it minutely. It only contained a table and 5 stools. The invisible door might be hermetically sealed. No noise was heard. All seemed dead in the interior of this boat. Did it move? Did it float on the surface of the ocean? Or did it dive into its depths? I could not guess. A noise of bolts was now heard. The voice opened and 2 men appeared. One was short, very muscular, broad-shouldered, with robust limbs, strong head, an abundance of black hair, thick moustache, and quick, penetrating look, and the vivacity which characterized the population of southern France. The second stranger merits a more detailed description. A disciple of Gratiolet or Engel would have his face like an open book. I made out his prevailing qualities directly. Self-confidence, because his head was well set on his shoulders, and his black eyes looked around with cold assurance, calmness. For his skin, rather pale, showed his coolness of blood, energy, enhanced by the rapid concentration of his lofty brows, and courage, because his deep breathing denoted great power of lungs. Whether this person was 55 or 50 years of age, I could not say. He was tall, had a large forehead, straight nose, a clearly cut mouth, beautiful teeth, with white paper hand, indicative of a slightly nervous temperament. One particular feature of his eyes, rather far from each other, was which I could take in nearly a quarter of the horizon at once. This faculty, I verified it later, gave him a range of vision far superior to Ned Land. When this stranger fixed upon an object, his eyebrow bent, his large eye closed around so as to contract the range of his vision, and he looked as if he magnified the object lessened by distance, as if the pierced through sheets of water so opaque to our eyes, and as if they read the very depth of the sea. The 2 strangers, with caps made of the fur of the sea otter, and shod with sea boots and sealed clean, were dressed in clothes of a particular texture, which allowed free movement of the limbs. The taller of the two, evidently the chief on board, examined us with great attention without saying a word. Then turning to his companion, talking with mean dialect, in an unknown tongue, it was sonorous, harmonious, and flexible dialect, the vowels seemingly to admit the very varied accentuation. The other replied with a shake of the head and added two or three perfectly incomprehensible words. Then he seemed to question me by a look. I replied in good French that I did not know his language, but he seemed not to understand me, and my situation became more embarrassing. If master were to tell our story, said Conseil, perhaps this gentleman may understood some words. I began to tell our adventure, articulating each syllable clearly and without omitting one single detail. I announced our name and rank, introducing in person Professor Aronnax, his servant Conseil, and Master Lieutenant the harpooner. The man with salt eye listened to me quietly, even politely, with an extreme attention, but nothing in his countenance indicated that he had understood my story. When I finished, he said not a word. There remained one resource. To speak English, perhaps they would know this almost universal language. I knew it, as well as the German language, well enough to read it fluently, but not to speak it correctly. But anyhow, we must make ourselves understood. Go on in your turn, I said to the harpooner. Speak your best Anglo-Saxon and try to do better than I. Ned did not beg off and recommended our story. To his disgust, the harpooner did not seem to have made himself more intelligible than I had. Our visitor did not stir. They evidently understood neither the language of Arago nor Faraday, nor of Faraday. Very much embarrassed, after having vainly exhausted our philological resource, I knew not what I had partake when Conseil said, "If master will permit me, I will relate it in German." But in spite of the elegant or not good accent of the narrator, the German language has no success. At least, nonplussed, I tried to remember my first lesson, and to narrate our adventure in Latin, but with no better success. The last attempt being of no avail, the two strangers exchanged some words in the unknown language, and retired. The door shut. It is an infamous shame, cried Ned Land, who broke out for the 20th time. We speak those rogues in French, English, German, and Latin, and no one of them has the politeness to answer. Calm yourself, said I to the impetuous Ned. Anger will not do good. But do you see, Professor, replied our irascible companion, that we shall absolutely die in hunger in this iron cage? Bah, said Conseil philosophically. We can hold out some time yet. My friend, said I, we must not despair. We have been worse off than this. Do me favor to wait a little before forming an opinion upon my commander and crew of this boat. My opinion is formed, replied Ned Land sharply. They are rascals. Good. And from what country? From the land of Rogue, my brave Ned. That country is not clearly indicated on the map of the world, but I admit that the nationality of two strangers is hard to determine. Neither English, French nor German, that is quite certain. However, I am inclined to think that the commander and his companion were born in low latitude, where the southern blood is in them. But I cannot decide that appearance neither are they Spaniards, Turk, Arabians, or Indians. As to their language, it's quite incomprehensible. There is a disadvantage of not knowing all language, said Conseil, or the disadvantage of not having one universal language. As he said these words, the door opened. A steward entered. He broke out clothes, coats, and trousers, made of stuff I did not know. I hastened to dress myself, and my companions followed my example. During that time, the steward, dumb, perhaps deaf, had arranged the table and laid 3 plates. This is something like, said Conseil. Bah, said the rancorous harpooner. What do you suppose they eat here? Toy stores, liver, filleted shark and beef steaks from sea dogs? We shall see, said Conseil. The dishes of bell metal were placed on the table, and we took our place. Undoubtedly, they had to do with civilized people, and had it not been from the electric light which flooded us, I could have fancied I was in the dining room of the Adelphi Hotel at Liverpool, or in the Grand Hotel in Paris. I must say, however, that there was neither bread or rain. The water was fresh and clear, but it was water. I did not suit Ned Land's taste. Among the dishes we are brought to us, I recognized several fish delicately dressed, but of some, outlook excellent, I could not give no opinion, when neither I could tell or to the kingdom they belonged, whether animal or vegetable. As to the dinner service, it was elegant and in perfect taste. Each utensil, spoon, fork, knife, plate, had a letter engraved on it, with a motto above it, of which it is an exact facsimile. Mobilis in mobili, N. The letter N was no doubt the initial of the name of the enigmatical person who commanded at the bottom of the sea. Ned and Conseil did not reflect much. They devoured the food, and I did likewise. I was, besides, reassured as our fate, and it seemed evident that our host will not let us die of want. However, everything has an end. Everything passes away, even the hunger of people who have not eaten for 15 hours. Our appetite satisfied, we felt overcome with sleep. Fate, I shall sleep, said Conseil. So shall I, replied Ned Land. Oh, my two companions stretched themselves on the cabin carpet, and were soon sound asleep. For my own part, too many thoughts crowded my brain. Too many insoluble questions pressed upon me. Too many fancies kept my eyes half open. Where were we? What stranger power carried us on? I felt, or rather fancied, I felt the machine sinking down to the lowest depth barrel of the beds of the sea. Dreadful nightmare beset me. I saw in this mysterious asylum of the world unknown animal, amongst which this submarine boat seemed to be the same kind, living, moving, and formidable as they. Then my brain grew calmer, my imagination wandered into vague, unconscious, and I soon fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 9. Ned's Land Tempers. How long we slept, I don't know how. I do not know. But our sleep must have lasted long, for it rested us completely from our fatigue. I woke first, my companions had not moved, and were still stretched in their corner. Hardly roused from my somewhat hard couch, I felt my brain freed, my mind clear. Then I began an attentive examination of our cell. Nothing was changed inside. The prison was still a prison, the prisoner. However, the steward, during our sleep, had cleared the table. I breathed with difficulty. The heavy air seemed to oppress my lungs. Act 2, the cell was large. We had evidently consumed a great part of the oxygen that it contained. Indeed, each man consumes in 1 hour the oxygen contained more than 176 pints of air, and this air charged as then with a nearly equal quantity of carbonic acid become unbreathable. It became necessary to renew the atmosphere of our prison, and no doubt the whole of the submarine boat. That gave rise to a question in my mind. How could the commander of this floating grading place proceed? Could he obtain air by chemical means? In getting by heat oxygen contained in chlorate of potash, and heat in absorbing carbonic acid by caustic potash, or a more convenient and economical and consequently more probable alternative? Would he be satisfied to rise and breathe on the surface of the water like a cetacean, and so renew for 24 hours the atmospheric provision? In fact, I was already obliged to increase my respiration to eke out of this cell the little oxygen it contained. Then I suddenly was refreshed by a current of pure air, and perfumed with saline emanation. It was an invigorating sea breeze, charged with iodine. I opened my mouth wide, and my lips saturated themselves with fresh particles. At the same time, I felt the ball rolling. The iron-plated monster has evidently just risen to the surface of the ocean to breathe, after the fashion of whales. I found out that the mode of ventilating the boat. When I was inhaled this air freely, I sucked to the conduit pipe, which conveyed to us the beneficial whiff, and I had no long in finding it. Above the door was a ventilator, throughout which volume of fresh air renewed the impoverished atmosphere of the cell. I was making my observation when Ned and Conseil awoke almost at the same time, under the influence of this reviving air. They rubbed their eyes, stretched themselves, and were on their feet in an instant. Did Master sleep well? Asked Conseil with his usual politeness. Very well, my brave boy. And you, Mr. Land? Soundly, Professor, but I don't know if I'm right or not. There seems to be a sea breeze. A signal could not be mistaken, and I told the Canadian all that passed during this sleep. Cool, said he. That accounts for those roaring we heard. Then we suppose Narwhal sighed the Abrahamical. Quite so, Master Land. It was taking breath. Only, Mr. Aronnax, I have no idea what o'clock it is unless it is dinner time. Dinner time, my good fellow? Say rather breakfast time, for they certainly have begun another day. So, said Conseil, we have slept 24 hours, that's my opinion. I will not contradict you, replied Ned Land, but dinner or breakfast, the steward will be welcome, whichever he brings. Master Land, we must conform to the rule on board, and I suppose our appetite in advance of the dinner hour. That is just like you, friend Conseil, said Ned impatiently. You are going never out of temper, always calm, you always return thanks before grace, and die of hunger rather than complain. Time was getting on, and we were fearfully hungry, and this time the steward did not appear. It was rather too long to leave us. If they really had good intention toward Earth, Land long to Martin with the craving of hunger, got still more hungry, and notwithstanding his promise, he dreaded an explosion and then found himself with one of the crew. For 2 more hours, Ned Land's temper increased. He cried, he shouted, but in vain. The walls were deaf. The walls were deaf. There was no sound to be heard on the boat, and all was still as dead. It did not move. For I should have felt the trembling motion of the whole temper, under the influence of the screw, plunged in the depth of the water. It belonged no longer to earth, just silence was dreadful. I felt terrified. Conseil was calm. Ned Land roared. Just then a noise was heard outside. Steps sounded on the mantel flags. The locks were turned, the door opened, and the steward appeared. Before I could rush toward to stop him, the Canadian had thrown his down and held him by the throat. The steward was shaking under the grip of his powerful hand. Conseil was already trying to enlarge the harpooner hand from his half-suffocated victim, and I was going to fly to the rescue, when suddenly I was nailed to the spot by hearing these words in French. Be quiet, Master Land, and you, Professor, you will be so good as to listen to me? Chapter 10 The Man of the Seas. It was the commander of the vessel who thus spoke. At these words, Ned Land rose suddenly. The steward, nearly strangled, tottered out on a sign from his master. But such was the power of the commander on board, that not the gesture betrayed the resentment which this man must have felt towards the Canadian. Conseil, interested in spite of himself, I stupefied, awaited in silence the result of this scene. The commander, leaning against a corner of the table with his arm folded, scanned us with profound attention. Did he hesitate to speak? Did he regret the words which he had just spoken in French? One might also think so. After some moment of silence, which no one of us dreamed of breaking, gentlemen, said he, in a calm of penetrating voice, I speak French, English, German, and Latin equally well. I could therefore have answered you at your first interview, but I wish to know you first, then to reflect. The story told by each one, entirely agreeing in the main point, convinced me of your identity. I no doubt that chance has brought before the Monsieur Pierre Aronnax, professor of natural history at the Museum of Paris, entrusted with a scientific mission abroad. Conseil his servant, and Ned Land, of Canadian origin, harpooner on board the frigate Abraham Lincoln of the Navy of the United States of America. I bowed assent. It was not a question that the commander would put to me. Therefore, there was no answer to be made. This man expressed himself with perfect ease, without any accent. His sentences were turned, his words clear, and his fluency of speech remarkable. Yet I did not recognize in him a fellow countryman. He continued the conversation in this turn. You have doubtless thought, sir, that I have delayed long in paying you this second visit. The reason is that, your identity recognized, I wish to wait maturely what part to act towards you. I have hesitated much. Most annoying circumstances have brought you into the presence of a man who has broken all the ties of humanity. You have come to trouble my existence. Unintentionally, said I. Unintentionally? Replied the stranger, raising his voice a little. Was it intentionally that Abraham Lincoln pursued me all over the seas? Was it unintentionally that you took passage in this frigate? Was it unintentionally that you cannonball redoubted off the plating of my vessel? Was it unintentionally that Mr. Ned Land struck me with his harpoon? I detected a restrained irritation in this word, but his recrimination I had very natural answer to make, and made it. Sir, said I, no doubt you are ignorant of the discussion we have taken place concerning on you in America and Europe. You do not know that diverse accidents caused by collision with your submarine machine have excited public feelings in the two continents. I omit the hypothèque without number by which it was sought to explain the inexplicable phenomenon in which you alone possess the secret. But you must understand that in pursuing you over the seas of the Pacific, the Abraham Lincoln believed itself to be chasing one powerful sea monster in which it was necessary to rid the ocean at any price. A half smile curled the lips of the commander. Then, in a calmer tone, Mr. Aronnax, he replied, dare you affirm that your frigate will not soon have pursued and cannonaded a submarine boat as a monster? This question embarrassed me, for certainly Captain Farragut might not have hesitated. He might have thought it his duty to destroy a contrivance of this kind, as he would a gigantic narwhal. You understand then, sir, continued the stranger, that I have the right to treat you as enemies? I answered nothing, purposely, for what good would it be to discuss such a proposition, then fortitude could destroy the best argument. I have hesitated for some time, continued the commander. Nothing obliged me to show you hospitality. If I choose to separate myself from you, I should have no interest in seeing you again. I could place you upon the deck of this vessel which has served you as a refuge. I could sink beneath the water and forget that you had ever existed. Would not that be my right, Professor? That you will not regret the time passed on board my vessel. You are going to visit the land of marvels. This word of the commander had a great effect upon me. I cannot deny it. My weak point was touched, and I forgot for a moment that the contemplation of this sublime subject was not worth the loss of liberty. Besides, I trust to the future to decide this grave question. So I contented myself with saying, by what name ought I to address you? Sir, replied the commander, I am nothing to you but Captain Nemo, and you and your companions are nothing to me but the passenger of the Nautilus. Captain Nemo called, a steward appeared. The captain gave him his order in that strange language, which I did not understand, then turning towards the Canadian and Conseil. A repast await you in the cabin, said he. Be so good as follow this man. And now, Mr. Aronnax, our breakfast is ready. Permit me to lead the way. I am not at your service, Captain. I followed Captain Nemo. I am at your service, Captain. I followed Captain Nemo, and as soon as I had passed through the door, I found myself in a kind of passage lighted with electricity, similar to the waist of a ship. After we had proceeded a dozen yards, a second door opened before me. I then entered a dining room decorated and furnished in severe taste. High oaken sideboards, inlaid with ebony, stood at the two extremes of the room, and upon their shelves glittered china, porcelain, and glass of inestimable value. The plate on the table sparkled in the rays which the luminous ceiling shed around, while the light was tempered and softened by exquisite paintings. In the center of the room was a table richly laid out. Captain Nemo indicated the place I was to occupy. The breakfast consisted of a certain number of dishes, the contents of which were furnished by the sea alone, and I was ignorant of the nature and mode of preparation of some of them. I acknowledged that they were good, but they had a peculiar flavor, which I easily became accustomed to. This different element appeared to me to be rich in phosphorus, and I took they must have a marine origin. Captain Nemo looked at me. I asked him no question, but he guessed my thought, and answered of my accord to the question which I was burning to address him. The greater part of these dishes are unknown to you, he said to me. However, you may partake of them without fear. They are wholesome and nourishing. For a long time I have renounced the food of the earth, and I am never ill now. My crew, who are healthy, are fed on the same food. So, said I, all these edible are produce of the sea. Yes, Professor, the sea will supply all my wants. Sometimes I cast my net in tow, and I draw them in ready to break. Sometimes I hunt in the midst of this element, which appear to be inaccessible to man, and quarry the game which dwells in my submarine forest. My flocks, like those of Neptune's old shepherd, graze fearlessly in the immense prairies of the ocean. I have a vast property here, which I cultivate myself, and which is always sown by the land of the Creator of all things. I can understand perfectly, sir, that your nets furnish excellent fish for your table. I can understand also that you hunt aquatic game in your submarine forest, but I cannot understand at all how of a particle of me, no matter how small, can figure in your bill of fare. This, which you believe to be meat, Professor, is nothing else than fillets of turtle. There are also dolphin livers, which you take to be ragout of pork. My cook is a clever fellow, who excels in dressing these various products of the ocean. Taste all these dishes. Here is a preserve of holoturia, which a Malay would declare to be unrivaled in the world. There is cream, of which the meal has been furnished by the Cesatea, and the sugar by the red focus of the North Sea. And lastly, permit me to offer some preserve of anemone, which is equal to that of the most delicious fruit. I asked, more from curiosity than a connoisseur, whilst Captain Nemo enchanted me with his extraordinary stories. You like the sea, Captain? Yes, I love it. The sea is everything. It covers 7/10 of the terrestrial globe. Its breath is pure and healthy. It is an immense desert where man is never lonely, for he feels like steering on all sides. The sea is only the embodiment of a supernatural and wonderful existence. It is nothing but love and emotion. It is the living infinite, as one of your poets said that. In fact, Professor, nature manifests herself in it by her three kingdoms: mineral, vegetables, and animals. The sea is the vast reservoir of nature. The goal began with sea, so to speak, and who knows if it is not the end with it. In it is supreme tranquility. The sea does not belong to despots. Upon its surface, men can still exercise unjust laws, fight, tear one another to pieces, and be carried away with terrestrial honor. But at 30 feet below its level, their reign ceases. Their influence is quenched, and their power disappear. Ah, sir, live in the bosoms of the water. There is only independence, where I recognize no masters. There I am free. Captain Nemo suddenly became silent in the midst of this enthusiasm, by which he was quite carried away. For a few moments he paced up and down, much agitated. Then he became more calm, regained his accustomed coolness of impression, and returning towards me. Now, Professor, said he, if you wish to go over the Nautilus, I am at your service. Captain Nemo rose. I followed him. A double door, contrived at the back of the dining room, opened, and I entered a room equal dimension to what I think I had just quitted. It was a library. High pieces of furniture of black-violet ebony inlaid with brass, supported upon their wide shelves a great number of books uniformly bound. They followed the shape of the room, terminating at the lower part in huge divans covered with brown leather, which were curved to afford the greatest comfort. Light movable desk, made to slide in and out at will, allowed one to rest one books while reading. In the center stood an immense table covered with pamphlets, among which were some newspapers already of old date. The electric light flooded everything. It was shed from 4 unpolished globes, half sunk in the volute of the ceiling. I looked with real admiration at this room, so ingeniously fitted up, and that it could scarcely and believe my eyes. Captain Nemo, said I to my host, who had just thrown himself from one of the divans, this is a library which I will do honor to more than one of Continental Palace. I am obviously astounded when I consider that I can follow you to the bottom of the ocean, of the seas. 6h40. Where could one think greater solitude or silence, Professor? Replied Captain Nemo. Did your study in the museum afford you such perfect quiet? No, sir, and I must confess that it is a very poor one after yours. You must have 6,000 or 7,000 volumes here. 12,000, Mr. Aronnax. They are the only ties which bind me to the earth. But I had done with the world on the day when my Nautilus plunged for the first time beneath the water. That day I booked my last volumes, my last pamphlets, my last paper, and from that time I wish to think that men no longer think or write. These books, Professor, are at your service beside, and you can make use of them freely. I thanked Captain Nemo and went up to the shelves of the library. Work on science, morals, and literature abounded in every language, but I did not see one single word on political economy. That subject appeared to be slightly proscribed. Strange to say, all these books were irregularly arranged, in whatever language they were written, and this medley proved that the captain of the Nautilus must have read indiscriminately the book which he took up by chance. Sir, I said to the captain, thank you for having placed this library at my disposal. It contains treasures of science, and I shall profit by them. This boat is not only a library, said Captain Nemo. It is also a smoking room. A smoking room, I cried. Then one may smoke on board? Certainly. Then, sir, I am forced to believe that you have kept up a communication with Havana. Not any, considered Captain, except this cigar, Mr. Aronnax, and thought it does not come from Havana. You will be pleased with it, if you are a connoisseur. I took the cigar which was offered to me. Its shape recalls the locked-down ones, but it seems to be made of leaves of gold. I liked it a little brazier, which was supported upon an elegant bronze stem, and drew the first whiff with the delight of a lover of smoking who has not smoked for days. It is excellent, said I, but it is not tobacco. No, answered the captain. It is tobacco come neither from Havana nor from the east. It is a kind of seaweed, rich in nicotine, with which the sea provides me, but from one sparingly. At that moment, Captain Nemo opened the door which stood opposite to that by which I had entered the library, and I passed into an immense drawing room splendidly lighted. This was a vast four-sided room, 30 feet long, 18 wide, and 15 high. A luminous ceiling decorated with light arabesque shed a soft clear light over all the marvels accumulated in this museum. For it was, in fact, a museum in which an intelligent and prodigal hand had gathered all the treasures of nature and art, with the artistic confusion which distinguishes a painter's studio. 30 first-rate pictures, uniformly framed, separated by bright drapery, ornamented the walls, which were hung with tapestry of severe design. I saw work of great value, the greater part of which I had admired, the special collection of Europe, and in the exhibition of painting, the several schools of the old master were represented by a Madonna of Raphael, a Virgin of Leonardo da Vinci, a nymph of Correggio, a woman of Titian, an adoration of Veronese, an Assumption of Murillo, a portrait of Holbein, a monk of Velasquez, a martyr of Ribera, a fair of Rubens, two Flemish landscapes of Tenier, three little James pictures of Gerard Flo, Mestu, and Paul Potter, two specimens of Jericho and Prudhon, and some pieces of Black Huyson and Vernet. Among the work of modern painter, picture with the signature of Delacroix, Ingres, Descamps, Troyon, Messiaen, Daubigny, etc., and some admirable statues in marble and bronze. After the finest antique models stood upon a pedestal in the corner of this magnificent museum, amazement, as the captain of the Nautilus had predicted, had already begun to take possession of me. Professor, said this strange man, you must excuse the unceremonial way of which I receive you, and the disorder of this room. Sir, I answered, without seeking to know who you are, I recognize in you an artist. An amateur, nothing more, sir, for merely I love to collect these beautiful works created by the hand of man. I took them greedily and ferreted them out indefatigably, and I have been able to bring together some objects of great value. These are my last souvenir of that world which is dead to me. In my eyes, your modern artists have already old. They have 2,000 or 3,000 years in existence. I confound them in my own mind. Master have no age. And this musician, said I, pointing to this work, Weber, Rossini, Mozart, Beethoven, Haydn, Meyerbeer, Herold, Wagner, Auber, Gounod, and a number of others scattered over a large model piano organ which occupied one of the panels of the drawing room. These musicians, replied Captain Nemo, are the contemporary of Orpheus, for in the memory of the dead all chronological differences are effaced, and I am dead, Professor, as much dead as those of your friends who are sleeping 6 feet under the earth. Captain Nemo was silent and seemed lost in a profound reverie. I contemplated with him with deep interest, analyzing the silence and strange expression of his countenance. Leaning his elbow against an angle of a costly mosaic table, he no longer saw me. He had forgotten my presence. I did not disturb his reverie, and continued my observation of the curiosity which enriched the drawing room. Under elegant glass cases, fixed my copper rivets were placed, and he labeled the most precious productions of the sea, which have never been present to the eyes of a naturalist. My delight as a professor may be conceived. The division containing the zoophyte presented the most curious specimens of the two groups of polypi and echinoderm. In the first group, the herbivores were gorgon, arranged like a fan, soft sponge of Syria, isses of the Molucca, penatul, an admirable virgularia of the Norwegian seas, variegated umbelliae, Alcyonariae, and a whole series of madrepores, which is my master Mild Edward, has so cleverly classified, amongst which I remark some wonderful Flabellinae oculinae of the island of Bourbon, the Neptune scar of the Antilles, super varieties of coral, in short, various species of those curiosity of polypi, which entire island are formed with one, which will one day become continent. Of the echinoderm, remarkable for their coating of spine, Asteris, Sistar, Pentacrinae, Comatule, Aerophon, Echini, Holoturi, etc., represented individually as a complete connection of this group. A somewhat nervous conchiolosis would certainly have fainted before the other numerous cases in which were classified the specimens of mollusks. It was a collection of inestimable value, which times failed me to describe minutely. Among these specimens, I will quote from memory only the elegant royal hammerfish of the Indian Ocean, whose regular white spot stood out brightly on a red and brown ground, an imperial spondyle, bright-colored, bristling with spine, a rare specimen of European in the European museums. I estimate this value no less than £1,000. A common hammerfish of the Sea of New Holland, which I only procured with difficulty. Exotic Bucadria of Senegal, fragile white bivalve shell, which a breath might shatter like a soap bubble. Several varieties of Aspergillum of Java, a kind of calcareous tube edged with leafy fold and much debated by amateurs, a whole series of trochee, some greenish yellow, found in the American Sea, others are reddish brown, native of Australian water, others from the Gulf of Mexico. Remarkable for their imbricated shells, stellari found the southern sea, and last the rarest of all, the magnificent spur of New Zealand, and every description of delicate and fragile shell to which science has given appropriate names. Apart in separate compartments were spread out chaplets of pearl of greatest beauty, which reflected the electric light in little spark of fire. Pink pearls turned of the marina of the Red Sea, a green pearl of the Haliodite iris, yellow, blue, and black pearls. The curious reproduction of the diverse mollusks of every ocean, and certain mussels of the water course of the north. Lastly, several specimens of inestimable value, which has been gathered from the rare pintadine. Some of these pearls were larger than a pigeon's egg, and were worth as much and more than which the Tavernier sold the Shah of Persia for 3 million, and surpassed the one in the possession of the Imam of Muscat, which I had believed to be unrivaled in the world. Therefore, to estimate the value of this collection was simply impossible. Captain Nemo must have expended millions in the acquirement of these various specimens, and I was thinking what source he could be drawn from, to have been able to gratify his fancy for collecting. Then I was interrupted by his words. You are examining my shells, Professor. Unquestionably, they must be interesting to a naturalist, but for me they are far greater charm, for I have collected them with all my own hand, and there is not a sea on the face of the globe which has escaped my research. I can understand, Captain, the delight of wondering about the might of such riches. You are one of those who have collected the treasure themselves. No museum in Europe possesses such a collection of produce of the ocean. But if I exhaust all my admiration upon it, I shall have none left for the vessel which carries it. I do not wish to pry into secrets, but I must confess that this Nautilus with the motive power which confined in it, the contrivance which enable it to be worked, the powerful agent which propel it, all excite my curiosity to the highest pitch. I see suspended on the walls of the room instruments of whose use I am ignorant. You will find the same instrument in my own room, Professor, where I shall have much pleasure in explaining their use to you, But first come and inspect the cabin which is set apart for your own use. You must see how you will be accommodated on board the Nautilus. I followed Captain Nemo, who, by one of the doors opening from each panel of the drawing room, regained the waist. He conducted me towards the bow, and where I found not a cabin but an elegant room with a bed, dressing table, and several other pieces of furniture. I could only thank my host. Your room adjoins mine, said he, opening a door, and may open into the drawing room that we have just quit. I entered the captain's room. It had a severe, almost a monkish aspect. A small iron bedstead, a table, some article for the toilet, the whole lighted by a light sky. No comfort, strictness necessary only. Captain Nemo pointed to a seat. Be so good as you sit down, he said. I seated myself and he began thus.
Chapter 11 All by Electricity. Sir, said Captain Nemo, showing me the instrument hanging on the walls of this room. There are the contrivance required for the navigation of the room. For the navigation of the Nautilus. Here, as in the drawing room, I have them always under my eyes, and they indicate my position and exact direction in the middle of the ocean. Some are known to you, such as the thermometer, which gives the internal temperature of the Nautilus, the barometer, which indicates the weight of the air, and foretells the charges of the weather, the hygrometer, which marks the dryness of the atmosphere, the storm glass, the content of which, by decomposing, announces the approach of tempest, the compass, which guides my course, the sextant, which shows the latitude by the altitude of the sun, chronometers, by which I calculate the longitude, and glasses for days and nights, which I use to examine the point of the horizon when the Nautilus rises to the surface of the waves. There are the usual nautical instruments, I replied, and I know the use of them, but the other, no doubt, answer to the particular requirement of the Nautilus. This dial with the movable needle with a manometer. Is it not? It is actually a manometer, but by communication with the water, whose external pressure it indicates, it gives our depth at the same time. And this other instrument, the use of which I cannot guess. Here, Professor, I hoped to give you some explanation. Will you be kind enough to listen to me? He was silent for a few moments, then he said, there is a powerful agent, obedient, rapid, easy, which conforms to every use, and ranks supreme on board my vessel. Everything is done by means of it. It lights it, warps it, and is the soul of my mechanical apparatus. This agent is electricity. Electricity? I cried in surprise. Yes, sir. Nevertheless, Captain, you possess an extreme rapidity of movement, which does not agree well with the power of electricity. Until now, its dynamic force has remained under restraint and has only been able to produce a small amount of power. Professor, said Captain Nemo, my electricity is not everybody's. You know what sea water is composed of? In 1,000 grams are sodium. Then, in a smaller quantity, chloride of magnesium and potassium, bromine and magnesium, sulfate of magnesia, sulfate and carbonate of lime. You see, then, that chloride of sodium forms a large part of it. So it is sodium that I extract from seawater and which I compose my ingredients. I owe you all to the ocean. It produces electricity, and electricity gives heat, light, motion, and in a word, life to the Nautilus. Oh, but not the air you breathe? Oh, I could manufacture the air necessarily for my consumption, but it is useless, because I go up to the surface of the water when I please. However, if electricity does not furnish me with air to breathe, it works at least with the powerful pumps that are stored in spacious reservoirs, and which enable me to prolong all hot needs. And as long as I will, my stay in the depth of the sea, it gives uniform and unintermittent light, which the sun does not. Now look at this clock. It is electrical and does with a regularity that defies the best chronometers. I have divided it into 24 hours, like the Italian clock, because for me there is neither night or day, sun or moon, but only that factitious light that I take with me on the bottom of the sea. Look, just now it is 10 o'clock in the morning. Exactly. Another application of electricity. This dial only in front of us indicates the speed of the Nautilus. An electric thread puts in communication with the screw, and the needle indicates the real speed now. Look, we are spinning along with an uniform speed of 15 miles an hour. It is marvelous, and I see, Captain, you are right to make use of this agent that takes the place of wind, water and steam. We have not finished, Mr. Aronnax, said Captain Nemo, rising. If you follow me, we will examine the stern of the Nautilus. Really, I knew already the anterior part of this submarine boat, of which this is the exact division. Starting from the ship's head, the dining room, 5 yards long, excusez-moi, merci. Separated from the library by a water dining room with a water thing partition. The library, 5 yards long, the large drawing room, 10 yards long, separated by the captain room by a second water-like partition. The said room, 5 yards in the length, mine, 2.5 yards, and lastly a reservoir of air, 7.5 yards, that extends to the bows. Total length, 35 yards, or 105 feet. The partition had doors that were shut hermetically by means of Indian rubber instrument, and they ensured the safety of the Nautilus in case of a leak. I followed Captain Nemo through the waist and arrived at the center of the boat. There was a sort of well that opened between two partitions. An iron ladder, fastened with an iron hook to the partition, led to the upper end. I asked the captain what the ladder was used for. It led to the small boat, I said. He said, "What? You have a boat?" exclaimed in surprise. "Of course, an excellent vessel, light and unsubmersible, that serves either as a fishing or as a pleasure boat. But then, when do you wish to embark? You are obliged to come to the surface of the water?" "Not at all. This boat is attached to the upper part of the hull of the Nautilus, and occupies a cavity made for it. It is decked, quite watering, and held together by solid bolts. This ladder leads to a manhole made in the hull of the Nautilus, that corresponds to a similar hole made in the side of the boat. By this double opening, I get into the small vessel. They shut the one belonging to the Nautilus. I shut the other by means of screw pressure. I undo the bolts, and the little boat goes up to the surface of the sea with prodigious rapidity. I then open the panel of the bridge, carefully shut till them. I mast it, hoist my sail, take our oars, and I'm off. But how do you get back on board? I do not come back, Mr. Aronnax. The Nautilus comes to me. By my orders, an electric thread connects us. I telegraph to it, and that is enough. Really? I said, astonished at these marvels. Nothing can be more simple. After having passed by the cage of the staircase that led to the platform, I saw a cabin 6 feet long, in which Conseil and Ned Land, enchanted with a repast, were devouring it with avidity. Then a large door opened into a kitchen 9 feet long, situated between the large storeroom. There, electricity, better than gas itself, did all the cooking. The stream under the furnace gave out to the sponges of platina, a heat which was regularly kept us and distributed. They also heated a distilling apparatus, which, by evaporation, furnished excellent drinkable water. Near this kitchen was a bathroom comfortably furnished with hot and cold water taps. To the kitchen was the bathroom of the vessel, 16 feet long, but the door was shut, and I could not see the management of it, which might have given me an idea of the number of men employed on board the Nautilus.
At the bottom was a fourth partition that I separated this office from the engine room. A door opened, and I found myself in the compartment where Captain Nemo, certainly an engineer of very high order, has arranged his locomotive machinery. This engine room, clearly light, did not measure less than 56 feet in length. It was divided into two parts. The first contained the material for production electricity, and the second the machinery that connected it with the screw. I examined it with great interest in order to understand the machinery of the Nautilus. "You see," said the captain, "I used Bunsen's contrivance, not Ruhmkorff's. Those would have been powerful enough. Bunsen's are fewer in numbers, but strong and large." Which experience proved to be the best. The electricity produced passes forward where it works by electromagnet of great size on a system of levers and cog wheels that transmit the movement on the axle of the screw. This one, the diameter of which is 19 feet and the thread 23 feet, perform about 120 revolutions in a second. And you get them a speed of 50 miles an hour. I have seen the Nautilus maneuver before the Abraham Lincoln. I have my own ideas as to its speed. But this is not enough. We must see where we go. We must be able to direct it to the right, to the left, above, below. How do you get the great depth where you find an increasing resistance, which is rated by hundreds of atmosphere? How do you return to the surface of the ocean? And how do you maintain yourself in the requisite medium? Am I asking too much? Not at all, Professor, replied the captain with some hesitation. Since you may never leave this submarine boat, come to the salon. It is our usual study, and there you will learn all you want to know about the Nautilus. Chapter 12. Some figures. At a moment after we were seated on a divan in the salon, smoking, the captain showed me a sketch that gave the plan, section and elevation of the Nautilus. Then he began his description in this word. Here, Mr. Aronnax, are the several dimensions of the boat you are in. This is an elongated cylinder with conical ends. It is very like a cigar in shape, a shape already adopted in London in several constructions of same sort. The length of this cylinder from stern to stern is exactly 232 feet, and its maximum breadth is 26 feet. It is not built quite like your long voyage steamers, but its lines are sufficiently long and curve prolonged enough to allow the water to slide off easily and oppose no obstacle to its passage. Their two dimensions enable you to obtain by a single calculation the surface cubic content of the Nautilus. Its area measures 6,032 feet, and its content is about 1,500 cubic yards. That is to say, when completely immense, it displays 50,000 feet of water, or weight 1,500 tons. When I made the plan for this submarine vessel, I mean that 9 should be submerged. Consequently, I ought only to displace 9 of its bulk. That is to say, only to weigh that number of tons. I ought not, before you have to have exceeded that weight, constraining it to the aforesaid dimension. The Nautilus is composed of two hulls, one inside, the other outside, joined by T-shaped irons, which it renders it very long. Indeed, owing to this cellular arrangement, it resists like a block. As if it were solid, its sides cannot yield. It covers spontaneously and not by the closeness of its river, and the homogeneity of its construction, due to the perfect union of the materials, enable it to defy the rugged seas. These two hulls are composed of steel plates, whose density from 0.7 to 0.8 that of water. It is not less than 2 inches and a half thick, and weighs 394 tons. The second envelope, the kneels 20 inches high and 10 thick, weighed about 62 tons. The engine, the ballast, the several accessories and apparatus appendage, the partitions and bulkhead weighed 961.62 tons. Do you follow all this? I do. Then when the Nautilus is afloat under this circumstance, 1/10 is out of the water. Now, if I had a reservoir of a size equal to this tent, or capable of holding 150 tons, and if I fill them with water, the boat weighing then 1,507 tons will be completely immersed. That will happen, Professor. This reservoir are in the lower part of the Nautilus. I turn on taps and I fill, and the vessel sinks. That had just been leveled with the surface. Well, Captain, but now we come to the real difficulty. I can understand your rising to the surface, but diving below the surface does not your submarine contrivance encounter a pressure and consequently undercool an upward thrust of 1 atmosphere for every 30 feet of water, just about 15 pounds per square inch. Just so, sir. Then, unless you quite fill the Nautilus, I do not see how you can draw it down into those depths. Professor, you must not confound static with dynamics, or you will be exposed to grave errors. There is very little labor spent in maintaining the lower region of the attaining the lower region of the ocean, for all bodies have a tendency to sink. When I wanted to find out the necessary increase of rate required to sink the Nautilus, I had only to calculate the reduction of volume that seawater acquires according to the depth. That is evident. Now, if water is not absolutely incompressible, it is at least capable of a very slight compression. Indeed, after the most recent calculation, its reduction is only about 0.00436 of an atmosphere for each 30 feet of depth. If you want to sink 3,000 feet, I should keep account for the reduction of bulk under a pressure equal to that of a column of water of 1,000 feet. This calculation is easily verified. Now I have supplementary reservoir capable of holding 100 tons. Therefore I can sink to a considerable depth. When I wish to rise of the level of the sea, I only let off the water and empty all the reservoir if I want the Nautilus to emerge from the 10th part of her total capacity. I had nothing to object to this reasoning. I admit your calculation, Captain, I replied. I should be wrong to dispute them since daily experience considers them, but I foresee a real difficulty in the way. What, sir? When you are about 1,000 feet deep, the walls of the Nautilus bear a pressure of 100 atmosphere. If then, just how you were the empty supplementary reservoir to lighten the vessel and go up to the surface, the pump must overcome the pressure of 100 atmosphere, which is 1,500 limbs per square inch. From that a power that electricity alone can give, said the captain hastily. I repeat, sir, that the dynamic power of my engine is almost infinite. The pumps of the Nautilus have an enormous power, as you must have observed when they just water burst like a torrent upon the Abraham Lincoln. Besides, I use subsidiary reservoir only to attain a mean depth of 750 feet to 1,000 fathoms, and that with the view of managing my machine. Also, when I have a mind to visit the depth of the ocean 5 or 6 miles below the surface, I make use of slower but not less infallible means. What are they, Captain? That involves my telling you how the Nautilus is worked. I am impatient to learn. To steer this boat to starboard or port, to turn in a word following a horizontal plane, I use my ordinary rudder fixed on the back of the stern post, and with one wheel and some tackle to steer by, but I can also make the Nautilus rise and sink and rise by a vertical movement by means of two inclined planes fastened to its sides opposite the center of flotation planes that move in every direction and that are worked by powerful levers from the interior. If the planes are kept parallel with the boat, it moves horizontally. It slanted the Nautilus according to its inclination and under the influence of the screw, either sink diagonally or rise diagonally as it suits me. And even if I wish to more quickly to the surface, I ship the screw, and the pressure of the water causes the Nautilus to rise vertically like a balloon filled with hydrogen. Bravo, Captain, but how can the steersman follow the route in the middle of the waters? The steersman is placed in a glazed box that is raised above the hull of the Nautilus and furnished with lenses. Are these lenses capable of resisting such pressure? Perfectly. Glass, which breaks at a blow, is nevertheless capable of offering considerable resistance. During some experiments of fishing by electric light in 1864 in the northern seas, we saw plate less than a third of an inch thick resist a pressure of 16 atmospheres. Now the glass that I use is no less than 30 times thicker. Granted, but after all, in order to see, the light must exceed the darkness, and in the midst of the darkness in the water, how can you see? Behind the steersman's cage is placed a powerful electric reflector, the rays from which light up the sea for half a mile in front. Ah, bravo, Captain. Now I can account for this phosphorescence in the supposed narwhal that I puzzled us so. I now ask you if the boating of the Nautilus and of the Scotia, that has made much noise, has been the result of a chance rencontre. Quite accidental, sir. I was sailing only to the 1 fathom below the surface of the water. Then the shock came. It had no bad result. None, sir. But how about your encounter with Abraham Lincoln? Professor, I am sorry for one of the best vessels in the American Navy, but they attacked me, and I was bound to defend myself. I contented myself, however, with putting the frigate hors de combat. She did not have any difficulty in getting repaired at the next port. Ah, Commander, your Nautilus is certainly a marvelous boat. Yes, Professor, and I love it as if it were part of myself. If danger threatens one of your vessels on the ocean, the first impression of the feeling is of an abyss above and below. On the Nautilus, man's heart never failed them. No defect to be afraid of. For the double shell, it is firm as iron, no engine to attend to, no sail for the wind to carry away, no boiler to burst, no fire to fear. For the vessel, it is made of iron, not of wood. No coal to run short, no electricity. For electricity is the only mechanical agent. No collision to fear. For it alone swims in deep water, no tempest to brave. For when it dives below the water, it reaches absolute tranquility. There, sir, it is a perfection of vessel. That is the perfection of vessels. And if it is true that the engineer has more confidence in the vessel than the builder, and the builder than the captain himself, do you understand the trust I repose on my Nautilus? For I am, once again, builder and engineer. But how could you contrast this wonderful Nautilus in secret? Each separate portion, Mr. Aronnax, was brought from different parts of the globe. The keel was forged at Creusot, the shaft of the screw at Pen & Co in London, the iron plate and the hull yard of Liverpool, the screw itself got at Scott at Glasgow, the reservoir was made by Kyle & Co at Paris, the engine by Krupp in Prussia, it break its Notala workshop in Sweden, its mechanical instrument by Hart Brothers at New York, etc. Each of these people had my orders under different names, but this part had to be put together and arranged. Professor, I had to set up my workshop and shop on desert islands in the ocean, where my workmen, that is to say the brave men that I instruct and indicated, and myself put together our Nautilus. Then, when we work was finished, fire destroyed all trace of our proceeding on this island, that I could have jumped over if I have liked. Then the cost of this vessel is great. Aronnax, an iron vessel cost 45 pounds per ton. Now the Nautilus weight 1,000. Now the Nautilus weight 1,500. It came before to 67,500 and 18,000 pounds more for fitting it up. and about 200,000 pounds with the work of art and the question it contains. One last question, Captain Nemo. Ask it, Professor. Are you rich? Immensely rich, and I could, without missing it, pay the national debt of France. I stared at the singular person who spoke to us. Was he playing upon my credulity? The future would decide that. Chapter 13. The Black River. The portion of the terrestrial globe which is covered by water is estimated at upwards of 18 million of acres. This fluid mat comprises 2,150 million of cubic miles, forming a spherical body of a diameter of 60 leagues. The rate of meaning of this figure, it is necessary to observe that quintillion is to a billion as a billion is to unity. In other words, there are as many billions in a quintillion that there is unit in a billion. This matter of fluid is equal about the quantity of water which will be discharged by all the rivers of the earth in 40,000 years. During the geological epoch, the ingenious period succeeded to the Aqueous. The ocean originally prevailed everywhere. Then, by degrees in the Silurian period, the pops of the mountain began to appear. The islands emerged, then disappeared in a partial deluge, reappeared, became settled, formed continent, till all length the earth became geographically arranged. As we see in the present day, the solid had wrestled from the liquid 30,657 square miles, equal to 12,960 million of acres. The shape of continent allows to divide the water into 5 great portions: the Arctic or frozen ocean, the Atlantic or frozen ocean, the Indian, the Atlantic, and the Pacific Ocean. The Pacific Ocean extends from north to south between the two polar circles, and from east to west between Asia and America. Over an extent of 145 degrees of longitude, it is the quietest of seas. Its currents are broad and slow. It has medium tides and abundant rain, such as the ocean that my fate destined me to first to travel in order under these strange conditions. Sir, said Captain Nemo, we will, if you please, take our bearings and fix the starting point of this voyage. It is 11:45. I will go up again to the surface. The captain pressed an electric clock 3 times. The pump began to derive the water from the tanks. The needle of the manometer marked by a different pressure the ascent of the Nautilus, then it stopped. We have arrived, said the captain. I went to the central staircase which opened to the platform, clambered in the iron steps, and found myself on the upper part of the Nautilus. The platform was only 3 feet out of water. The iron and back of the Nautilus was of a spindle-shaped, which caused it justly to be compared to a cigar. I noticed that its iron plates, slightly overlaying each other, resembled the shell which clothes the body of our large terrestrial reptiles. It explained me how natural it was, in spite of all glasses, that this boat should have been taken for a marine animal. Towards the middle of the platform, the longboard, half buried in the hull of the vessel, formed a slight excrescence. Fore and aft rose 2 cages of medium weight with inclined sides, and partly closed by 6 lenticular glacis, one destined to the steersman to direct the Nautilus, the other containing a brilliant lantern to give light on the road. The sea was beautiful, the sky pure. Scarcely cooled, the long vehicle filled the broad undulation of the ocean. A light breeze from the east rippled the surface of the water. The horizon, free from fog, made observation easy. Nothing was in sight, not a quicksand, not an island, a vast desert. Captain Nemo, by the help of his sextant, he took the altitude of the sun, which ought also to give the latitude. He waited for some moment, till its disk touched the horizon. Whilst taking observation, not a muscle moved. The instrument could not have been more motionless in a hand of marble. 12 o'clock, sir, said he, when you like. I cast a last look upon the sea, slightly yellowed by the Japanese coast and descended to the saloon. And now, sir, I leave you for my studies, added the captain. Our course is E&E, our depth is 26 fathom. Here are maps of a large scale by which you may follow it. The saloon is at your disposal, and with your permission I will retire. Captain Nemo bowed, and I remained alone, lost in my thought and bearing of the commanders of the Nautilus. For a whole hour I was deep in this reflection, seeking to pierce this mystery so interesting to me. Then my eyes fell upon the vast planisphere spread upon the table, and I placed my finger on the very spot where the given latitude and longitude crossed. The sea, that it has large river like the continent, there are special currents known by their temperature and their color. The most remarkable of these is known by the name of the Gulf Stream. Science has decided on the globe the direction of 5 principal currents, one in the North Atlantic, a second in the south, a third in the North Pacific, a fourth in the south, and fifth in the southern Indian Ocean. It is a fourth in the south, a fifth in the southern Indian Ocean. It is even probable that a sixth current exists at one time or another in the northern Indian Ocean, when the Caspian and Aral Sea formed, but one vast sheet of water. At this point indicated on the planisphere, one of these currents was rolling the Kuro-Sivo of the Japanese. The Black River, which living on tropical sun crosses the Strait of Malacca along the coast of Asia, turns into the North Pacific and Aleutian Island, carrying with it trunks of camphor trees and the other indigenous production, and edging the waves of the ocean with the pure indigo of its warm water. It was this current that the Nautilus was to follow. I followed it with my eyes, saw it lose itself in the vastness of the Pacific, and felt myself drawn with it. When Ledland and Conseil appeared at the floor of the salon, my 2 brave companions remained petrified at the sight of the wonder spread before me. Where are we? Where are we? Explained the Canadian. In the museum at Quebec? My friends, I answered, making a sign for them to enter. We are not in Canada, but you are on board the Nautilus, 50 yards below the level of the sea. But Mr. Aronnax, said Ned Land, can you tell me how many men there are on board? 10, 20, 50, 100? I cannot answer you, Mr. Land. It is better to abandon for all time the idea of seizing the Nautilus or escaping from it. The ship is a masterpiece of modern industry, and I should be sorry not to have seen it. Many people would accept the situation forced upon us, only to move amongst such wonders. So be quiet and let us try and see what passes around us. See, exclaimed the harpooner, but we can see nothing in this island present. We are walking, we are sailing blindly. Ned Land had scarcely pronounced this word when all was suddenly darkness. The luminous sailing was gone, so rapidly that my eyes received a painful impression. Remained mute, not stirring and not knowing what surprise awaited us, whether agreeable or disagreeable. A sliding noise was heard. One could have said that panels were working at the side of the Nautilus. It is the end of the end, said Ned Land. Suddenly light broke off each side of the salon. Throughout 2 oblong openings, the liquid mass appeared vividly lit up by the electric gleam. 2 crystal plates separated us from the sea. At first I trembled at the thought that this frail partition might break, but strong bands of copper bound them, giving an almost infinite power of resistance. The sea was distinctly visible for a mile all around the Nautilus. What a spectacle! What pen can describe it? For who could paint the effect of the light through those transparent sheets of water, and the softness of the successive gradation of the lower to the superior strata of the ocean? We know the transparency of the sea, and that is clearness in far. It holds in suspension, weighten its 18 in transparency. In certain parts of the ocean at the Antilles, under 75 fathoms of water, can be seen with surprising clearness a bed of suns. The penetrating power of the phantoms of the solar rays does not seem to cease for a depth of 150 fathoms. But in the middle fluid travelled over by the Nautilus, the electric brightness was produced even by the bosom of the wave. It was no longer luminous water, but liquid light. On each side, a window opened into this unexplored abyss. The obscurity of the saloon showed to the advantage the brightness outside, and we looked out as if the pure crystal had been in the crystal. On each side, a window opened to the unexplored abyss. The obscurity of the saloon showed to advantage the brightness outside, and we looked as if this pure crystal had been the glass of an immense aquarium. You wish to see, friend Ned? Well, you see now. Curious, muttered the Canadian, who, is forgetting his ill-tempered, seemed to submit to some irresistible attraction, and one will come further than to admire such a sight. Ah, took I to myself, I understand the life of this man. He has made a world apart for himself, in which he treasures all his greatest wonders. For 2 hours whole an aquatic army escorted the Nautilus. During their games they bound, while rivaling each other in beauty, brightness and velocity. I distinguished the green labber, the banded mullet marked by a double line of black, the rook-tailed goby of a white color, with violet spots on the back, a Japanese scobrus, a beautiful mackerel of the seas, with a blue body and silvery head, the brilliant azurors, whose name alone defies description. Some banded spurs with variegated fins of blues and yellows, some aclostones, the woodcocks of the seas, some specimens of which attain a yard in length, Japanese salamander, spider lampreys, serpent 6 feet long, with eyes in small and livery, and a large mouth bristling with teeth, with many other species. Our imagination was kept at its height. Interjections followed quickly on each other. Ned named the fish, and Conseil classed them. It was in ecstasy that, with the vivacity of their movement and with the beauty of their forms, never had it been given to me surprise these animals, alive and at liberty, in their natural element. I will not mention all the varieties which passed before my dazzled eyes. All the collection of the Sea of China and Japan, these fish, more numerous than the birds of the air, came attracted, no doubt, by the brilliant focus of the electric light. Suddenly there was daylight in the saloon, and I went pale and closed again, and the enchanting vision disappeared. But for a long time I dreamed, until my eyes on the instrument hanging on the partition. The compass still showed the course of the ENE on the nanometer, indicated a pressure of 5 atmospheres, equivalent to a depth of 25 fathoms. And the electric log gave a speed of 50 miles an hour. I expected Captain Nemo, but he did not appear. The clock marked the hour of 5. Ned Land and Conseil returned to their cabin. To my chamber. No. Returned to their cabin, and I returned to my chamber. My dinner was ready. It was composed of turtle soup made of the most delicate hook bills of a surmullet served with puff paste, the liver of which, prepared by itself, was most delicious, and fillet of the emperor holocanthus, the savor of which seemed to be superior even to salmon. I passed the evening reading, writing and thinking. Then sleep overpowered me, and I stretched myself on my couch of Zostera and slept profoundly. And whilst the Nautilus was gliding rapidly throughout the current of the Black River. Chapter 14: A Note of Innovation. The next day was the 9th of November. I awoke after a long sleep of 12 hours. Conseil came, according to custom, to know how I had passed the night and to offer his service. He had left his friend, the Canadian, sleeping like a man who had never done anything else all his life. I let the worthy fellow chatter as he pleased, without caring to answer him, as I was preoccupied by the absence of the captain during our sitting the day before, and hoping to see him today. As soon as I was dressed, I went into the salon. It was deserted. I plunged into the city of my conchological treasure hidden behind the glasses. I reveled also in great herbals filled with the rarest marine plants, which, although dried up, retained their lovely colors. Amongst these precious hydrophytes I remarked some Vorticellae, Pavonariae, delicate semiramis with scarlet tints, some fan-shaped agari, and some natabuli, like a flat mushroom, which at one time used to be classed as zoophyte, in short, a perfect series of algae. The whole day passed without my being honored by a visit from Captain Nemo. The panels of the salon did not open. Perhaps they did not wish us to tire of these beautiful things. The course of the Nautilus was E&E, her speed 12 knots, the depth below the surface between 25 and 30 fathoms. The next day, 10th of November, the same desertion, the same solitude. I did not see any one of the ship's crew. Ned and Conseil spent the greater part of the day with me. They were astonished at the inexplicable absence of Captain. Was it singular man ill? Had he altered his intention with regard to us? After all, as Conseil said, we enjoyed perfect liberty. We were delicately and abundantly fed. Our host kept to his term of the treaty. We could not complain. And indeed, the singularity of our fate reserved such wonderful compensation for us that we had no right to accuse it as yes. That day I commenced the journal of these adventures, which has enabled me to relate them with more scrupulous exactitude and minute detail. I wrote it on paper made to the Zostera Marina. 11th November, early in the morning, the fresh air spreading over the interior of the Nautilus told me that we had come to the surface of the ocean to renew our supply of oxygen. I directed my step in the central staircase and mounted a platform. It was 6 o'clock. The weather was cloudy, the sea grey but calm, scarcely a billow. Captain Nemo, whom I hoped to meet, would he be there? I saw no one but the steerman. I saw no one but the steerman imprisoned in his glass cage, seated upon the protection formed by the hull of the pinnace. I inhaled the salt breeze with delight. By degrees the fog disappeared under the action of the sun's rays. The radiant orb rose from behind the eastern horizon. The sea flamed under its glance like a train of gunpowder. The clouds scattered in the height were colored with lively tints of beautiful shade and numerous martails, which detokened with wind for that day. But what was wind to this Nautilus, which tempest would not frighten? I was admiring this joyous rising of the sun, so gay and so life-giving. When I heard steps approaching the platform, I was prepared to salute Captain Nemo, but it was the second who I had already seen in the captain's third visit, who appeared. We advanced to the platform, not seeming to see me, but he pulled forward to his height, he scanned every point of the horizon with great attention. This examination over, he approached the panel and pronounced a sentence in exactly these terms. I have remembered it for every morning that it was repeated under exactly the same conditions. With his powerful glass to his eyes, he scanned every point of the horizon with great attention. This examination over, he approached the panel and pronounced a sentence in exactly this term. I have remembered it. For every morning, it was repeated under exactly the same condition. It was just worked. Notron respok lo nor lorni versh. That it means I could not say. This word pronounced, the second descended. I thought that the Nautilus was about to return to its submarine navigation. I regained the panel and returned to my chamber. Thus 5 days sped thus, without any change in our situation. Every morning I mounted the platform. The same phrase was pronounced by the same individual, but Captain Nemo did not appear. I had made up my mind that I should never see it again. Then on the 16th November, on returning to my room with Ned and Conseil, I found upon my table a note addressed to me. I opened it impatiently. It was written in a bold, clear hand. The character hand pointed, recalling the German type. The note was worked as follows. To Professor Aronnax on board the Nautilus. 6th of November, 1867. Captain Nemo invite Professor Aronnax to a hunting party, which will take place tomorrow morning in the fortress of the islands of Crespo. He hopes that nothing will prevent the professor from being present, and he will, with pleasure, see him joined by his companions, Captain Nemo, commander of the Nautilus. A hunt, exclaimed Ned, and in the forest of the islands of Crespo, added Conseil. Oh, and the gentleman is going on terra firma, replied Ned Land. That seems to be clearly indicated, said I, reading the letter once more. Well, we must accept, said the Canadian. But once more on dry ground, we shall know what to do. Indeed, I shall not be sorry to eat a piece of fresh venison. Without seeking to reconcile what was contradictory between Captain Nemo's manifest aversion of islands and continent and his invitation to hunt in a forest, I contented myself with replying, let us first see where the island Crespo is. I consulted the planisphere, and in 32 degrees 4 seconds north latitude and 157 degrees 50 seconds west longitude, I found a small island, recognized in 1801 by Captain Crespo, and marked in the ancient Spanish maps as Roca de la Plata, the meaning of which is the Silver Rock. We were then about 1800 miles from our starting point, and the course of the Nautilus, a little change, was bringing it towards the southeast. I showed this little rock on the midst of the North Pacific to my companions. If Captain Nemo does sometimes go on dry ground, said I, he at least chose desert islands. Ned once shrugged his shoulder without speaking, and Conseil and he left me. After supper, which was served by the steward, mute and impassive, I went to bed, not without some anxiety. The next morning, on the 17th November, on awakening, I felt that the Nautilus was perfectly still. I dressed quickly and entered the saloon. Captain Nemo was there waiting for me. He rose, bowed, and asked me if it was convenient for me to accompany him, as he made an allusion to its absence during the 8th day. I did not mention it, I simply answered that my companion and myself were ready to follow him. We entered the dining room where breakfast was served. Mr. Aronnax, said the captain, pray, share my breakfast without ceremony. We will chat as we eat. For truth, I promised you in a walk in the forest. I did not undertake to find hotels here, so breakfast as a man who will most likely not have his dinner till very late. I did honor to the repast. It was composed of several kinds of fish, and slices of Olonturidae, excellent zoophytes, and different sorts of seaweed. Our drink consisted of pure water, to which the captain added some drops of a fermented liquor, extracted by the Kamchatka method from a seaweed known under the name of Rhodomenia palmata. Captain Nemo ate at first without saying a word, then it began. Sir, when I proposed you to hunt in my submarine forest of Crespo, you evidently took me mad. Sir, you should never judge lightly of any man. But Captain, believe me, be kind enough to listen, and you will then see whether you have any cause to accuse me of folly and contradiction. I listen. You know as well as I do, Professor, that man can live underwater, providing he carries with him and a sufficient supply of breathable air. In submarine works, the workman, clad in impervious dress with his head in a metal helmet, receives air from above by means of forcing pumps and regulators. That is a diving apparatus, said I. Just so. But under these conditions, the man is not liberty. He is attached to the pump which sends him air throughout the India rubber tube, and if we are obliged to be thus held to the Nautilus, we could not go far. And the means of getting free, I asked. It is not use the recoil apparatus invented by two of our own countrymen, which I have enough to perfection my own use, and which will allow you to risk yourself under this new physiological condition, without any organ whatever suffering. It consists of a reservoir of thick iron plates, in which I store the air under a pressure of 50 atmospheres. This reservoir is fixed on the back by means of braces, like a soldier's knapsack. Its upper part forms a box in which the air is kept by means of a bellow, and therefore cannot escape unless at its normal tension. In the recoil apparatus such as we use, the two-inch rubber pipes leave this box and join sort of tent which holds the nose and the mouth. One is to introduce fresh air, the other is to let out the fuel, and the tongue closes one or the other according to the wants of the respirator. But in conquering great pressure at the bottom of the seas, I was obliged to set my head, like that of a diver, in a ball of copper, and it is to this ball of copper that the two pipes, the inspirator and the expirator, open. Perfectly, Captain Nemo. But the air that you carry you must soon be used. When it only contains 50% of oxygen, it is no longer fit to breathe. Right. But I told you, Mr. Aronnax, that the pump of the Nautilus allow me to store the air under considerable pressure, and on those conditions the reservoir of the apparatus can furnish breathable air for 9 or 10 hours. I have no further objection to make, I answer. I will only ask for you one thing, Captain. How can you like your road at the bottom of the sea? With the Ruhmkorff apparatus, Mr. Aronnax. One is carried on the back, the other is fastened to the waist. It is composed of Bunsen peel, which I do not work with bichromate of potash, but with sodium. A wire is introduced which collects the electricity produced and directs it towards a particularly made lantern. Its lantern is a spiral glass which contains a small quantity of carbonic gas. When the apparatus is at work, this gas becomes luminous, giving out a wide and continuous light. Thus provided, I can breathe and I can see. Captain Nemo, to all my objections you made such crushing answer that I dare no longer doubt. But if I am forced to admit the recoil and the Ruhmkorff apparatus, I must be allowed some reservation with regard to the gun I am to carry. But it's not a gun for powder, answered the captain. Then it is an air gun, doubtless. How would you have the manufactured gunpowder on board without either saltpetre, sulfur or charcoal? Besides, I added, to fire underwater in a medium 850 feet denser than air, we must conquer every conceivable resistance. That would be no difficulty. There exist guns, according to Fulton. Perfect in English by Philip Coles and Burley, in France by Furcy, and in Italy by Landi, which are furnished with peculiar system of closing, which can fire under these conditions. But I repeat, having no powder, I use air under great pressure, with the pumps of the Nautilus furnished abundantly. But this air must be rapidly used, Well, I have not my ropanol reservoir, which can furnish at its need. A tap, it's all it's required. Besides, Mr. Arnax, you must see yourself that during our submachine hunt, we can spend little hair and but few balls. And it seems to be that in this twilight and in the midst of the flood, which is very dense compared to the atmosphere, shots could not go too far nor easily prove mortal. Sir, on the contrary, which is this gun every blow is mortal, and however lightly the animal is touched, it falls as it is struck by a thunderbolt. Why? Because the balls sent by this gun are not ordinary balls, but little cases of glass, invented by Lenny Brooke, an Australian chemist, of which I have large supply. These glass cases are covered with a case of steel and weighted with a pellet of lead. They are real Leiden bottles, into which the electricity is forced to a very high tension. With the slightest shock, they are discharged, and the animal, however strong it may be, falls dead. I must tell you that these cases are size number 4, and that the charge for an ordinary gun will be 10. I will argue no longer, I replied, rising from the table. I have nothing left but to make my gun. At all events, I will go where you go. Captain Nemo then led me aft, and in passing before Ned and Conseil's cabin, I called my 2 companions, who followed immediately. Then we came to a kind of cell near the machinery room in which we were to put our walking dress. Chapter 15. A walk on the bottom of the sea. This cell was, to speak correctly, the arsenal and wardrobe of the Nautilus. A dozen diving apparatus hung from the partition waiting our use. Ned Land, on seeing them, showed evident repugnance to dress himself in one. But, my worthy Ned, the forests of the island of Crespo are nothing but submarine forests. Good, said the disappointed harpooner, who saw his dream of fresh meat fade away. And you, Mr. Aronnax, are you going to dress yourself in those clothes? There is no alternative, Master Ned. As you please, sir, replied the harpooner, shrugging his shoulders. But as for me, unless I am forced, I will never get into one. No one will force you, Master Ned, said Captain Nemo. It is Conseil going to risk it? Asked Ned. I follow my master wherever he goes, replied Conseil. As the captain called, 2 of the ship's crew came to help us dress in these heavy and impervious clothes, made of Indian rubber without steam, constructed expressly to resist considerable pressure. One would have thought it a suit of armor, both supple and resisting. This suit formed trousers and waistcoats. The trousers were finished of these thick boots, weighted with heavy leaden sole. The texture of the waistcoat was held together by hands of copper, which crossed the chest, protecting it from a great pressure of water, and leaving the lung free to act. The sleeves ended in gloves, which in no way restrained the movement of the hands. There was a vast difference noticeable between these consummate apparatuses and the old cork breastplate, jacket, and other contrivance in vogue during the 18th century. Captain Nemo and one of his companions, a sort of Hercule who must have possessed all strength, good strength, Conseil, myself were soon enveloped in the dresses, where remained nothing more but to be done but to enclose our head in the metal box. But before proceeding to this operation, I asked the captain permission to examine the gun we were to carry. One of the Nautilus men gave me a simple gun, butt end of which, made of steel, hollow in the center, which a valve worked by a spring the allowed to escape into a metal tube. A box of projectile in a groove in the thickness of the butt end. Contain about 20 of these electric balls, which by means of a spring were forced into the barrel of the gun. As soon as one shot was fired, another was ready. Captain Nemo, said I, this arm is perfect and easily handled. I only ask to be allowed to try it, but how shall we gain the bottom of the sea? At this moment, Professor, the Nautilus is stranded in 5 fathoms, and we have nothing to do but to start. But how shall we get off? You shall see. Captain Nemo thrust his head into the helmet. Conseil and I did the same, not without hearing an ironical "good sport" from the Canadian. The upper part of our dress terminated in a copper collar, upon which was screwed the metal helmet. 3 holes, protected by thick glass, allowed us to see in all directions. By simply turning our head in the interior of the headdress, as soon as this was in position, the recoil apparatus of our back began to act, and, for my part, I could breathe with ease. With the Ruhmkorff lamp hanging from my belt and the gun in my hand, I was ready to set out. But to speak the truth, I, imprisoned in this heavy garment and glued to the deck of my leaden soul, it was impossible for me to take a step. But this state of things was provided for. I felt myself being pushed into a little room contiguous to the wardrobe room. My companions followed along in the same way. I heard a watertight door furnished with stopper plates closed upon us, and we were wrapped in profound darkness. After some minutes, a loud hissing was heard. I felt the cold mount from my feet to my chest, evidently from some part of the vessel they had, by means of a tap, given entrance onto the water which was invading us, and with which the room was soon filled. A second floor cut in the side of the Nautilus then opened. We saw a faint light. In another instant, our feet trod the bottom of the sea. And now how can I retrace the impression left upon me by that walk under the waters? Words are impotent to relate such wonders. Captain Nemo walked in front. His companion followed some steps behind. Conseil and I remained near each other, as if an exchange of words had been possible throughout our metallic cases. I no longer felt the weight of my clothing, nor of my shoes, of my reservoir of air, my thick helmet, in the midst of which my head rattled like an almond in its shell. The thing which leads the soul 30 feet below the surface of the ocean astonished me by its power. The solar rays shone throughout the watery mass easily, and dissipated all color, and I clearly distinguished objects at a distance of 150 yards. Beyond that, the tint darkened into fine gradation of ultramarine, and faded into vague obscurity. Truly, this water which surrounded me was but another air denser than terrestrial atmosphere, but almost as transparent. Above me was a calm surface of the sea. We were walking on fine, even sound, not wrinkled, as on a flat shore, which retains the impression of the billows. This dazzling carpet, really a reflector, repelled the rays of the sun with wonderful intensity, which accounted for the vibration which penetrated every atom of liquid. Shall I be believed when I say that at the depth of 30 feet I could see as if I was in broad daylight? For a quarter of an hour I trod on this sound with the impalpable dust of shells. The hull of the Nautilus, resembling a lone shoal, disappeared by degrees. But its lantern, when darkness should overtake us in the water, would help to guide us on board by its distinct rays. Soon forms of objects outlined the distance were discernible. I recognized magnificent rocks hung by with a tapestry of zoophyte of the most beautiful kind, and I was at first struck by the peculiar effect of this medium. It was then 10 in the morning. The rays of the sun struck the surface of the water waves at rather an oblique angle, and at the touch of the light, decomposed by refraction as throughout of a prism, flowers, rocks, plants, shell, and polypi were shaded at the edge by the 7 solar colors. It was marvelous, at feast for the eyes, this complication of colored tint, a perfect kaleidoscope of green, yellow, orange, violets, indigo, and blue. In one word, the whole palette of an enthusiastic colorist. Why would I not communicate to Conseil the livery sensation which were mounting to my brain and rival him in expression of admiration? For aught I knew, Captain Nemo and his companion may be able to exchange looks by means of sign previously agreed upon. So, for want of better, I talked to myself. I declaimed in the copper box which covered my hand, thereby expending more air in vain words than it was perhaps expedient. Various kinds of Isis, clusters of pure tuft coal, prickly fungi, and anemones formed a brilliant garden of flowers, enameled with porphytae, decked with a collarette of blue tentacles, sea stars studding the sandy bottom, together with asterophytons like fine lace embroidered by the hands of naiads, whose festoons were waved by the gentle undulation caused by our walk. It was a real grief to me to crush under my feet the brilliant specimen of mollusk which strewed the ground by thousands, of hammerhead Donaceae, veritable bounding shells, of staircases, and red helmet shells, angel wings, and many other produced by this inexhaustible ocean. But we were bound to walk, so we went on. Whilst above our head waved shoals of phyllacid, leaving their tentacle to float in their brain. Medusae, whose umbrella of opal or rose pink, escalloped with a band of blue, sheltered us from the ray of the sun, and fiery Pelagiae, which, in the darkness, would have strewn our path with phosphorescent light. All these wonders I saw in the pace of a quarter of a mile, scarcely stopping and following Captain Nemo, who beckoned me on by sign. Soon the nature of the soil changed. On the sandy plain succeeded an extent of slimy mud, which the Americans call ooze, composed of plain of seaweed, of wild and luxuriant vegetation. This sward was of close texture and soft to the feet, and rivaled the softest carpet woven by the hand of man. But whilst the verdure was spread at our feet, it did not abandon our head. A light network of marine plants, of that inexhaustible family of seaweed of which more than 2,000 kinds are known, grew on the surface of the water. I saw long ribbons of fucus floating, some globular, others tuberous, Laurentiale and Cladostephae of most delicate foliage, and some Rhodomeniae palmatae, resembling the fan of a cactus. I noticed that the green plant kept nearer the top of the sea, while the red were at a greater depth, leaving to the black or brown hydrophyte the care of forming gardens and parterres in the remote beds of the ocean. We had quitted the Nautilus about an hour and a half. It was near noon. I knew by perpendicularity of the sun's rays, which were no longer refracted. The magical color disappeared. By degrees, and the shade of emerald and sapphire were effaced. We walked with a regular step, which rang upon the ground with astonishing intensity. The slightest noise was transmitted with a quickness to which the ear was unaccustomed on the earth. Indeed, water is a better conductor of sound than air, in the ratio of 4 to 1. At this period, the earth sloped downward. The light took an uniform tint. We were at depth of hundreds of miles, 105 yards and 20 inches, undergoing a pressure of 6 atmosphere. At this depth, I could still see the rays of the sun, shook feebly. Today, intense brilliancy had succeeded a reddish twilight, the lowest state between day and night, but we could still see well enough. It was not necessary to resort to the Ruhmkorff apparatus as yet. At this moment, Captain Nemo stopped. He waited till I joined him, and then pointed to an obscure mass, looming in the shadow, at a short distance. It is the forest of the islands of Crespo, Tutai, and I was not mistaken. Chapter 16. A submarine forest. We had at last arrived on the border of this forest, doubtless one of the finest of Captain Nemo's immense domains. He looked upon it as its own, and considered he had the same right over it that the first man had in the first days of the world. And indeed, who would have disputed with him the possession of this submarine property? What other hardier pioneer will come, hatched in hand, to cut down the dark copses? This forest was composed of large tree plants. At the moment we penetrated under its vast arcades, it was struck by the singular position of their branches, a position I had not yet observed. Not a hair which carpeted the ground, not a branch which clothed trees, was either broken or bent, nor did they extend horizontally. All stretched up to the surface of the ocean, not a filament, not a ribbon, however thin they might be, but kept as straight as rod of iron. The Fuki and Ilianas grew in rigid perpendicular lines due to the density of the elements which had produced them. Motionless, yet they bent to one side of the hand. They directly resumed their former. When bent to one side by the hand, they directly resumed their former position. Truly, it was a region of perpendicularity. I soon accustomed myself to this fanatic position, as well as to the comparative darkness which surrounded us. The soil of the forest seemed covered with sharp blocks, difficulty to avoid. The submarine floor struck me as being very perfect, and richer even than it would have been in the Arctic of tropical zones. There were where these productions are not so plentiful, but for some minutes I involuntarily confounded the genera, taking zoophyte for hydrophyte, animals for plants, and who would not have been mistaken? The fauna and the flora are too closely allied in this submarine world. These plants are self-propagated, and the principle of their existence is in the water, which upholds and nourishes them. The greater number, instead of leaves, should force blades of capricious shape, comprised within a scale of colors: pink, carmine, green, olive, fawn, and brown. I saw there, but now dried up, as our specimens of the Nautilus are, pavonari spread like a fan, as if to catch the breeze, scarlet ceramides, whose laminaries extended their edible shoot of fern-shaped nereocysti, which grow to a height of 15 feet, cluster of acetabuli, whose stern increase in size upward, and numbers of other marine plants, all devoid of flowers. Curious anomaly, fantastic element, said the ingenious naturalist. in which the animal kingdom blossoms and the vegetable does not. Under these numerous shrubs, as large trees of temperate zone, and under their damp shadow were massed together real bushes of living flowers, edges of zoophyte, on which blossomed some zebra meandrine, with crooked gloves, some yellow Caryophyllae, zebra meandrine, and complete is the illusion of fish fly flew from branch to branch like a swarm of hummingbirds, whilst yellow Lepisacomthi with bristling jaws, Dactylopteri, and Monocentrides rose at our feet like a flight of snipes. In about an hour, Captain Nemo gave the signal to halt, and for my part, I was not sorry, and we stretched ourselves under an arbor of Alariae, the long thin blades of which stood up like arrows. This short rest seemed delicious to me. There was nothing wanting but the charm of a conversation, but impossible to speak, impossible to answer. I only put my great copper head to Conseil's. I saw the worthy fellow eyes glistering with delight, and show his satisfaction. The shook himself in his breastplate of air, in the most comical way in the world. After 4 hours of this talking, I was surprised not to find myself dreadfully hungry. How to account for this state of the stomach I could not tell, but instead I felt an unsurmountable desire to sleep, which happened to all divers, and my eyes soon closed behind the thick glasses, and I fell into a heavy slumber, which at the movement alone had drawn inversely. And above us appears a identical group reflecting our movement and our actions. In a word, like us in every point, except that they walk with their heads downward and their feet in the air. Another effect I noticed, which was the passage of thick clouds which formed and vanished rapidly, but on reflection I understood that these seeming clouds were due to the varying thickness of the reeds at the bottom, and I could even see the fleeky foam which their broken tops multiplied on the water, and the shadow of large birds passing above our heads, whose rapid flight I could discern on the surface of the sea. On this occasion, I was witness to one of the finest gunshots which ever made the nerves of a hunter thrill. A large bird of great breadth and wings, clearly visible, approached, hovering over us. Captain Nemo's companion shouldered his gun and fired. Then it was only a few yards above the waves. The creature felt stunned, and the force of his fall broke with it the reach of the dexterous hunter grasped. It was an albatross of the finest kind. Our march had not been interrupted by this incident. For 2 hours we followed these sandy plains, then field of agae, very disagreeable to cross. Candidly, I could do no more, when I saw a glimmer of light which, for a half mile, broke the darkness of the water. It was the lantern of the Nautilus. Before 20 minutes over, we should be on board, and I should be able to breathe with ease, for it seemed that my reservoir supplied air very deficient in oxygen. But I did not reckon of an accidental meeting, which delayed our arrival for some time. I had remained some steps behind, when I presently saw Captain Nemo coming hurriedly toward us. With his strong hand he bent me to the ground, his companion doing the same to Conseil. At first I knew not what to think of this sudden attack, but I was soon reassured by seeing the captain lie down beside me and remain immovable. I was stretched on the ground, just under shelter of a bush of algae, when, raising my head, I saw some enormous mass, casting phosphorescent gleams, pass blusteringly by. My blood froze in my veins as I recognized 2 formidable sharks which threatened us. It was a couple of centaurs, terrible creatures with enormous tails and a dull glassy stare. The phosphorescent matter ejected from holes pierced around the muscles, enormous brutes which would crush a whole man in their iron jaws. I did not know whether Conseil stopped to classify them. For my part, I noticed their silver bellies and the huge mound bristling with teeth. From a very unscientific point of view, and more as a possible victim than a naturalist. Happily, the voracious creatures do not see well. They passed without seeing us, brushing us with their brownish fins, and we escaped by a miracle from a danger certainly greater than meeting a tiger full face in the forest. Half an hour after, guided by the electric light, we reached the Nautilus. The outside door had been left open, and Captain Nemo closed it as soon as we had entered the first cell. He then pressed a knob. I heard the pump working in the midst of the vessel. I felt the water sinking from around me, and in a few moments the cell was entirely empty. The inside door then opened, and we entered the vestry. There our daily dress was taken off, not without some trouble, and fairly worn out from want of food and sleep. I returned to my room in great wonder at this surprising excursion at the bottom of the sea. Chapter 17: 4,000 Leagues Under the Pacific. The next morning, the 18th of November, I had quite recovered from my fatigue of the day before, and I went up to on the platform, just as the second lieutenant was uttering his daily phrase. I was admiring this magnificent aspect of the ocean when Captain Nemo appeared. He did not seem to be aware of my presence, and began a series of astronomical observations. Then, when he had finished, he went and leaned on the cage of the watchlight and gazed abstractedly on the ocean. In the meantime, a number of the sailors of the Nautilus, all strong and healthy men, had come up on the platform. They came to draw up the nets that had been laid all night. The sailors were evidently of different nations. Although the European type was visible in all of them, I recognized some unmistakable Irishmen, Frenchmen, some slaves, and a Greek conduit. They were civil and only used that odd language amongst themselves, the origin of which I could not guess, neither could I question them. The nets were hauled in. They were a large kind of chalut, like those on the Normandy coast, great pockets that the waves and a chain fixed into smallest meshes kept open. These pockets, drawn by iron poles, swept through the water and gathered in its way. That day brought up curious specimens from those productive coasts. Fishing frogs that, from their comical have acquired the name of buffoons, black commersants furnished with antennae, triggerfish and circles with red bands, or orthagosci with very subtle venom, some olive-colored lamprey, macro wincy covered with silvery scales, trituri, the electric power which is equal to one of the gymnotus, and crumbfish, scaly notopteri, which transverse brown band, garish cod, greenish cod, several varieties of gobies, etc. Also, some larger streakers with blue and silver, and three splendid tunnies, which, in spite of the swiftness of their motion, had not escaped the net. I reckoned that the whole had brooked in more than 900 weight of fish. It was a fine haul, but not to be wondered at. Indeed, the nets are let down for several hours, and enclose in their meshes an infinite variety. We had no lack of excellent good, and the rapidity of the Nautilus and the attraction of the electric light could always renew our supply. The several productions of the sea were immediately lowered throughout the panel or to the steward's room, some to be eaten fresh and others pickled. The fishing ended, the provision of air renewed. I took that the Nautilus was about to continue its submarine excursion and was preparing to return to my room, when, without further preamble, the captain turned to me saying, "Professor, is not the ocean gift with real life? It had its tempers and gentle moods. Yesterday it slept as we did, and now it has woken after a quiet night. Look," he continued, "it wakes under the caresses of the sun. It is going to renew its diurnal existence. It is an interesting study to watch the play of this organization. It has a pulse, arteries, spasm, and I agree with the learned Maury, who discovered in it a circulation of as real as the circulation of blood in animals. Yes, the ocean has indeed circulation, and to promote it, the Creator has caused things to multiply in it. Caloric, salt, and animalculae. When Captain Nemo spoke to us, he seemed altogether changed and aroused by an extraordinary emotion in me. Also, he added, true existence is there, and I can imagine the foundation of nautical towns, clusters of submarine houses, which, like the Nautilus, would ascend every morning to breathe at the surface of the water, 3 towns, independent cities, yet who knows whether some despot. Captain Nemo finished his sentence with a violent gesture, then addressing me as if to chase away some sorrowful thought. I only know, Captain, that what the principal sounding have taught us. Could you tell me them, so that I can suit them to my purpose? There are some, I replied, that I remember. If I am not mistaken, a depth of 8,000 yards has been found in the North Atlantic, and 2,500 yards in the Mediterranean. The most remarkable soundings have been made in the South Atlantic, near the 30th parallel, and they gave 12,000 yards, 14,000 yards, and 15,000 yards. To sum up it all, it is reckoned that the bottom of the sea were leveled. It means depth could be about 1.75 leagues. Well, Professor, replied the captain, we shall show you better than what I hope. As to the mean depth of this part of the Pacific, I tell you, it's only 4,000 yards. Having said this, Captain Nemo went towards the panel and disappeared down the ladder. I followed him and went into the large drawing room. The screw was immediately put in motion, and the log gave 20 miles an hour. During the days and weeks that passed, Captain Nemo was very sparing in his visit. I seldom saw him. The lieutenant pricked the ship's course regularly on the chart, so I could always tell exactly the route of the Nautilus. Nearly every day, for some time, the panel of the drawing room were opened, and we were never tired of penetrating the mysteries of the submarine world. The general direction of the Nautilus was southeast, and it kept between 100 and 150 yards of depth. One day, however, I do not know why, being drawn diagonally by means to be inclined planes, it touched the bed of the sea. The thermometer indicated the temperature of 4.25 cent, a temperature that is at this depth seemed common to all latitude. At 3 o'clock on the morning on the 18th of November, the Nautilus crossed the Tropic of Cancer at 172 longitude. On the 17th instant, it's sighted in the Sandwich Island, where Cook died. February 14, 1779. We had a good 4,860 leagues from our starting point. In the morning, when I went to the platform, I saw 2 miles to windward, Hawaii, the largest of the 7 islands that formed the group. I saw clearly the cultivated ranges and the several mountains chains that run parallel with the side and the volcano that overtop Munarea, which rises 5,000 yards above the level of the sea. Besides other things, the net brought up were several Flabellaceae and graceful polypi that are peculiar to that part of the ocean. The direction of the Nautilus was still southeast. It crossed the equator December 1 in 142 degrees of longitude, and on the 4th of the same month, after crossing rapidly and without anything particularly occurring, we sighted the Marquesas group 3 miles off at 8 degrees 57 latitude south and 139 degrees 30 west longitude, Martin's Peak in Nuka Hiva, the largest of the group that belonged to France. I only saw the woody mountains against the horizon because Captain Nemo did not wish to bring the ship on the wind. There the net brought up beautiful specimens of fish, chlorophyll, with azure fins and tail like God, the flesh of which is unrivaled. Hologymnose, nearly destitute of scales, but exquisite flavor. Osterink, with bony jaws and yellow-tinted tassard, as good as bonitos, all fish that could be used of us after leaving these charming islands, protected by the French flag. From the 4th to the 11th of December, the Nautilus sailed over about 2,000 miles. This navigation was remarkable of the meeting with enormous shoals of calmars, near neighbors to the Cuttle. The French fishermen called them bornets. They belong to the cephalopod class and the dibrachial family that comprehends the cutlass and the argonauts. These animals were particularly studied by students of antiquity, and they furnish numerous metaphors to the popular orator, as well as excellent dishes for the table of the rich citizen. If no one can believe Athanasius, a Greek doctor who lived before Galen, it was during the night of the 9th of 10th of December that the Nautilus came across this shoal of mollusks that are peculiarly nocturnal. One could count them by millions. They emigrate from the temperature to the warmer zone, following the track of herrings and sardines. We watched them throughout the thick crystal panes, swimming down the wind with great rapidity, moving by means of their locomotive tube, pursuing fish and mollusks, eating the little ones, eaten by the big ones, and tossing about in indescribable confusion of the 10 arms that nature has placed on their head like a crest of pneumatic serpent. The Nautilus, in spite of its speed, sailed for several hours in the midst of this animal, and its nets brought in an enormous quantity, among which I recognize the 9 species that D'Orbigny classed for the Pacific. One saw, while crossing, that the sea displays the most wonderful things. They were in endless variety. The scenes changed continually, and we were called upon not only to contemplate the work of the Creator in the midst of the liquid element, but to penetrate the awful mysteries of the ocean. During the daytime of the 11th of December, I was busy reading in the large drawing room. Ned Land and Conseil watched the luminous water through the half-open panels. The Nautilus was immovable. While its reservoirs were filled, it kept at a depth of 1,000 yards, a region rarely visited in the ocean and in which large fish were seldom seen. I was then reading a charming book by Jean Massé, The Slaves of the Stomach, and I was learning some valuable lessons from it, when Conseil interrupted me. "Will master come here for a moment?" he said in a curious voice. What is the matter, Conseil?" I want master to look." I rose, went alert on my elbows before the pane and watched. In a full electric light, an enormous black mass, quite immovable, suspended in the midst of the water, I watched it attentively, seeking to find out the nature of this gigantic cetacean, but a sudden thought crossed my mind. A vessel, I said, half aloud. Yes, replied the Canadian, a disabled ship that had sunk perpendicularly. Ned Land was right. We were close to a vessel which the tattered shrouds still hung from their chains. The keel seemed to be in good order, and it had been wrecked at almost some few hours. These stumps of mast, broken off about 2 feet above the bridge, showed that the vessel had no to sacrifice its mast, but lying on its side it had filled, and it was heeling over to port. This skeleton of what it had once been was a sad spectacle as it lay lost under the waves, but sadder still was the sight of the bridge, where some corpses, bound with ropes, were still lying. I counted 4 men, one of whom was standing at the helm, a woman standing by the poop, holding an infant in her arms. She was quite young. I could distinguish her features, which the water had not decomposed, by the brilliant light of the Nautilus. In one despairing effort, she has raised her infant above her head. Poor little thing, whose arms encircled his mother's neck. The attitude of the 4 sailors was frightful, disordered as they were by convulsive moments, whilst making a last effort to free themselves from the cord that bounded to the vessel. The steersman alone, calm with a grave, dear face, his grey hair glued to his forehead, and his hand clutching the wheel of the helm, seemed to even be guiding the 3 broken masts through the depth of the ocean. What a scene! We were dumb. Our hearts beat fast before this shipwreck, taken as it were from life and photographed in its last moment. And I saw already coming towards with hungry eyes, enormous shark and attracted by human flesh. However, the Nautilus, turning right round the submerged vessel, and in one instant I read the stern, the Florida Sunderland. Chapter 18. Vanikoro. This terrible spectacle was the forerunner of the series of maritime catastrophes that the Nautilus was destined to meet in its route. As long as it swept through more frequent waters, we often saw the hull of shipwrecked vessels that were rotting in the depth, and deeper down, cannon, bullets, anchor chains, and thousands of other iron material eaten by rust. However, on the 11th of December, we sighted in Pomotou Islands the old dangerous grove of Bougainville that exceeded over a space of 500 leagues and ESE to WNW from the island's Douchy to that of Lazareth. This group covered an area of 307 square leagues, and it formed to a 60 group of islands, among which the Gambler group is remarkable, over which France exercised away. These are the coral islands, slowly raised but continuous, created by the daily work of polypi. Then this new island will be joined later on the neighboring groups, and a 5th continent will stretch from New Zealand and New Caledonia, and from thence to the Marquesas. One day, when I was suggesting his story to the Captain Nemo, he replied coldly, "The earth does not want new continent but new men." Chen had conducted the Nautilus towards the islands of Clermont-Tonnerre, one of the most curious of the group, that was discovered in 1822 by Captain Bell of the Minerva. I could study how this madreporal system, to which are due the islands of the ocean, madrepores, which must not be mistaken for corals, have a tissue lined with a calcareous crust, and the modification of its structure have induced Mr. Maynard Edward, a worthy master, to class them into 5 sections. The animalculae, that the marine polypus lies by millions at the bottom of the cell. The calcareous deposits become rocks, reefs, and large and small islands. Here they form a ring surrounding a little inland lake that communicate with the sea by means of gusts. There they make barriers of reefs, like those on the coast of New Caledonia and the various Pomotou Islands. In other places, like those at Réunion and Maurice, they raised fringed reefs, high straight walls, near which the depth of the ocean is considerable, some cable length off the shores of the island of Clermont, I admire the gigantic work accomplished by these microscopical workers. These works are especially the work of those madrepores known as millepolars. Porit, madrepores, and astraeas. These polypi are found particularly in the road bed of the sea, near the surface, and consequently, it is from the upper part that they began their operation, in which they buried themselves by degrees with the debris of the secretion that support themselves. Such is, at least, Darwin's theory, who thus explains the formation of the atolls, a superior theory to my mind to what given in the foundation of madreporical works, summit of mountains of volcanoes that are submerged some feet below the level of the sea. I could observe closely these curious walls, for perpendicularly they were more than 300 yards deep, and our electric sheet lighted up to this calcareous matter brilliantly. Replying to a question Conseil asked to the time these colossal barriers took to be raised, I astonished him much by telling him that learned men reckoned it about the height of an inch in 100 years. Toward evening, Clermont-Tonnerre was lost in the distance, and the route of the Nautilus was sensibly changed. After having crossed the Tropic of Capricorn, 135 degrees longitude, it sailed west-northwest, making again for the tropical zone. Although this summer sun was very strong, it did not suffer from the heat, for at 15 or 20 fathoms below the surface, the temperature did not rise above from 10 to 12 degrees. On December 15, we left to the east the bewitching group of the Societies and grateful Tahiti, Queen of the Pacific. I saw the morning some miles to the windward that elevated summit of the island. This water furnished our table with excellent fish, mackerel, bonitos, and albicores, and some variety of sea serpent called munirophis. On the 25th of December, the Nautilus sailed into the midst of the new hybrid, discovered by Quiros in 1606, and that Bougainville explored in 1768, and to which Cook gave its present name in 1773. This group is composed principally of 9 large islands that form a band of 120 leagues, north-north-south to south-southwest, between 5 degrees and 2 degrees south latitude, and 164 degrees and 168 degrees longitude. We passed tolerably near the islands of Oru, that had looked like a mass of green wood surmounted by a peak of great height. That day being Christmas Day, Ned Land seems to regret sorely the non-celebration of Christmas, the family fete of which Protestants are so fond. I had not seen Captain Nemo for a week, when on the morning of the 27th September, he came into the large drawing room. Always seemed as if he had seen you 5 minutes before. I was busily tracing the route of the Nautilus on the planisphere. The captain came up to me, put his finger on one spot of the chart, and said this single word: Vanikoro. The effect was magical. It had the name of the island on which La Pérouse had been lost. Ouais, je crois que c'est rouge. Ouais, c'est rouge. Sinon, il faut aller là-bas, mais c'est deux voitures.
Ah, 2 voitures.
Ouais, c'est ça.
Je descends de la gare
De Bruxelles Centrale?
Non.
Ah, si c'est après? Si c'est après, vous avez le temps.
Ah, d'accord.
The effect was magical. It was of the islands on which La Pérouse had been lost. I rose suddenly. The Nautilus has brought us to Vanikoro, I asked. Yes, Professor, said the captain. And I can visit the celebrated islands where the booster and the astrolabe struck. If you like, Professor. When shall we be there? We are there now. Followed by Captain Nemo, I went up to the platform and greedily scanned the horizon. To the northwest, two volcanic islands emerged of unequal size, surrounded by the coral reef that measured 40 miles in circumference. We were close to Vanikoro, really the one to which Dumont d'Urville gave the name of Isle de la Recherche, and exactly facing the little Heibourg of Vanu, situated 16 degrees and 4 seconds south latitude and 164 degrees 30 seconds east longitude. The earth seems covered with verdure from the shores to the summit in the interior, that were crowned by Mount Gapogo. 476 feet high, the Nautilus, having passed the outer belt of rocks by a narrow strait, found itself among breakers where the sea was from 30 to 40 fathoms deep. Under the verdant shape of some mangrove, I perceived some savages who appeared greatly surprised at our approach. In the long black body, moving between wind and water, did they not see some formidable cetacean that they regard with suspicion? Just then Captain Nemo asked me what I knew about the wreck of La Pérouse. Only what everyone knows, Captain, I replied. And could you tell me what everyone knows about this? He inquired, ironically. Easily. I relate him to all the works of Dumont d'Urville and make notes, works of which the following brief accounts. Ouais, c'est fermé. Est-ce que c'est rouge? Là. Ouais, c'est rouge. Sinon, c'est 2 voitures plus loin. Merci. De rien. Had made notes, work from which the following is brief account. La Pérouse and its second, Captain Delangle, were sent by Louis XVI in 1785 on a voyage of circumnavigation. They embarked in the corvette, the Boussole, and the astrolabe, neither of which were again heard of. In 1791, the French government just uneasy as to the fate of these 2 sloops, manned in 2 large merchantmen, the Recherche and the Espérance, which left the Brest of the 28th of September under the command of Bruni d'Entrecasteaux. 2 months later, they searched from Bowen, commander of the Albemarle, what the debris of the shipwreck vessel had been seen on the coast of New Georgia. But d'Entrecasteaux, ignoring this communication, rather uncertain beside, directed his course towards the Admiralty Isles, mentioned in a report of Captain Hunters as being the place where La Pérouse was wrecked. They sought in vain. The Espérance and the Recherche passed before Vanikoro without stopping there, and in fact, this voyage was most disastrous, as it cost d'Entrecasteaux his life and those of this lieutenant, besides several of his crew. Captain Dillon, a shrewd old Pacific sailor, was the first to find unmistakable traces of this wreck. On the 15th of May 1824, his vessel of the St. Patrick passed close to Tikopia, one of the new Hebrides, where a Lascar came alongside in a canoe, sold him the handle of a sword in silver that bore the print of character engraved on the hilt. The Lascar pretended that 6 years before, during a stake in Vanikoro, he had seen 2 Europeans that belonged to some vessel that had run around on the reef some years ago. Dillon guessed that he meant La Pérouse, whose disappearance had troubled the whole world. He tried to get on to Vanikoro, where, according to the Lascar, he would find numerous debris of the wreck, but winds and tide prevented him. Dillon's return to Calcutta, where he interested the Asiatic Societies and the Indian Company in his discovery, a vessel to which was given the name of the Recherche, was put at his disposal and set out January 23, 1827. accompanied by a French agent. The research, after touching at several points in the Pacific vast anchors before Vanikoro, July 7th, 1827, in that same harbour of Vanu where the Nautilus was at this time. There it collected numerous relics of the wreck: iron stanchions, anchor, police troops, swivel guns at 18 limbs shot, fragment of astronomical instrument, a piece of crown work, and a bronze clock bearing this inscription: Bazin m'a fait. The mark of this foundry of the arsenal at Brest about 1785. There could be no further doubt. Dillon, having made all inquiries, stayed in the unlucky place till October. Then he quitted Vanikoro and directed his course towards New Zealand, put into Calcutta, April 7, 1828, and returned to France, where he was warmly welcomed by Charles X. But at the same time, without knowing Dillon's movement, Dumont d'Urville had already set out to find the scene of the wreck, and they had learned from a whaler that some medals and a cross from Saint Louis had been found in the hand of the savage of Louisiade and New Caledonia. Dumont d'Urville, commander of the Astrolabe, had then sailed, and after 2 months after Dillon had left Vanikoro, he put into Hobart Town, where he learned the result of Dillon's inquiries and found that a certain James Hobbs, second lieutenant of the Union of Calcutta, after landing on an island situated 8 degrees and 18 seconds south latitude and 156 degrees 30 seconds east longitude, had seen some iron bars and red stuff used by the natives of these parts. Dumont d'Urville, which perplexed and not knowing how to credit the report of the low-class journal, decided to follow Dillon's track. On the lot of February 1828, the Astrolabe appeared off Tikopia and took as guide as interpreter a deserter found on the island, made his way to Vanikoro, sighted it on the 12th inst, laid among the reef until the 14th, and not until the 20th did he cast anchor with the barrier of the anchor of Vanu. On the 23rd, several officers went round the island and brought back some important trifles. The natives, adopting a system of denial and evasion, refused to take them to the unlucky place. This ambiguous conduct led them to believe that the native had still ill-treated. There, in 3 or 4 fathoms of water, on the 20th, several officers went round the island when brought back some important trifles. The native, adopting a system of denials of evasion, refused to take them to unlucky place. This ambiguous conduct led them to believe that the native had ill-treated the castaways, and indeed they seemed to fear that Dumont d'Urville had come to avenge La Pérouse from his unfortunate crew. However, on the 26th, appeared by some present and understanding that they had no reprisal to fear, they led Mr. Jacques Giraud to the scene of the wreck. There, in 3 or 4 fathoms of water, between the reefs of the Pacu and Vanu, lay anchors, cannon, pigs, lead and iron, embedded in a limy concretion. The large boat, as the whaler belonging to the Astrolabe, were sent to this place, and not without some difficulty, their crews hung up in an anchor waiting 1,800 limbs, a brace gun, some pig of iron and 2 copper swivels gun. Dumont d'Urville, questioning the native, learned that La Pérouse, after losing both his vessel on the relief of the island, had not constructed a snare balls, only to be lost a second time, where no one knows. But the French government, fearing that Dumont d'Urville was not acquainted with Dillon's movement, has sent the sloop Bayonnaise, commanded by Legoran de Tromelin, to Vanikoro, which had been stationed to the west coast of Africa. The Bayonnaise cast was her anchor before Vanikoro, some months after the departure of the Astrolabe. but found no new document, but started that the savage has respected the document to La Pérouse. That is the substance of what I told to Captain Nemo. So, he said, no one knows where the third vessel perished that was constructed by the castaways on the island of Vanikoro. No one knows. Captain Nemo said nothing but signed to me, follow him in the large saloon. The Nautilus sank several yards below the wave, and the panels were opened. I hastened to the aperture, and under the crustacean of coral, covered with fungi, Simonfule, Alcyon, Madrepores, through myriad of charming fish, Girelle, Glyphicidri, Porphyrid, Jacobs, and holocenters, I recognized with certain debris that the drags had not been able to tear up. Iron stirrups, anchors, cannon, bullet, captain, fightings, the stem of the ships, all objects clearly proving the wreck of some vessel, and now carpented with living flowers. While I was looking on this desolate scene, Captain Nemo said in a sad voice, Commander La Pérouse had set out December 7, 1785 with his vessel La Boussole and the Astrolabe. He first cut anchor at a Botany Bay, visited by friendly isles. New Caledonia, then directed his course towards Santa Cruz, and put into Namuka, one of the Apai group. Then his vessel struck on the unknown reef of Vanikoro. The Boussole, which went first, ran around the southerly coast. The Astrolabe went to its left, and ran aground too. The first vessel was destroyed almost immediately. The second, stranded under the mine, resisted some days. The natives made the castaway welcome. They installed themselves in the island and constructed a smaller boat with the debris of the two large ones. Some sailors stayed willingly at Vanikoro. The others, weak and ill, set out with La Pérouse. They directed their course towards the Solomon Isles, and they were perished with everything on the westerly coast of the chief islands of the group, between Cape Deception and Satisfaction. How do you know that? By this that I found the spot where was last wreck. Captain Nemo showed me a tin plate box tempered with the French arms and corroded by the salt water. He opened it, and I saw a bundle of papers, yellow but still readable. They were the instructions of the naval minister, le Commander La Pérouse, annotated to the margin in Louis XVI handwriting. Ah, it is a fine death for a sailor, said Captain Nemo. At last, a coral tomb make a quiet grave, and I trust that I and my comrade will find no other.
Chapter 19. Torres Straits. During the night of the 27th or 28th of December, the Nautilus left the shore of Vanikoro with great speed. Her course was southwesterly, and in 3 days she has gone over 715 leagues that separated it from La Pérouse group and the southeast point of Papua. Early on the 1st of January 1868, Conseil joined me on the platform. Master, will you permit me to wish you a happy new year? What? Conseil, exactly as if I was in Paris in my studies at the Jardin des Plantes. Well, I accept your good wishes, and I thank you for them. Only, I will ask you, what do you mean by happy new year? Under our circumstance, do you mean that the year will bring us to the end of imprisonment, or the earth will see us continue this strange voyage? Really, I do not know how to answer, Master. We are sure to see curious things, and the last 2 months have not had time for ennui. The last marvel is always the most astonishing, and if we continue this progression, I do not know how it will end. It is my opinion that we shall never again see the like. I think then, with no offense to Master, that a happy year would be one in which we could see everything. On January 2, we had made 11,340 miles, or 5,250 French leagues, since our starting point in the Japan seas
before the ships had stretched the dangerous shores of the Coral Sea. On the northeast coast of Australia, our boat lay alone some miles from the redoubtable bank on which Cook's vessel was lost. June 10, 1770, the boat in which Cook was struck on a rock, and if it did not sink, it was owing to a piece of the coral that was broken by the shock and fixed itself in the broken keel. I had wished to visit the reef, 360 leagues long, against which the seas always broke with great violence, with a noise like thunder, but then the inclined plane drew the Nautilus down to a great depth, and I could see nothing of the high coral walls. I had to content myself with the different specimens of fish brought up by the nets. I remarked, among others, some Germans, a species of mackerel as large as a tunny, with bluish sides and striped with transverse band that disappear with the animal's life. These fish followed us in coals and furnished us with very delicate food. We took also a large number of gillheads and about 1.5 inch long, tasting like dories, and flying pirapeds like submarine swallows, which in dark nights light alternately the air and water with their phosphorescent light. Among the mollusks and zoophytes, I found in the meshes of the net several species of alcyonarians, echini, hammers, spurs, dials, cerit, Ialeae. The flora was represented by beautiful floating seaweeds, Laminariae, and macrocysts, impregnated with the mucilage that transuded throughout their pores, and among which I gathered an admirable Nemastoma geliniarwa that was classed among the natural curiosities of the museum. 2 days after crossing the Coral Sea, January 4, we sighted the Papuan coasts. On this occasion, Captain Nemo informed me that this extension was to get into the Indian Ocean by Strait of Torres, with his communication ended here. The Torres Strait are nearly 34 leagues wide, but they are obstructed by an innumerable quantity of islands, isles, breakers, and rocks that make its navigation almost impracticable, so that Captain Nemo took all needful precaution to cross them. The Nautilus, floating betwixt wind and water, went at a moderate pace. Her screw, like a cetacean's tail, beat the wave slowly. Profiting by this, I and my 2 companions went up to the desert platform. Before us was the steerman's cage, and I expected that Captain Nemo was there directing the course of the Nautilus. I had before me the excellent chart of the Strait of Torres made out by the hydrographical engineer Vincent Dumoulin. These and Captain Skins are the best charts that clear the intricacies of this strait, and I consulted them attentively. Round the Nautilus the sea dashed furiously. The course of the waves, that went from south to east to northwest, at the rate of 2.5 miles, broke on the coral that showed itself here and here. "This is a bad sea," remarked Ned Land. "Detestable, indeed, and one that does not suit a boat like the Nautilus. The captain must be very sure of this route, for I see pieces of coral that would do for its keel if it is only touched them slightly." Indeed, the situation was dangerous, but the Nautilus seemed to slide like magic off these rocks. I did not follow the route of the Astrolabe and the Zélé exactly, for they proved fatal to Dumont d'Urville. It bore more northwards, coasted the islands of Murray, and came back to the southwest toward Cumberland Passage. I thought it was going to pass by. When going back to northwest, it went throughout a large quantity of islands and isles little known, towards the islands Sound and Canal Mauvais. I wondered if Captain Nemo, foolishly imprudent, would steer his vessel into that pass where Dumont d'Urville, whose two corvettes touched when, swerving again and cutting straight to the west, he steered for the islands of Gilboa. It was then 3 in the afternoon. The tide began to recede, being quite full. The Nautilus approached the island that I still saw, with its distant, remarkable border of screw pine. He stood off at about 2 miles distant. Suddenly, a shock overthrew me. The Nautilus just to starboard and stayed immovable, lying lightly to port side. When I rose, I perceived Captain Nemo and his lieutenant on the platform. They were examining the situation of the vessel and exchanging words in the incomprehensible dialect. She was situated thus. 2 miles on the starboard side appeared Gilboa, stretching from north to west like an immense arm. Towards the south and east, some coral showed itself left by the ebb. We had run background, and in one of those seas where the tides are middling. A sorry matter for the download floating of the Nautilus. However, the vessel had not suffered, for her keel was solidly joined, but if she could either glide off nor move, she runs the risk of being forever fastened to these rocks, and then Captain Nemo's submarine vessel will be done for. I was reflecting thus, when the captain, cool and calm, always master on himself, approached me. An accident? I asked. No, an incident. But an incident that will oblige you perhaps to become an inhabitant of these lands from which you flee. Captain Nemo looked at me curiously and made a negative gesture, as much as to say that nothing would force him to set foot on terra firma again. Then he said, "Besides, Mr. Aronnax, the Nautilus is not lost. It will carry you to get into the midst of the marvel of the ocean. Our voyage is only begun, and I do not wish to be deprived so soon of the honor of your company." "However, Captain Nemo," I replied, without noticing the ironical tone of his phrase, "the Nautilus ran around in open sea. Now the tides are not strong in the Pacific, and if you cannot lighten the Nautilus, I do not see how it will be reinflated." "The tides are not strong in the Pacific, you are right, Professor. But in Torres Strait, one finds still a difference of a yard and a half between the level of high and low seas. Today is January 4, and in 5 days the moon will be full. Now I shall be very much astonished if that complaisant satellite does not raise these masses of water sufficiently, and render me a service that I should be in debt for her for." Having said this, Captain Nemo, followed by his lieutenant, redescended to the interior of the Nautilus. As to the vessel, it moved not, it was immovable, as if the coralline polypi had already walled it up with the indestructible cement. "Well, sir," said Lieutenant, who came up after me, the departure of the captain. "Well, friend Ned, we will wait patiently for the tide on the 9th instant, for it appears that the moon will have the goodness to put it off again." "Really?" "Really. And this captain is going to cast anchor at all." "Since the tide will suffice," said Conseil, simply. The Canadian looked at Conseil and shrugged his shoulders. "Sir, you may believe me when I tell you that this piece of iron will navigate neither nor under the sea again. It is only fit to be sold for its weight. I think, therefore, that the time has come to part company with Captain Nemo. Friend Ned, I do not despair of this stout Nautilus, as you do, and in 4 days we shall know what to hold on the Pacific tides. Besides, flights might be possible if we were in sight of the English or Provençal coast, but on the Papuan shores, it is another thing, and it will be time enough to come to that extremity in the Nautilus does not recover itself again, which I look upon as a grave event. But do they know, at least, how to act circumspectly? There is an island. On that island there are trees. Under those trees, terrestrial animals, bearers and cutlers of roast beef, to which I would willingly give a trial. In this, friend Ned is right, said Conseil, and I agree with him. Could not Master obtain permission from his friend Captain Nemo to let us on land, if only so as we not lose the habit of treading on the solid part of our planet? I can ask him, but he will refuse. Will Master risk it? Asked Conseil, and we shall know how to reply upon the captain's amiability. To my great surprise, Captain Nemo gave me the permission I asked for, and he gave it very agreeably, without even exacting from me a surprise to return to the vessel, but light across New Guinea might be very perilous, and I should not have counselled Ned Land to attempt it. Better to be prisoner on board to the Nautilus than to fall in the hands of the natives. At 8 o'clock, armed with guns and hatchets, we got off the Nautilus. The sea was pretty calm, a light breeze blew on land. Conseil and I rowing, we sped along quickly, and Ned steered in the straight passage that the breaker left between them. The boat was well handled and moved rapidly. Ned Land could not restrain his joy. He was like a prisoner that had escaped from prison, and knew not that it was necessary to re-enter it. Meat, we are going to eat some meat. And what meat? Replied Perry. Real game, no bread, indeed. I do not say that fish is not good, I must not abuse it. But a piece of French venison grades on live coals will agreeably vary our ordinary course. Gourmand, said Conseil, he makes my mouth water. It remains to be seen, I said, if these forests are full of games, and if the games is not just as I will hunt the hunter himself. Well, said Mr. Aronnax, replied the Canadian. Those teeth seemed sharpened like the edge of an hatchet, but I will eat tiger. Loin of tiger, if there is no other quadruped on these islands. Friend Ned is uneasy about it, said Conseil. Whatever it may be, continued Ned Land, every animal with paws without feathers, or with 2 paws without features, will be saluted by my first thought. Very well, Master Land's imprudence are beginning. Never fear, Mr. Aronnax, replied the Canadian. I do not want 25 minutes to offer you a dish of my sort. At 8:30, the Nautilus boat ran softly around on a heavy sand, after having happily passed the coral reef that surrounds the island of Gilboa. Chapter 20. A few days on land. I was much impressed on touching land. Ned Land tried the soil with his feet, as if to take possession of it. However, it was only 2 months before that we had become, according to Captain Nemo, passenger on board the Nautilus, but in reality prisoner of his commander. In a few minutes we were within musket shot of the coast. The soil was almost entirely madreporical, but certain beds of dried up torrents strewn with debris of granite showed that this island was of the primary formation. The whole horizon was hidden behind a beautiful curtain of forest, enormous trees, the trunk of which attained a height of 200 feet, were tied to each other by garlands of bindweed, real natural hammocks, which a light breeze rocked. They were mimosas, ficuses, casuarinae, text, hibiscus, and palm tree, mingled together in profusion, and under the shelter of their verdant vault grew orchids, leguminous plants, and ferns.
But without noticing all these beautiful specimens of Papuan flora, the Canadian abandoned the agreeable for the useful. He discovered a cocoa tree, bit down some of the fruit, broke them, and then drank the meal and ate the nut, with a satisfaction that protested against the ordinary food on the Nautilus. Excellent, said Ned Land. Exquisite, replied Conseil. And I do not think, said the Canadian, that he would object to our introducing a cargo of cocoa nuts on board. I do not think he would, but he would not taste them. So much the worse for him, said Conseil. And so much the better for us, replied Ned Land. There will be more for us. One word only, Master Land, I said to the harpooner, who was beginning to ravage another coconut tree. Coconuts are good things, but before filling the canoe with them, it would be nice to reconnoitre to see if the island does not produce some substance not less useful. Fresh vegetable will be welcome on board the Nautilus. Master is right, replied Conseil, and I propose to reserve 3 places in our vessel, one for fruit, other for vegetable, and the third for the venison, of which I have not yet seen the smallest specimens. Conseil, we must not despair, said the Canadian. Let us continue, I returned, and lie in wait. Although the island seems uninhabited, it might still contain some individuals that would be less hard than we on the nature of game. Oh, said Ned Land, moving his jaws significantly. Well, Ned, cried Conseil. My word, returned to the Canadian. I begin to understand the charm of the anthropophagy. Ned, what are you saying? You, a man-eater, I will not feel safe with you, especially as if I share your cabin. I might perhaps wake one day to find myself half devoured. Friend Conseil, I like you much, but not enough to eat you unnecessarily. I will not trust you, replied Conseil, but enough. We must absolutely bring down some game to satisfy this cannibal, or else one of them fine morning. Master will find only pieces of his fervent to serve him. While we were talking thus, we were penetrating the sombre arches of this forest, and for 2 hours we surveyed it in all directions. Chance rewarded our search for eatable vegetables, and one of the most useful products on the tropical zone furnished us precious food that we missed on board. I would speak on the breadfruit tree, very abundant in the islands of Gilboa, and I remarked chiefly the variety destitute of seeds, which bears in Malaya the name of rima. Ned Land knew this fruit well. He had already eaten many during his numerous voyages, and he knew how to prepare the eatable substance. Moreover, the sight of them excited him, and he could contain himself no longer. Master, he said, I shall die if I do not taste a little of this breadfruit pie. Taste it, Ned. Taste it as you want. We are here to make experiments. Make them. It won't take long, said the Canadian, and provided with Valentine, he lighted a fire of dead wood that cracked joyously. During this time, Conseil and I chose the best fruit of the Artocarpus. Some had been attained with sufficient degree of maturity, and their thick skin covered a white but rather fibrous pulp. Others, the great yellow and gelatinous, waited only to be picked. These fruits enclosed no kernel. Conseil brought a dozen to Ned Land, who placed them on a coal fire. After having cut them in thick slices, and while doing this repeating, you will see, master, how good this bread is, more so when one has been deprived for it so long. It is not even bread added, but a delicate pastry. Have you eaten none, master? No, Ned. Very well, prepare yourself for a juicy thing, If you do not come for more, I am no longer the king of the harpooner. After some minutes, the part of the fruit that was exposed to the fire was completely roasted. The interior looked like a white pastry, some of the soft crumbs, the flavor of which was like that of an artichoke. It must be confessed this bread was excellent, and I ate of it with great relish. What time is it now? Asked the Canadian. 2 o'clock at least, replied Conseil. How time flies on fair ground, cited Ned Land. Let us be off, replied Conseil. We returned throughout the forest and completed our collection by a raid upon the cabbage palm that were gathered from the top to the trees, like little beans that I recognized as abrou of the Malays and yams of a superior quality. We were loaded then we reached the boat, but Ned Land did not find his provisions sufficient. Fate, however, favored us. Just as we were pushing off, he perceived several trees from 25 to 30 feet high. A species of palm trees, this tree as valuable as Artocarpus, justly are reckoned as the most useful products of Malaya. At last, at 5 o'clock in the evening, loaded with our riches, we quitted the shores for a half an hour after we hailed to the Nautilus. No one appeared on our arrival. The enormous iron-plated cylinder seemed deserted. The provision embarked. I descended to my chamber, and after supper slept soundly. The next day, January 6, nothing new on board. Not a sound inside, not a sign of life. The boat rested along the edge, in the same place in which we had left it. We resolved to return to the island. Ned Land hoped to be more fortunate than the day before with regard to the hunt, and wished to visit another part of the forest. At dawn, we set off. The boat, carried by the waves that floated to the shore, reached the island in a few minutes. We landed, and thinking that it was better to give in to the Canadian, we followed Ned Land, whose long limbs threatened to distance us. We wound up the coast toward the west, then, fording some torrents, he gained the high plain that was bordered with admirable forest. Some kingfisher were rambling along the watercourse, but they could not themselves be approached. Their circumspection proved to me that these birds knew what to expect from bipeds of our species, and I concluded that if the island was not inhabited, at least human beings occasionally frequented it. After crossing a rather large prairie, we arrived at the skirts of a little wood that was unleveled with the songs and flight of a large number of birds. There are only birds, said Conseil. But they are eatable, replied the harpooner. I do not agree with you, friend Ned. I see only parrots there. Friend Conseil, said Ned gravely. This parrot is like pheasant for those who have nothing else. And I added, this bird suitable prepared his sword, knife, and fork. Indeed, under the thick foliage of this wood, a world of parrots were flying from the branch to branch, only needing a careful education to speak the human language. For the moment, they were chattering with parrots of all color and brave cockatoos, who seemed to meditate upon some philosophical problem, whilst the distant red lories passed like a piece of bunting carried away by the breeze. Papuans with the finest azure colors, and in all variety of winged things, most charming to behold, but few eatable. However, a bird peculiar to these lands, and which was never past the limit of the arrow of Papuan Islands, was wanting in his collection, but fortune reserved it for me before long. After passing throughout a moderately thick copse, we found a plain obstructed by bushes. I saw then those magnificent birds. The disposition of those long feathers obliges them to fly away against the wind. The undulating flying, graceful aerial curves, and the shading of their colors attracted and charmed
once look. I had no trouble in recognizing them. Birds of paradise, I exclaimed. The Malays, who carried them on a great trade on these birds with the Chinese, have several means that we could not employ for taking them. Sometimes they put snares at the top of high trees that the bird of paradise prefer to frequent. Sometimes they catch them with a viscous bird lime that paralyzes their movement. They even go so far as to poison the fountains that the birds generally drink from. But we were obliged to fire at them during night, which gave us chances to bring them down, and in this we vainly exhaust one half of our ammunition. For 11 o'clock in the morning, the first range of mountains that from the center of the island that traversed, and we had killed nothing. Hunger drove us on. The hunters had replied on the products of the chase, and they were wrong. Happily, Conseil, of his great surprise, made a double shot and secured breakfast. He broke down a white pigeon and a wood pigeon, which, cleverly plucked and suspended from a skewer, was roasted before net fire of dead wood. Whilst this interesting bird were cooking, Ned prepared the fruit of the artocarpus. Then the wood pigeon were devoured to the bone and declared excellent. The nutmeg, with which they are in the habit of stuffing their crops, favor their flesh and render it delicious eating. Now, lad, what do you miss now? Some four-footed games, Mr. Aronnax. All these pigeons are only side dishes and trifles, and until I have killed an animal with cutlets, I shall not be content. Nor I, Ned, if I do not catch a bird of paradise. Let us continue hunting, replied Conseil. Let us go towards the sea. We have arrived at the first declivities of the mountains, and I think we had better regain the regions of forest. That was sensible advice, and was followed out. After walking 1 hour, we had attained a forest of sago trees. Some inoffensive serpents glided away from us. The birds of paradise fled at our approach, and truly I despaired of getting near one. Then Conseil, who was walking in front, suddenly bent down, uttered by a triumphal cry, and came back to me bringing a magnificent specimen. Ah, also, bravo, Conseil. Master is very good. No, my boy, you have made an excellent stroke. Take one of these living birds and carry it in your hand. If Master will examine it, he will see that I have not deserved great merit. Why, Conseil? Because the bird is as drunk as quail. Drunk? Yes, sir. Drunk with the nutmeg that he devoured under the nutmeg tree, under which I found it. See, friend Ned, how the monstrous effect of intemperance. By Jove, explains the Canadian, because I have drink for 2 months, you must need reproach me. However, I examined the curious bird. Conseil was right. The bird drunk with the juice was quite powerless. It could not fly, it could hardly walk. This pigeon belonged to the most beautiful of the 8 species that found in Papua and in the neighboring islands. It was the large emerald bird, the most rare kind. It measured 3 feet in length. Its head was comparatively small. Its eyes placed near the opening of the beak and also small. But the shade of color were beautiful, having a yellow beak, brown feet and claws, nut-colored wing with purple tips, pale yellow at the back of the neck and head, and emerald color at the throat, chestnut on the breast and belly. 2 horned dainty nuts rose from below the tail, was pronounced the long, light feathers of admirable fineness, and then they completed the whole of this marvelous bird that the natives have poetically named the bird of the sun. But it wishes, if my wishes were satisfied by the possession of the bird of paradise, the Canadians were not yet. Happily, about 2 o'clock, Ned Land brought down a magnificent hog, and the brood of those the natives call bariutang. The animal came in time for us to procure reproduced meat, and he was well received. Ned Land was very proud of his shot. The hog hit the electric ball, fell stone dead. The Canadians cleaned it properly. After having taken half a dozen cutlets, destined to furnish us with a gillet repast in the evening, then the hunt was resumed, which was still more marked by Ned and Conseil's exploits. Indeed, the two friends beating the bushes rounded a herd of kangaroos that fled and bounded along the elastic paws. But his animal did not take flight so rapidly that the electric capsule would stop their course. Ah, Professor, cried Ned Land, who was carried away by the delight of the chase. What excellent game, and stewed too. What a supply for the Nautilus. 2, 3, 5 down. And to think that we shall eat flesh, and that the idiot on board shall not have a crumb. I think that in the excess of his job, the Canadian we have not taken so much would have killed them all. But he contented himself with a single dozen of these interesting marsupials. These animals were small. They were all species of kangaroo rabbits that live habitually in the hollows of trees, and whose speed is extreme, but they are moderately fat and furnish at least estimable food. We were very satisfied with the result of the hunt. Happy Ned proposed to return to his enchanting island for the next day, for the wish to depopulate it of all the eatable quadrupeds, but he reckoned without his host. At 6 o'clock in the evening, we had regained the shores of our boat, and it was moored in the usual place. The Nautilus, like a long rock, emerged from the wave 2 miles from the beach. Ned Land, without waiting, occupied himself about the important dinner business. He understood all about cooking well. The bari-outang grilled on the coals soon scented the air with a delicious odor. Indeed, the dinner was excellent. 2 wood pigeons completed this extraordinary menu. The sago pastry, the artocarpus bread, some mangoes, half a dozen pineapples, and the liquor fermented from some cocoa nuts overjoyed us. I even think that our mortuary companions had ideas had not all the plainness desirable. Suppose we do not return to the Nautilus this evening, said Conseil. Suppose we never return, added Ned Land. Then, just when a stone fell at our feet, and I cut short the harpooner proposition. Chapter 21. Captain Nemo's Thunderbolt. We looked at the edge of the forest without raising, my hand stopping in the action of putting it to my mouth, Ned Land completing its office. Stones do not fall from the sky, remarked Conseil, and they will merit the name of aerolites. A second stone, carefully aimed, that made a savory pigeon fell leg fall. From Conseil's hand gave still more weight to his observation. We all three arose, shouldered our gun, and were ready to reply any attack. Are they apes? Cried Ned Land. Very nearly they are savage. To the boat, I said, hurrying to the sea. It was indeed necessary to beat a retreat, for about 20 natives armed with bows and slings appeared to the skirts of a copse that marked the horizon to the right, hardly 100 steps from us. Our boat was moored about 60 feet from us. The savage approached us, not running but making hostile demonstration. Stone and arrows fell thickly. Ned Land had not wished to leave his provision, and in spite of his imminent hunger, his pig on one side and kangaroos on the other, he went tolerably fast. In 2 minutes we were on the shore, to load the boat with provisions and arms, to push it to the sea, and ship our oars. Was the work of an instant. We had not gone to cable length when 100 savages, howling and gesticulating, entered the water up to their waist. I watched to see if their apparition would attract some from the Nautilus onto the platform, but no. The enormous machine lying off was absolutely deserted. 20 minutes later, we were on board. The panels were open, and after making the boat fast, We entered into the interior of the Nautilus and descended to the drawing room, from whence I heard some chords. Captain Nemo was there, bending over his organ and plunged in musical ecstasy. Captain, he did not hear me. Captain, I said again, touching his hand. He shuddered and turning round, said, Ah, is it you, Professor? Well, have you a good hunt? Have you botanized successfully? Yes, Captain, but we have unfortunately brought a troop of bipeds, whose vicinity troubles me. What bipeds? Savages. Savages, he echoed ironically. So you are astonished, Professor, at having set foot on a strange land and finding savages. Savages! Where are there not any? Besides, are there worse than other? 'Tis from your call. 'Tis whom you called savages? But, Captain, how many have you counted? 100 at least. Mr. Aronnax, replied Captain Nemo, facing his finger on the organ stops. When all the natives of Papua are assembled on the shore, the Nautilus will have nothing to fear from their attack. The captain's finger we were running over the keys of the instrument, and I remarked that he touched only the black keys, which gave to this melody an unusually Scotch character. Soon he had forgotten my presence, and had plunged into a reverie that I did not disturb. I went up again on the platform. Night had already fallen, for in this low latitude the sun set rapidly without twilight. I could only see the island indistinctly, but the numerous fires lighted on the beach showed that the native did not think of leaving us. It was alone for several hours, sometimes thinking of the native, but without any dread of them, for the imperturbable confidence of the captain was catching, sometimes forgetting them to admire the splendor of the night in the tropic. My remembrance went to France in the train of those zodiacal stars that could shine in some hours' time. The moon shone on the midst of the constellation of the zenith. The night slipped away without any mischance. The Icelander frightened, no doubt, to the sight of a monster around the bay. The panels were open, and would have offered an easy access to the interior of the Nautilus. At 6 o'clock in the morning on the 8th January, we went up on the platform. The dawn was breaking. The island soon showed itself through the dissipating fog, first the shore, then the summit. The natives were there, some more numerous than the day before, 500 or 600 perhaps. Some of them, profiting by the low water, had come on the coral, at less than 2 cable lengths from the Nautilus. I distinguished them easily. They were true Papuans, with athletic figure, men of good race, large high foreheads, large but not broad and flat and white teeth. Their woolly hair, with a reddish skin, showed off on their back shining bodies like those of the Nubians. From the lobes of their hair, cut and distended, hung chaplets of bones. Most of their savages were naked. Amongst them I remarked some women, dressed from the hips to knee in quite crinoline of herds, that sustained a vegetable waistband. Some chiefs are ornamented their necks with crescent and collars of glass beads. Red and white, nearly all were armed with bows and shields, and carried on their shoulder a sort of net containing those round stones which they cast from their slings with great skill. One of great chiefs, rather than the Nautilus, examined it attentively. He was perhaps a Mado of high rank, for he was draped in a mat of banana leaves, notched around the edge and set off with brilliant colors. I could easily have knocked down this native, who was within a short length, but I took that it was better to wait for real hostile demonstration. Between European and savages, it is proper for the European to parry sharply, not to attack. During low water, the natives roamed about near the Nautilus, but were not troublesome. I heard them frequently repeat the word "Asai," and their gesture understood that they invited me to go on land, an invitation that I declined. So that on that day the boat did not push off, to the great displeasure of Master Land, who could not complete his provision. This adroit Canadian employed his time in preparing the viands and meat that he had brought of the island. As for the savages, they returned to the shore about 11 o'clock in the morning, as soon as the coral tops began to disappear under the rising tide. But I saw their number has increased considerably to the shore. Probably they came from the neighboring island, or very likely from Papua. However, I had not seen a single native canoe. Having nothing better to do, I talked of dragging this beautiful limpid water, under which I saw a profusion of shells, zoophytes, and marine plants. Moreover, it was the last day of the Nautilus could pass in these parts, if it float in open sea the next day, according to Captain Nemo's promise. Therefore called Conseil, who brought me a little light drag, very like those of the oyster fishery. Now to work. For 2 hours we fished unceasingly, but without bringing up any rarities. The drag was filled with Midas ears, harps, melames, and particularly the most beautiful hammers I have ever seen. We also brought out some hollow turias, pearl hollow oyster, and a dozen little turtles that were reserved from the pantry on board. But just then I expected it least, I put my hand on a wonder, I might say a natural deformity, very rarely met with. Conseil was just dragging, and his net came up filled with divers ordinary shell, when all at once he saw me plunge my arm quickly into the net, to draw out a shell, and heard me utter on a conchological cry, that is to say, the most piercing cry that human throat can utter. "What's the matter, sir?" he asked, in surprise. "Has master been bitten?" "No, my boy, but I would willingly have given a finger for my discovery." "What discovery?" "This shell," said I, holding up the object of my triumph. "It is simply an olive porphyry, genus olive, order of the Pectinibranchidae, class of gasteropods, subclass of mollusca." "Yes," Conseil, "but instead of being rolled from right to left, the olive turns from left to right." "It is possible." "Yes, my ball, it is a left shell. Shells are all right-handed, with rare exceptions, and then by chance the spiral is left. Amateurs are ready to pay their weight in gold." Conseil and I were absorbed by the contemplation of our treasure, and I was promising myself to enrich the museum with it, when a stroke infinitely strong by a native struck against and broke the precious object in Conseil's hands. I uttered a cry in despair. Conseil took up his gun and aimed at the savage who was poising his sling at 10 yards from him. I would have stopped him, but his blow took effect, and broke the bracelet of amulets which encircles the arm of the savage. "Well, sir, you do not see that the cannibal has commenced the attack? A shell is not worth the life of a man," said I. "Ah, the scoundrel!" cried Conseil. "I would rather he had broken my shoulder." Conseil was in earnest, but I was not his opinion. However, the situation has changed a minute before, and we were not perceived. A score of canoes surrounded the Nautilus. These canoes scoped at our trunk of a tree, long narrows, well adapted for speed, were balanced by means of long bamboo poles, which floated on the water. They were managed by skillful, half-naked paddlers, and I watched their advance with some uneasiness. It was evident that these Papuans already had dealing with Europeans and knew their ships, but this long iron cylinder anchored in the bay, without mast or chimney, what could they think of it? Nothing good. For at first they kept a respectful distance, however, seeing it motionless, by degrees they took courage and sought to familiarize themselves with it. Now, this familiarity was precisely that it was necessary to avoid. Our arms, which were noiseless, would only produce a moderate effect on the savage, who have little respect for hawked with blustering things. The thunderbolt without the reverberation of thunder would frighten man but little. True, the danger lay in the lightning, not in the noise. At this moment, the canoe approached the Nautilus, and a shower of arrows alighted on earth. I went down to the salon, but found no one there. I ventured to knock at the door that opened into the captain's room. "Come in," was the answer. I entered and found Captain Nemo with algebraical calculation of x and other quantities. I am disturbing you, said I, for courtesy's sake. That is true, Mr. Aronnax, replied the captain, but I think you have a serious reason for wishing to see me. Very grave one. The natives are surrounding us with their canoes, and in a few minutes we shall certainly be attacked by many hundred savages. Ah, said Captain Nemo quietly. They are come us with their canoe? Yes, sir. Well, sir, we must close their hatches. Exactly, and I came to say to you. Nothing can be more simple, said Captain Nemo, and pressing an electric button, he transmitted an order to the ship's crew. It is all done, sir, said he. After some moments, the pinnace is ready and the hatches are closed. You do not fear. I imagine that these gentlemen will stave in walls on which the bolts of our frigate have no effect. No, Captain, but a danger still exists. What is that, sir? It is that tomorrow, at about this hour, we must open the hatches to renew the air of the Nautilus. Now, if at this moment the Papou should occupy the platform, I do not see how we could prevent them from entering. Then, sir, you suppose that they will board us? I am certain of, sir. Well, sir, let them come. I see no reason for hindering them. After all, these Papuans are poor creatures, and I am only willing that my visit on the island of Guerreboans should be the cost of life for a single one of these wretches. Upon that I was going away, but Captain Nemo detained me, and asked to me sit down for him. He questioned me with interest about our excursion on shore, and our hunting, and seemed to not understand the craving for meat that had the Canadian. Proceeded the Canadian. Then the conversation turned on various subjects, and without being more communicative, Captain Nemo showed himself more amiable. Amongst the other things, we happened to speak of the situation of the Nautilus, run around in exactly the same spot in its strait where Dumont d'Urville was nearly lost. Apropos of this d'Urville was one of your great sailors, said the captain to me, one of your most intelligent navigator. He is the Captain Cook of your Frenchman. Unfortunate man of science, after having braved the icebergs of the South Pole, of the coral reefs of Oceania, the cannibals of the Pacific, to perish miserably in a railway train, this energetic man could have reflected during the last moment of his life. We must have been so uppermost with it last talked. Do you suppose? So speaking, Captain Nemo seemed moved, and his emotion gave me a better opinion of him. Then, chart in hand, we reviewed the travel of French navigator, his voyage of circumnavigation, his double detention at South Pole, which led to the discovery of Adelaide and Louis Philippe, and fixing the hydrographical bearings of the principal islands of Oceania. What which your D'Urville has done on the surface of the seas, said Captain Nemo, that I have done under them, and more easily, more completely than me. The Astrolabe and the Zelia, incessantly tossed about by the hurricane, could not be worth the Nautilus, quiet repository of labor that she is, truly motionless in the midst of the water. Tomorrow, added the captain, rising, tomorrow, at 20 minutes to 3 p.m., the Nautilus shall float, and leave the Strait of Torres uninjured. Having curtly pronounced these words, Captain Nemo bowed slightly. This was to dismiss me. I went back to my room. There I found Conseil, who wished to know the result of my interview with the captain. My boy, said I, when I feigned to believe that his Nautilus was threatened by the native of Papua, the captain answered me very sarcastically, we have but one thing to say to you. Have confidence in him, and go to sleep in peace. Have you not need of my services, sir? No, my friend, that is Ned Land going. What is Ned Land going? If you will excuse me, sir, answered Conseil, friend Ned is busy making a kangaroo pie, which will be a marvel. I remained alone, and went to bed, but slept indifferently. I heard the noise of the savage, who stamped on the platform, uttering deafening cries. The night passed thus, without disturbing the ordinary repose of the crew, and presence of this animal affected them no more than the soldier of a masked battery care for the hand that crawls over its front. At 6 in the morning I rose. The hatches had not been opened, the inner air was not renewed, but the reservoir, filled ready for any emergency, were now resorted to, and discharged several cubic feet of oxygen into the exhausted atmosphere of the Nautilus. I worked in my room till noon, without having seen Captain Nemo, even for an instant. On board, no preparations for departure were visible. I waited still sometimes, and went into the large saloon. The clock marked 2:30. In 10 minutes it should be high tide, and if Captain Nemo has not made a rash promise, the Nautilus will be immediately detached. If not, many months will pass here we should leave her beds of coral. However, some running vibration began to be felt in this vessel. I heard the keel grating against the raw calcareous bottom of the coral reef. At 5:20 to 3, Captain Nemo appeared in the saloon. "We are going to start," said he. "Ah," replied I. "I have given the order to open the hatches. And the Papuans?" "The Papuans," answered Captain Nemo, slightly and shrugging his shoulder. "They will they not come inside the Nautilus?" "How?" "Only by leaping over the hatches you have opened." "Mr. Aronnax," squarely answered Captain Nemo, "we will not enter the hatches of the Nautilus in that way, even if they were open." I looked at the captain. Do you not understand?" said he. "Hardly." "Well, come and you will see." I directed my step towards the central staircase, where Ned and Conseil were sleepily watching some of the ship's crew, who were opening the hatches, while cries of rage and fearful vociferation resounded outside. The port leaves were pulled down outside, 20 horrible faces apart, but in the first native who placed its hand on the stair rail, though struck from behind by some invisible force. I knew now what fled, entering in the most fearful cries, and making the wildest contortions. 10 of his companions followed him. They met with the same fate. Conseil was in ecstasy. Ned Land, carried away by his violent instinct, ran onto the staircase. But the moment he seized the rail with his boot hand, he in turn, was overthrown. "I am struck by a thunderbolt," cried he, with a oath. This explained it all. It was no rail, but metallic cable, charged with electricity from the deck, communicating with the platform. Whoever touched it felt a powerful shock. This shock would have been mortal if Captain Nemo had discharged into the conductor the whole force of the current. It might truly be said that between his assailant and himself he had stretched a network of electricity which none could pass with impunity. Meanwhile, the exasperated Papuans had beaten a retreat. Paralyzed with terror, half of us, half logging, we consoled and rubbed the unfortunate Ned Land, who swore like one possessed. But at this moment the Nautilus, raised by the last waves of the tide, quitted her coral bed exactly at the 40th minute fixed by the captain. Her screw swept the water slowly and majestically. Her speed increased gradually, and sailing on the surface of the ocean, she quitted safe and sound the dangerous spaces of the Strait of Torres. Chapter 22. Aegrisomnia. The following day, 10th January, the Nautilus continued her course between two seas, but with such remarkable speed that I could not estimate it at less than 35 miles an hour. The rapidity of our screw was such that I could neither follow nor count its revolution. When I reflect that its marvelous electric agents, after having afforded motion, heat, and light to the Nautilus, still protected her from outward attacks, and transformed her into an ark of safety, which no profaned hand might touch without being thunderstricken. My admiration was unbounded, and from the structure extended to the engineer who had called it into existence. Our course was directed to the west, and on 11th January we doubled Cape Wessel, situated in 135 degrees longitude and 10 degrees north latitude, which forms the east point of the Gulf of Carpentaria. The reefs were still numerous, but more equalized, and marked on the chart with extreme precision. The Nautilus easily avoided the breakers of Money to port and the Victoria Reefs to starboard. placed at 130 degrees longitude, and on the 10th parallel, which we strictly followed. On the 13th of January, Captain Nemo arrived in the Sea of Timor and recognized the island of that name in 122 degrees longitude. From this point, the direction of the Nautilus inclined towards the southwest. Her head was set on the Indian Ocean. Where could the fancy of Captain Nemo carry us next? Would he return to the coast of Asia, or would he approach against the shore of Europe? Improbable conjecture both, for a man who fled from inhabited continent. Then, would he descend to the south? Was he going to double the Cape of Good Hope, then Cap Horn, and finally go as far as the Antarctic Pole? Would he come back at last to the Pacific, where his Nautilus could sail free and independently? Time would show. After having skirted the Sound of Carrier, of Hibernia, Seringapatam, and Scott, last effort of the solid against the liquid element, on the 14th January we lost sight of land altogether. The speed of the Nautilus was considerably abated, and with irregular course, she sometimes swam in the bottoms of the water, sometimes floated on their surface. During this period of the voyage, Captain Nemo made some interesting experiments on the varied temperature of the sea in different beds. Under ordinary conditions, these observations are made by means of rather complicated instruments, and with somewhat doubtful result. By means of thermometrical sounding leads, the glasses often breaking under the pressure of the water, or an apparatus grounded on the variation of the resistance of metal or to the electric current, result so obtained could not be correctly calculated. On the contrary, Captain Nemo went himself on the test of temperature in the depth of the sea, and his thermometer, placed in communication with the different sheets of water, gave him the required degree immediately and accurately. It was thus that, either by overloading her reservoirs, or by descending obliquely by means of her inclined planes, the Nautilus successively attained the depth of 3, 4, 5, 7, 9, and 10,000 yards, and the definite result of this experience was that the sea preserved an average temperature at 4 degrees and a half at a depth of 5,000 fathoms under all latitudes. On the 16th January, the Nautilus seemed becalmed. Only a few yards beneath the surface of the waves, her electric apparatus remained inactive, and her motionless crew left her to drift at the mercy of the current. I suppose that the crew was occupied with interior repairs, rendered necessary by the violence of the mechanical movement of the machine. My companions and I then witnessed a curious spectacle. The hatches of the saloon were open, and the beacon light of the Nautilus was not in action. A dim obscurity reigned in the midst of the water. I observed the state of the sea under this condition, and the largest fist appeared to me no more than scarcely defined windows. When the Nautilus found herself suddenly transported into full light, I thought at first that the beacon had been lighted and was casting its electric radiance into the liquid mass. I was mistaken, and after a rapid survey, perceived my error. The Nautilus floated in the midst of a phosphorescent bed, which in this obscurity became quite dazzling. It was produced by myriads of luminous animalculae. Whose brilliancy was increased as they glided over the metallic hull of the vessel. I was surprised by lightning in the midst of these luminous sheets. As though they had been rivulet of lead melted in an ardent furnace, or metallic masses brought to a river heat, so that, by force of contrast, certain portions of light appeared to cast a shade in the midst of the general ignition, from which all shade seemed banished. No, it was not the calm irradiation of our ordinary lightning. There was unusual life and vigor. This was truly living light. In reality, it was infinite agglomeration of colored infusiora, or veritable globules of diaphanous jelly, provided with thread-like tentacles, and of which as many as 25,000 have been counted in less than 2 cubic half inches of water. Anti-light was increased by glimmerings peculiar of the medusae, starfish, aurelia, and proposed other phosphorescent zoophytes, impregnated by the grease of the organic matter decomposed by the sea, and perhaps the mucus secreted by the fish. During several hours, the Nautilus floated in this brilliant wave, and our admiration increased as we watched the machine monster disporting themselves like salamanders. I saw there, in the midst of this fire that burns not, the swift and elegant porpoise, the indefatigable clown of the ocean, and some swordfish, 10 feet long, those prophetic herald of the hurricane, whose formidable sword would now and then strike the glass of the saloon. Then appeared the smaller fish, the variegated ballista, the leaping mackerel, wolf tails, and 100 other which striped the luminous atmosphere as they swam. This dazzling spectacle was enchanting. Perhaps some atmospheric condition increased the intensity of this phenomenon. Perhaps some storms agitated the surface of the wave. But at this depth of some yards, the Nautilus was unmoved by its fury, and reposed peacefully in still water. So he progressed, incessantly charmed by some new marvel. Conseil arranged and classed his zoophyte, his articulata, his mollusks, his fishes. The day passed rapidly away, and I took no account of them. Ned, according to habit, tried to vary the diet on board. The diet on board. Like snails, we were fixed on our shells, and I declare it easy to lead a snail's life. Thus, this life seemed easy and natural, as we took no longer of the life we led on land, but something happened to recall us to the strangeness of our situation. On the 18th of January, the Nautilus was in 105 longitude and 15 degrees south latitude. The weather was threatening, the sea rough and rolling. There was a strong east wind. The barometer, which had been going down for some days, foreboded a coming storm. I went up to the platform just as the second lieutenant was taking the measure of the horary angles, and waited according to habit till the daily phase was said. But on this day it was exchanged for another phase not less incomprehensible. Almost directly I saw Captain Nemo appear, with a glass looking towards the horizon. For some minutes he was immovable, without taking his eyes off the point of observation. Then he lowered his glass, and exchanged a few words with his lieutenant. The latter seemed to be a victim of some emotion that he tried in vain to repress. Captain Nemo, having more emotion than that he tried in vain to repress, Captain Nemo, having more command over himself, was cool. He seemed to be making some objection, to which the lieutenant replied by formal assurance. At least I concluded by the difference of their tones and gesture. For myself, I had looked carefully in the direction indicated without seeing anything. The skies and water were lost in the clear lines of the horizon. However, Captain Nemo walked from one end of the platform to the other, without looking at me, perhaps without seeing me. His step was firm, but less regular than usual. He stopped sometimes, crossed his arm, and observed the sea. What could he be looking for on that immense expanse? The Nautilus was then some hundreds of miles from the nearest coast. The lieutenant had taken up the glass and examined the horizon steadfastly, going and coming, stamping his foot and showing more nervous agitation than his superior officer. Besides, this mystery must necessarily be solved, and before long. For, upon an order for Captain Nemo, the engine increasing its propelling power made the screw turn more rapidly. Just then, the lieutenant drew the captain's agitation again. The latter stopped walking and directed his glass towards the place indicated. He looked long. I felt very much puzzled, and descended into the drawing room and took out an excellent telescope that I generally used. Then, leaning on the cage of the watchlight that I jumped out from on the front of the platform, set myself to look over all the lines of the sky and sea. But my eyes was no sooner applied to the glass than it was quickly snatched out of my hands. I turned round. Captain Nemo was before me, but I did not know him. His face was transfigured, his eyes flashed silently, his teeth were set, his stiff body, clenched fist, and head strung between his shoulders, betrayed the violent agitation and pervaded his whole frame. He did not move. My glass, fallen from his hand, had rolled at his feet. Had I unwittingly provoked this fit of anger? Did this incomprehensible person imagine that I had discovered some forbidden secret? No, it was not the object of this hatred. For he was not looking at me, his eye was still fixed upon the impenetrable point of the horizon. At last, Captain Nemo recovered himself. His agitation subsided. He addressed some word in a foreign language to his lieutenant, then turned to me. "Mr. Aronnax," he said, in rather an imperious tone, "I require you to keep one of the conditions that bind you to me." "What it is, Captain?" "You must be confined with your companions until I think fit to release you." "You are the master," I replied, looking steadily to him. "But may I ask one question?" "None, sir." There was no resisting this imperious command. I would have been unless it went down to the cabin occupied by Ned and Conseil. I told them that Captain Determination, you may judge how this communication was received by the Canadian. But there was no time for alteration. 4 of the crew waited at the door and conducted us to the cell where we had passed our first night on board the Nautilus. Ned Land would have remonstrated, but the door was shut upon him. "Will master tell me what this means?" asked Conseil. I told my companions what had passed. They were as much astonished as I, and equally at loss how to account for it. Meanwhile, I was absorbed in my own reflections, and I could think of nothing but the strange fear depicted in the captain's countenance. I was utterly at a loss to account for him, when my cognitions were disturbed by this word from Ned Land. "Hallo, breakfast is ready." And indeed the table was laid. Evidently Captain Nemo has given this order at the same time that he has hastened the speed of the Nautilus. "Will master permit me to make a recommendation?" asked Conseil. "Yes, my boy." "Well, it is that master breakfast. It is prudent for me, for we do not know what may happen." "You are right, Conseil." Unfortunately, said Ned Land, "they have only given us the ship's fare." "Friend Ness," asked Conseil, "what would you have said if the breakfast had been entirely forgotten?" This argument cut short the harpooner's recommendation. We sat down at the table. The meal was eaten in silence. Just then the luminous globe was lighted. The sail went out. When we left it in total darkness, Ned Land was soon asleep, and what astonished me, that was Conseil went off into a heavy sleep. I was thinking that what could have caused this irresistible drowsiness, when I felt my brain becoming stupefied. In spite of my effort to keep my eyes open, they would close. A painful suspicion seized me. Evidently, soporific suspense had been mixed with the food we had just taken. Imprisonment was not enough to conceal Captain Nemo's project from us. Sleep was more necessary. When I heard the panel shut, the undulation of the sea, which caused a slight rolling motion, ceased. Had the Nautilus quitted the surface of the ocean? Had it gone back to the motionless bell of water? I tried to resist sleep. It was impossible. My breathing grew weak. I felt a mortal cold freeze in my stiffened and half-paralyzed limbs. My head, like limpet calves, fell over my eyes. I could not raise them. A morbid sleep, full of hallucination, bereft me of my being. Then the vision disappeared and left me in complete insensibility. Chapter 23. The Coral Kingdom. The next day I woke with my head singularly clear. To my great surprise, I was in my own room. My companions, no doubt, had been restrained in their cabin, without having perceived it any more than I. Of what I had passed during the night, they were as ignorant as I was, and to penetrate this mystery I only reckoned upon the chances of the future. I then talked of quitting my room. Was I free again of a prisoner? Quite free. I opened the door, went to the half deck, went up to the central stairs. The panels shut the evening before were open. I went onto the platform. Ned Land and Conseil waited there for me. I questioned them. They knew nothing. Lost in a heavy sleep, in which they had been totally unconscious, they had been astonished at finding themselves in their cabin. As for the Nautilus, it seemed quiet and mysterious as ever. It floated on the surface of the waves at a moderate pace. Nothing seemed changed on board. The second lieutenant then came to the platform and gave the usual order below. As for Captain Nemo, he did not appear. As the people on board, I only saw the impassive steward, who served me with the usually dumb regularity. About 2 o'clock, I was in the drawing room, busied in arranging my notes, when the captain opened the door and appeared. I bowed. He made a slight inclination in return. Without speaking, I resumed my work, hoping that he would perhaps give me some explanation of the events of the preceding night. He made none. I looked at him. He seemed fatigued. His heavy eyes had not been refreshed by sleep. His face looked very sorrowful. He walked to and fro, sat down and got up again, took up a chance book, put it down, consulted his instrument without taking its normal notes, and seemed restless and uneasy. At last he came up to me and said, "Are you a doctor, Mr. Aronnax?" I so little expected such a question that I stared sometimes at him without answering. "Are you a doctor?" he repeated. "Several of your colleagues have studied medicine." "Well," said I am a doctor and resident surgeon to the hospital. I practiced several years before entering the museum." "Very well, sir." My answer had evidently satisfied the captain, but not knowing what he would say next, I waited for questions, reserving my answer according to circumstance. "Mr. Aronnax, will you consent to prescribe from one of my men?" he asked. Is he ill?" "Yes, I am ready to follow you. Come then." I own my heartbeat. I do not know why. I saw a certain connection between the illness of one of the crew at the event of the day before, and this mystery interested me, at least as such as the sick man. Captain Nemo conducted me to the poop of the Nautilus and took me into a cabin situated near the sailors' quarters. There, on a bed, lay a man about 40 of age, with a resolute expression of countenance, a true type of Anglo-Saxon. I leaned over him. He was not only ill, he was wounded. His head, swathed in bandage covered by blood, lay on a pillow. I undid the bandages, and the wounded man looked at me with his large eyes and gave no sign of pain as I did it. It was a horrible wound. The skull, shattered by some deadly weapon, left the brain exposed, which was much injured. Clots of blood had formed in the bruised and broken mass in color like the dregs of wine. There was both contusion and suffusion of the brain. His breathing was slow, and some spasmodic movement of the muscle agitated his face, affected his pulse. It was intermittent. The extremities of his body were growing cold already, and I saw death must inevitably ensue. After dressing the unfortunate man's wound, I regitted the bandage on his head and turned to Captain Nemo. "What caused this wound?" I asked. "What does it signify?" he replied evasively. "A shock has broken one of the levers of the engine. We struck myself, but your opinion has to this state." I hesitated before giving it. "You may speak," said the captain. "This man does not understand French." I gave a last look at the wounded man. "He will be dead in 2 hours. Can nothing save him?" "Nothing." Captain Nemo's hands contracted, and some tears light in his eyes, which I took incapable of shedding any. For some moments I still watched the dying man, whose life ebbed slowly. His pallor increased under the electric light he was shed over his dead bed. I looked at his intelligent forehead, furrowed with premature wrinkles, produced probably by misfortune and sorrow. I tried to learn the secret of his life from the last word that escaped his lips. "You can go now, Mr. Aronnax," said the captain. I left him in the dying man's cabin and returned to my room much affected by this scene. During the whole day I was haunted by uncontrollable suspicions, and at night I slept badly, and between my Broken dreams, I fancied I heard distant sight like the note of a funeral psalm. Were they prayer of the dead, murmurs in the language that I could not understand? The next morning I went on the bridge. Captain Nemo was there before me. As soon as he perceived me, he came to me. Professor, will it be convenient for you to make a submarine excursion today with my companions? I asked. If they like. We obey your order, Captain. Will you be so good, then, as to put on your court jackets? It was not a question of dead or dying. I will join Ned Land and Conseil and told them of Captain Nemo's proposition. Conseil hastened to accept it, and this time the Canadian seems quite willing to follow our example. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. At 8:30, we were equipped for this new excursion and provided with 2 contrivances for light and breathing. The double door was open, and accompanied by Captain Nemo, accompanied, who was followed by a dozen of the crew. We set foot at a depth of about 30 feet, and on the solid bottom of which the Nautilus rested. A slight declivity ended in an uneven bottom at 15 fathoms depth. This bottom differed entirely from the one I had visited on my first excursion under the water of the Pacific Ocean. Here, there was no fine sand, no submarine prairies, no sea forest. I immediately recognized that marvelous region of which, on that day, the captain did the honors to us. It was the Coral Kingdom. In the zoophyte branch and in the Alcyon class, I noticed the Gorgonaea, the Isidiae, and the Corollariae. The light produced 1,000 charming varieties, playing in the midst of the branches that were so vividly colored. I seemed to see the membranous and cylindrical tubes tremble beneath the undulation of the waters. I was tempted to gather the fresh petals, ornamented with delicate tentacles. Some just blown, the other budding, like small fish swimming swiftly, touched them slightly, like flights of birds, but in my hand approached these living monsters, these animal-sensitive plants. My whole colony took alarm. The white petals re-entered their red cases, the flower faded as I looked, and the bush changed into a block of stony knobs. Chance had thrown me just by the most precious specimen of this zoophyte. This coral was more valuable than that found in the Mediterranean. On the coast of France, Italy, and Barbary, its tint modified the poetical names of the flower of blood and froth of blood. That trade had given its most beautiful production. Coral is sold for £20 per ounce, and in its place, the battery base would make the fortune of a company of coral divers. This precious matter, then, offused with other polypi, formed the inextricable plots called the Misiota, and on which I noticed several beautiful specimens of pink coral. But soon the bushes contract, and the arborization increase. Real petrified thickets, long joists of fantastic architecture, were disclosed before us. Captain Nemo placed himself under a dark gallery, whereby a slight declivity reached a depth of 100 yards. The light from our lamp produced sometimes magical effects, following the roof outline of the natural arches and pendant-like disposed lustres that were tipped with points of fire. Between the coralline shrubs, I noticed her polypi no less curious, melids and irises with articulated ramification, also some tufts of coral, some green, other red, like seaweed incrusted in their calcareous salts. That naturalist, after long discussion, had definitely classed the vegetable kingdom. But following the remarks of the thinking man, there is perhaps the real point where life rises obscurely from the depth of a stone, without detaching myself from the roof point of departure. At last, after walking 2 hours, we had attained a depth of about 300 yards, and that is to say, the extreme limit on which the coral began to form. but was no isolated bush, nor modest brushwood. At the bottom of lofty trees, it was an immense forest of large mineral vegetation, enormous petrified tree, united by garlands of elegant plumerias. Sea-bound with, all adorned with clouds and reflection, we passed freely under the high branches, lost in the shade of the waves, while at our feet, to be poured mandarins, stars, fungi, and Caryophyllidea formed a carpet of flowers, sound with dazzling gems. What an indescribable spectacle! Captain Nemo had stopped, and I and my companions halted. And turning round, I saw his men were forming on semicircle round their chief. Watching attentively, I observed that four of them carried on their shoulder an object of oblong shape. We occupied in this space the center of a vast glade surrounded by the lofty foliage of the submarine forest. Our lamps threw over a place sort of a clear twilight that singularly elongated the shadows of the ground. At the end of the glade, the darkness increased. That was only relieved by the little sparks reflected by the point of coral. Ned Land and Conseil were near me. We watched, and I thought I was going to witness a strange scene. On observing the ground, I saw that I was in certain place in sight extrusion extruded with limy deposits, limy and disposed with regularity that betrayed the hand of man. In the midst of the glade, on a pedestal on rocks roughly piled up, stood a cross of coral that extended its long arms that one might have thought were made of petrified blood. Upon a sign of Captain Nemo, one of them advanced. At some feet of the cross, he began to dig a hole with a pickaxe that he took from his belt. I understood all. This glade was a cemetery, this hole a tomb, this oblong object the body of the man who had died in the night. The captain and his men had come to bury their companion in general resting place at the bottom of this inaccessible ocean. The grave was being dug slowly. The fish fled on all sides while their retreat was being thus disturbed. I heard the stroke of the pickaxe, which sparkled then it upon some flint across the bottom of the waters. The hole was soon large and deep enough to receive the body. Then the bearer approached, and the body, enveloped into a tissue of red byssus, was lowered into the damp grave. Captain Nemo, with his arm crossed on his breast, and all the friends of him who had loved them, knelt in prayer. The grave was then filled with rubbish taken from the ground, which formed a slight wound. When it was done, Captain Nemo and his men rose. Then, approaching the grave, they knelt again and extended their hand in sign of a last adieu. Then, the funeral procession returned to the Nautilus, passing under the arches of the forest. In the midst of the thicket, along the cold bushes, and still on the hyacinth, at the last fires on board appeared, and a luminous track guided us to the Nautilus. At 1 o'clock, we had returned. As soon as I had changed my clothes, I went to the platform, and a prey to conflicting emotion, I sat down near the binnacle. Captain Nemo joined me, rose, and I said to him, "So, as I said he would, this man died in the night?" "Yes, Mr. Aronnax, and he rests now, near his companion, in the coral cemetery." Yes, forgotten by all else, but not by us. We dug the grave, and the polypi undertake to seal our dead for eternity. And burying his face quickly on his hand, he tried in vain to suppress a sob. Then he added, "Our peaceful cemetery is there, some 100 feet below the surface of the waters. Your dead sleep quietly, at least, Captain, out of the reach of shark." "Yes, sir, of shark and men," gravely replied the captain. Part 2, Chapter 1, The Indian Ocean. Now we come to the second part of our journey under the sea. The first ended in the moving scene in the coral cemetery, which left such a deep impression on my mind. Thus, in the midst of this great sea, Captain Nemo's life was passing even to this grave, which he had prepared in one of its deepest abysses. There, no one of the ocean monsters could trouble the last sleep of the crew of the Nautilus, of two friends revered to each other in death as in life. nor any man either, had added the captain, still the same fierce, implacable defiance towards the human society. I could no longer content myself with the hypothesis which satisfied Conseil. That worthy fellow persisted in saying the commander of the Nautilus, one of those unknown savants who returned man-keep contempt for indifference. For him, he was misunderstood genius, who, tired of earth deceptions, had taken refuge in this inaccessible medium, where he might follow his instinct freely. To my mind, his hypothesis explained but one side of Captain Nemo's character. Indeed, the mystery of that last night during which he had been chained in prison, we slept, and the precaution so violently taken by Captain Nemo of snatching from my eyes the glass that I always raised to sweep the horizon, the mortal wounds of the man, due to the unaccountable shock of the Nautilus, all put me on a new track. No, Captain Nemo has not satisfied with shunning man. His formidable apparatus not only suited his instinct of freedom, but perhaps also the design of some terrible retaliation. At this moment, nothing is clear to me. I catch but a glimpse of light amidst all the darkness. I must confine myself to writing as event shall dictate. That day, the 24th of January, 1868 at noon, 1868 also, at noon the second officer came to take the altitude of the sun. I mounted the platform, lit a cigar, and watched the operation. It seems to me that the man did not understand French. For several minutes I made the remark in a loud voice, which was with much drawn for him some involuntary sign of attention, if he had understood them, but he remained undisturbed and dumb. As he was taking observation with the sextant, one of the sailors of repugnance and horrible to look all. From the 21st to the 23rd of January, the Nautilus went at the rate of 250 leagues in 24 hours. Being 540 miles and 22 miles an hour, if we recognize so many different varieties of fish, it was because, actuated by the electric light, they tried to follow us. The greater part, however, we were soon distanced by our speed. Through some kept pace in the water of the Nautilus for a time. The morning of the 24th in 12 degrees 5 seconds south latitude and 94 degrees 33 seconds longitude. We observed Killing Island, a madrepore formation planted by magnificent cocoas and which had been visited by Mr. Darwin and Captain Fitzroy. The Nautilus skirted the shore of this desert island for a little distance. Its net broke up numerous specimens of polypi and curious shell of mollusca, some precious projection of the species of Delphinulae, enriched the treasure of Captain Nemo, to which I added the Astreaca punctifera, a kind of parasite polypus, even found fixed to a shell. Soon, Killing Island disappeared from the horizon, and our course was directed to the northwest of the direction of the Indian Peninsula. From Killing Island to our course was slowed and more variable, often taking us into great depth. Several times they made use of the inclined planes, with certain intermediate levers placed obliquely to the water line. In that way we went about 2 miles, but without her obtaining the greatest depth of the Indian Ocean, which sounding of 7,000 fathoms like have never reached. As to the temperature of the lower strata, the thermometer invariably indicated 4 degrees above zero. I only observed that, in the upper regions, the water has always colder in the high level than the surface of the sea. On the 25th of January, the ocean was entirely deserted. The Nautilus passed the day on the surface, beating the wave with its powerful screw, and making them rebound to a great height. Who under such circumstances would not have taken it for a gigantic cetacean? 3 parts of this day I spent on the platform. I watched the seas, Nothing on the horizon till about 4 o'clock, a steamer running west on our counter. Her masts were invisible for an instant, but she could not see the Nautilus being too low in the water. I fancied this steamboat belonged to the P.O. Company, which runs from Ceylon to Sydney, touching at King George's Point and Melbourne. At 5 o'clock in the evening, before that fleeting twilight which binds night to day in tropical zones, Conseil and I were astonished by a curious spectacle. It was a shoal of Argonauts traveling along the surface of the ocean. We could count several hundred. They belonged to the tubercle which are peculiar in the Indian seas. These graceful mollusks moved backward by means of their locomotive tube, through which they propelled the water already drawn in. Of their eight tentacles, 6 were elongated and straight inward, floating in the water, while the other 2, rolled up flat, were spread on the wind like a light sail. I saw their spiral-shaped and fluttered shell, which curvier justly compared to an elegant skiff. A boat, indeed. It bears the creature which secretes it without adhering to it. For nearly an hour, the Nautilus floated in the midst of this shoal of mollusks. Then, I know not what sudden fright they took, but as if at a signal every sail was furled, the arms folded, the body drawn in, the shell turned over, changing the center of gravity, and the whole fleet disappeared under the waves. Never did the ship of a squadron maneuver with more unity. At that moment, night fell silently, and the Nile, scarcely raised by the breeze, lay peaceably under the sides of the Nautilus. The next day, 26th of January, we cut the equator on the 82nd meridian, and entered the northern hemisphere. During the day, a formidable troop of sharks accompanied us, terrible creatures which multiply in these seas, and make them very dangerous. They were Cestrapio philippi sharks, with brown hacks and whitish bellies, armed with 11 rows of teeth. Eyed shark, their throat being marked by a large black spot surrounded by white like an eye. There were also some Isabella's shark, with rounded snouts marked with dark spots. These wonderful creatures, powerful, who often hurled themselves at the window of the saloon with such violence as to make us very insecure. As much time Ned Land was no longer master of himself, he wanted to go on the surface and harpoon the monsters, particularly certain smooth-hound shark, whose mouth is studded with teeth like mosaic. A large tiger shark nearly 6 yards long, but the last name of which seemed to excite him more particularly, but the Nautilus, accelerating her speed, easily left the most rapid of them behind. The 27th of January, at the entrance of the vast Bay of Bengal, we met repeatedly a forbidding spectacle. Dead bodies floating on the surface of the water. They were the dead of the Indian villages, carried by the strangle to the level of the sea, and which the vultures, the only undertaker of the country, had not been able to devour, but the sharks did not fail to help them at their funeral work. At about 7 o'clock in the evening, the Nautilus, half immersed, was sailing in a sea of milk. At first the ocean seemed lactified, as if the effect of the lunar rays. No, for the moon, scarcely 2 days old, it was lying hidden under the horizon in the rays of the sun. The whole sky, though lit by sidereal rays, seemed black by contrast by the whiteness of the water. Conseil could not believe his eyes and questioned me as the cause of this phenomenon. Happily, I was able to answer him. It is called milk sea, I explained, a large extent of white wavel, often to be seen on the coast of Ambonia and in this part of the sea. But sir, said Conseil, can you tell me what caused such an effect? For I suppose the water is not really turned into milk. No, my boy, and the whiteness which surprises you is caused only by the presence of myriad or infusoria, a sort of luminous little worm, gelatinous and without color, of the thickness of a hair, and whose length is not more than 7,000 of an inch. These insects adhere to one another sometimes for several leagues. Several leagues, exclaimed Conseil. Yes, my boy, and you need to try to compute the numbers of this infusoria. You will not be able. For, if I am not mistaken, ships are floated on this milk sea for more than 40 miles. Towards midnight, the sea suddenly resumes its usual color, but behind us, even to the limit of the horizon, the sky reflected the whiteness wave, and for a long time it seemed impregnated with the vague glimmering of an aurora borealis. Chapter 2. A novel proposal of Captain Nemo's. On the 28th of January, we went at noon. The Nautilus came to the surface of the sea. In 9 degree 4 second north latitude, where there was land in sight about 8 miles to westward. The first thing I noticed was a range of mountains about 2,000 feet high, the shape of which were most capricious. On taking the bearings, I knew that we were nearing the islands of Ceylon, the pearl which hang from the lobe of the Indian Peninsula. Captain Nemo and his second appeared at this moment. The captain glanced at the map, then turning to me said, "The islands of Ceylon noted for pearl fisheries. Would you like to visit one of them, Mr. Aronnax?" "Certainly, Captain." "Well, the thing is easy. If we see the fisheries, we shall not see the fishermen. The annual exportation has not yet begun. Never mind, I will give order to make for the Gulf of Mannar, where we shall arrive in the night." Captain said something in his second, and we immediately went out. Soon as the Nautilus returned to the native element, and the manometer showed that he was about 30 feet deep. "Well, sir," Captain Nemo, "you and your companion shall visit the bent of Mannar, which is by chance some fisherman should be there, and we shall see him at work." "Agreed, Captain. By the by, Mr. Aronnax, and you are not afraid of sharks?" "Sharks?" exclaimed I. "This question seems to be a very hard one." "Well," continued Captain Nemo, "I admit, Captain, and I'm not very familiar with that kind of fish." "We are accustomed to them," replied Captain Nemo, "and in time you will be too. However, we shall be armed, and on the second road we may be able to hunt some of the tribe. It is interesting. So, till tomorrow, sir, and early." This said in a careless tone. Captain Nemo left the saloon. "Now, if you were invited to hunt a bear in the mountain of Switzerland, what would you say?" "Very well. Tomorrow we will go and hunt the bear. If you ask to hunt the lion in the plain of Atlas or the tiger in the Indian jungle, what would you say?" "Ha! It seems we are going to hunt the tiger or the lion. But when you are invited to hunt the shark in its natural element, will you perhaps reflect from before accepting the invitation?" As for myself, I passed my hands over my forehead, on which stood large drops of cold perspiration. "Let us reflect," said I, "and take our time hunting otter. This submarine forest, as we did on the island of Crespo, will pass. But going up down at the bottom of the sea, where one is almost certain to meet sharks, is quite another thing. I know well that certain countries, particularly the Andaman Island, the Negroes never hesitate to attack them with a dagger in one of a hand and a running nose in the other. And I also know that few who affront those creatures ever return alive. However, I am not a Negro, and if I were, I think a little hesitation in this case would be not ill-timed." At this moment, Conseil and the captain entered, quite composed and ever joyous. They knew not what awaited me. "Fate, sir," said Ned Land. "Your Captain Nemo, the devil take him, has just to make us very pleasant offer." "Ah," said I, "you know, if agreeable to you, sir," interrupted Conseil, "the commander of the Nautilus has invited us to visit the magnificent Ceylon fisheries tomorrow, in your company. He did it kindly and behavior like a real gentleman." "He said nothing more?" "Nothing more, sir, except that he has already spoken to you of this little walk." "Sir," said Conseil, "will you give us some details of the pearl fishery?" "As to the fishing itself, I ask, or the incident which?" "On the fishing," replied the Canadian. "Before entering upon the ground, it was well to know something about it." "Very well, sit down, my friend, and I will teach you." Ned and Conseil seated themselves on an ottoman, and which the first thing the Canadian asked was, "Sir, what is a pearl?" "My worthy Ned," I answered, "to the poet, a pearl is a tear of the sea. To the Orientals, it's a drop of dew solidified. To the ladies, it is a jewel of oblong shape, of a brilliancy of mother of pearl serpents. which they wear on their fingers, their necks, their ears. For the chemist, it is a mixture of phosphate and carbonate of lime, and with little gelatin. And lastly, for naturalists, this is simply a morbid secretion by the organ that produces the mother of pearl among certain bivalves. Branch of Mollusca, cette conseil, class of Acephaly, order of Testacea. Precisely so, my learned conseil. And amongst these Testacea, the earthshell, the Trichinaceae, the turbots in a world, all those which secrete mother of pearl, that is bluish violets of what substance which lines the interior of the shells are capable of producing pearls. Mussels too, asked the Canadian. Yes, mussels of certain water in Scotland, Wales, Ireland, Saxony, Bohemia, and France. Good. For the future I shall pay attention, replied the Canadian. But I continued, the particular mollusk which secretes the pearl is the pearl oyster, the Melaegrina margaritifera. This species pintadine, the pearl is nothing but a nacreous formation deposited in the globular form, either adhering to the oyster shell or buried in the void of the creature. On the shell it is fast, on the flesh it is loose, but always had a kernel with small hard substance, maybe a barren egg, maybe a grain of sand, which the pearly matter deposits itself year after year successively, and thin by thin concentric layer. Are many pearls found in the same oysters? Asked Conseil. Yes, my boy, and some of the pintadine are perfect casket. One oyster had been mentioned. I allow myself to doubt it, as having contained no less than 250 sharks. 150 sharks, exclaimed Ned Land. Did I say sharks? I said hurriedly. I mean to say 150 pearls. Shark will not be sense. Certainly not, said Conseil, but what do you tell us by what means they extract these pearls? They proceed in various ways. When they adhere to the shell, the fishermen often pull them off pincers, and we almost in common wine to let the pintadines of the mat on the seaweed which covers the banks, just as die in open air, and at the end of 10 days they are in forward state of decomposition. They are then plunged into large reservoirs of seawater, and they are obtained and washed. Now begins the double work of the sorters. First they separate the layer of pearl known in commerce by the name of bastard white and bastard blacks, which have delivered in boxes of 250 and 300 pounds each. Then when they make the parenchyma of the oyster, boil it, and pass it through the sieves in order to extract the very smallest pearl. The price of these pearls varies according to their size, as Conseil. Not only according to their size and answer, but also according to their shape, their water, that is their color, and their lustre, that is that bright and diapered sparkle which make them so charming in the eyes. The most beautiful are called virgin pearl and paragons, which are formed alone in the tissues of the mollusk, are white, often opaque, and sometimes have the transparency of an opal, and are generally round or oval. The round are made into bracelets, the oval into pendants, and being more precious are sold slightly. Those adhering to the shell of the oyster are more irregular in shape, and are sold by weight. Lastly, in a lower order are classed those small pearls, known under the name of the sea pearls. They are sold by measure, and are especially used by embroidery of such ornaments. But, said Conseil, it is pearl fishery dangerous? No, I answered quickly, particularly if certain precautions are taken. What does one risk in such a calling? Said Ned Land. The swallowing of some mouthful of seawater. As you said, Ned, by the by, said I, trying to make Captain Nemo's Charleston. Are you afraid of sharks, brave Ned? I, replied the Canadian, a harpooner by profession. It is my trade to make light of them. But, said I, it is not a question of fishing for him with an iron swivel. Hoisting them into the vessel, cocking off the tails with a blow of chopper, riding them up, and throwing their heart into the sea. Then it is a question of precisely in the water. Faith, with a good harpoon, you know, sir, these sharks are ill-fashioned beasts. They must turn on their bellies to seize you, and in that time, Ned Land has a way of saying seas, which make my blood run cold. Well, and you, Conseil, what do you think of sharks? If you shark me to the face of the shark, I will not see why your faithful servants should not face them with you. Chapter 3. A Pearl of 10 Million. The next morning at 4 o'clock, I was awakened with the steward whom Captain Nemo had placed at my service. I rose hurriedly, dressed, and went into the saloon. Captain Nemo was awaiting me. "Mr. Aronnax," said he, "are you ready to start? I am ready. Then please to follow me. And my companions, Captain? They have been told, and are waiting. Are we not to put on our divers' dresses?" asked I. "Not yet. I have not allowed the Nautilus to come near this coast, and we are at some distance from the Manor Bank, but the boat is ready and will take us to the extract point of disembarking, which will save us long way. It carries our diving apparatus, which we will put on when we begin our submarine journey." Captain Nemo conducted me to the central staircase which led to the platform. Conseil and Ned were already there, delighted at the idea of the pleasure party which was preparing. 5 sailors from the Nautilus, with their oars, waited on the boat, which had been made fast against the side. The night was still dark. Layers of cloud covered the sky, allowing but few stars to be seen. I looked on the side where the land lay, and saw nothing but dark line enclosing this part of the horizon. From southwest to northwest, the Nautilus, having returned during the night up to the western coast of Ceylon, was now west of the bay, or rather gulf, formed by the mainland of the island of Mannar. There, under the dark water, stretched by the Pintadine bank, an inexhaustible field of pearl, the length of which is more than 20 miles. Captain Nemo, Ned Land, Conseil, and I took our place in the stern of the boat. The master went into the tillers, and his 4 companions leaned on their oars. The painter was cast off, and we sheered off. The boat went toward the south, and our men did not hurry. I noticed that they strong in the water, only followed each other every 10 seconds. According to the method generally adopted in the Navy, while the craft was running by its own velocity, the liquid drop struck the dark depth into the waves crispy like spats of melted lead. A little below, spreading wide, gave a slight roll on the boat, and some fire reeds flapped before it. We were silent. What was Captain Nemo thinking of? Perhaps of the land he was approaching, and which he found too near to him, contrary of the Canadian's opinion, who took it too far off. As to Conseil, he was merely there from curiosity. About 5:30, the first tint on the horizon showed the upper line of the coast more distinctly. Flat enough in the sea, it was a little to the south. 5 miles still lay between us, and it was indistinct owing to the mist of the water. At 6 o'clock it became suddenly daylight, with that rapidity peculiar to tropical regions, which know neither dark nor twilight. The solar rays pierced the curtains of clouds, piled up on the eastern horizon, and the radiant orb rose rapidly. I saw land distinctly with a few trees scattered here and there. The boat neared Mannar Island, which was rounded to the south. Captain Nemo rose from his seat and watched the sea. At a sign from his anchor was dropped, but the chain was scarcely run, for it was little more than a yard deep, and this spot was one of the highest points of the bank of Pintadines. "Here are we, Mr. Aronnax," said Captain Nemo. "You see that enclosed bay? Here, in a month, will be assembled the numerous fishing boats of the exporter, and these are the water they dives in one sank so boldly. Happily, this day is well situated of that kind of fishing. It is sheltered from the strongest winds, the way of never very rough there, which made it favorable for the divers' works. We will now put our dresses and begin our walk." I did not answer, and while watching the suspected wave, I began, with the help of the sailor, to put my hasty dress. Captain Nemo and my companions were also dressing. none of the Nautilus men were to accompany us in this new excursion. Soon as we were enveloped by the trough in Indian rubber clothing, the air apparatus fixed to our backs by braces, as to the Rumkampf apparatus, there was no necessity for it. Before putting my head into the copper cap, I had asked the question of the captain. They will be useless, he replied. We are going not to great depth, and solar rays will be enough to light our walk. Besides, it would not be prudent to carry the electric light of these waters. Its brilliancy might attract some of the dangerous inhabitants of the coast most inopportunately. As Captain Nemo pronounced these words, I turned to Conseil and Ned Land, but my two friends had already encased their head in the metal cap, and they would neither hear nor answer. One last question remained to ask of Captain Nemo. And our arms? Asked. Or guns? Guns? What for? Do not mountaineers attack the bear with a dagger with their hand, and is not steel surer than lead? Here is a strong blade. Put it in your belt and we start. I looked at my companions. They are armed like us, and more than that, Ned Land was brandishing an enormous harpoon, which he had placed in the boat before leaving the Nautilus. Then, followed by the captain's example, I allowed myself to be dressed in a heavy copper helmet, and our reservoir of air were at once in activity. An instant after, we were landed, one after the other, in about 2 yards of water upon an uneven island. Captain Nemo made a sight of his hand, and we followed him with a gentle declivity till we disappeared under the waves. Over our feet, were like coveys of snipe in a bog, rose shoal of fish of the genus Monoptera, which have no longer fins but their tail. I recognized the Javanese, a real serpent, 2.5 feet long, of a livid color underneath, and which might easily be mistaken for a conger eel if it was not the glowed golden stripe on its side. In the genus Stromateus, those bodies very flat and oval, I saw some of the most brilliant colors, carrying their dorsal things like scent. An excellent eating fish, which dried up and pickled, is known as the name of the carawad. Then some trunk bar, belonging to the genus Apisporoid, whose body is covered with a shelf of cuirass and 8 longitudinal plates. The 8 turning the sun leads the mass of water more and more. The soil changed degrees by degrees. To the fine sand succeeded a perfect causeway of boulders covered with a carpet of mollusks and zoophytes. Among the specimens of these branches, I noticed some Placenae, in which, with thin unequal shells, a kind of ostration peculiar to the Red Sea and the Indian Ocean. Some orange Lucae with rounded shell. Rockfish are 3.5 feet long, which raise themselves under the waves like hands ready to seize one. There were also some Panopyr, slightly luminous, and lastly some Oculine, while like magnificent fans, forming one of the richest vegetation on these seas. In the midst of these lying plants, and under the arbor of the hydrophyte, were layers of clumsy articulates, particularly some Ranimae, whose carapace formed slightly rounded triangle, and some horrible-looking Parthenopes. At about 7 o'clock, we found ourselves at last surveying on the oyster banks, on which the pearl oysters are reproduced by millions. Captain Nemo pointed with his hand at the enormous heap of oysters, and I could well understand that his mind was inexhaustible. For nature, creativity power is far beyond man's instinct of destruction. Ned Land, faithful to his instinct, hastened to fill a net of which he carried by its side with some of the finest specimens, but we could not stop. We must follow the captain, who seemed to guide himself by path known only to himself. The ground was sensible rising, and sometimes on holding up my arms, it was above the surface of the sea. Then the level of the bank would sink capriciously. Often we rounded high rocks carved into pyramids, and their dark fracture huge crustacea perched upon their high claws like some war machine, watched us with fixed eye, and under your feet crawled various kinds of annelidæ. At this moment were opened before us a large grotto, dug in a picturesque heap of rocks and carpeted with all the thick warps of the submarine flora. At first it seemed very dark to me. The solar rays seemed to be extinguished by successive degradation until its vague transparency became nothing more than drawn light. Captain Nemo entered. We followed. My eyes soon accustomed themselves to these relative states of darkness. I could distinguish the arches springing capriciously from natural pillars, standing broad upon their granite base, like the heavy columns of Tuscan architecture, which had our incomprehensible guide led us to the bottom of this submarine crypt. I was soon after descending a rather sharp declivity, our feet trod the bottom of a kind of circular pit, where Captain Nemo stopped and with his hand indicated an object I had not yet perceived. It was an oyster of extraordinary dimension, a gigantic trignae, a goblet which could have contained a whole lake of holy water, a basin of the trade of which I was more than 2 years and a half, and consequently would have been all over with the captain. But as quick as I talked, harpoon in hand, Ned Land rushed towards the shark and struck it within shark point. The waves were impregnated with a mass of blood. They rocked under the shark movement, which beat them with indescribable fury. Ned Land had not missed his aim. It was the monster's death rattle. Stuck to its heart, it struggled in dreadful condition, the shock of which overthrew Conseil. But Ned Land had disentangled the captain, who, getting up without any wound, went straight to the Indian. Quickly cut the cord which led him to the stone, took him with his arm, and with a sharp blow of his heel, mounted on the surface. We all three followed in a few seconds, saved by a miracle, and reached the fisherman's boat. Captain Nemo's first care was to recall the unfortunate man to life again. I did not think he would succeed. I hoped so, for the poor creature's immersion was not long, but the blow of the shark tails may have been his death blow. Happily, with the captain and compensated sharp friction, I saw consciousness return by degrees. He opened his eyes. That was him. And above all, we must have talked when Captain Nemo, drawing from the pocket of his dress a bag of pearls, placed it in his hand. It is a magnificent charity from the man of the water to the poor signalist that accepted with a trembling hand. His wondering eyes were showed that he knew not to what superhuman being he owed both fortune and life. At a sign of, and consequently, larger than an ornamenting saloon of the Nautilus, I approached this extraordinary mollusk. It adheres to the basis of a table of granite, and there isolated, and it developed itself in the calm of water into the grotto. I estimated the weight of this trignate at 600 pounds. Such an oyster would contain 30 pounds of meat, and one must have been the stomach of the gargantua to demolish some dozens of them. Captain Nemo was evidently acquainted to the existence of this bivalve, and seems to have this particular motive in verifying the actual state of this Chignae. The shells were a little open. The captain came near, but it staggered between them to prevent from closing. Then with his hand he raised the membrane with a fringed edge, which formed a cloak of the creature. There, between the folded plates, I saw a loose pearl, with size equal that of a cocoa nut. Its globular shape, perfect clearness, and admirable lustre made it altogether a jewel of inestimable value. Carried away by curiosity, I stretched out my hand to seize it, waited and touched it, but the captain stopped me, made a sign of refusal, and quickly withdrew his dagger. With the mouth shell closed silently, I then understood Captain Nemo's intention. In leaving this pearl hidden in the mandle of the Tignae, he was allowing it to grow slowly. Each year, the secretion of the mollusk will have new concentric cycle. I estimated its value at least 500,000 pounds at least. 10 minutes, Captain Nemo stopped silently. I thought he had altered previously in returning. No, by a gesture he bade us crouch beside him in a deep fracture on the rock. His hand pointed to one part of the liquid mass, which I watched attentively. About 5 yards a shadow appeared and stuck to the ground. The disquieting idea of sharks shot through my mind. But I was mistaken. I once again was not a monster of the ocean that we had anything to do with. It was a man, a living man, an Indian, a fisherman, a poor devil, who, I suppose, had come to glean before the harvest. I could see the bottom of his canoe anchored some feet above his head. He dived and went up successively. A stone held between his feet, cut in the shape of a sugar loaf, whilst a rope fastened him to his boat, helped him to descend more rapidly. It was all his apparatus. Reaching the bottom about 5 yards deep, we went to the knees and filled his bag with oysters picked at random. Then we went up, unpiled it, pulled it and his stone, and began the operation once more, which lasted 30 seconds. The diver did not see us, the shadow of the rock did not hide us from sight, and how should this poor Indian ever dream of that man, like being himself, should be there under the water watching his movement, and losing no detail of the fishing? Several times he went up this way, and dived again. He didn't carry away more than 10 at each plunges, for he was obliged to pull them on the bank whence they had turned by means of their strong byssus. And how many of those oysters which he risked his life no pearl in them? I watched him closely. His manoeuvres were regular, and for the pace of an half hour, no danger appeared to threaten him. I was beginning to accustom myself to the sight of this interesting fishing. Then suddenly, as the Indian was on the ground, I saw him make a gesture of terror, rise, and make a spring to return to the surface of the sea. I understood this dread. A gigantic shadow appeared just above the unfortunate diver. It was a shark of enormous size, advancing diagonally, his eyes on fire, his jaw open. I was mute, his horror, and unable to move. The voracious creature shot towards the Indian, who threw himself on one side in order to avoid the shark fins, but not its tail, for it struck its chest and stretched him on the ground. His hand lasted but a second, and the shark returned, and turning on its back, prepared myself for cutting the Indian into himself. When I saw Captain Nemo rise suddenly, and then, dagger in hand, walk straight to the monster, ready to fight face to face with him. At the very moment the shark was going to snap the unhappy fisherman in two, and he perceived his new adversary. Turning over, he made straight toward him. I can see Captain Nemo's position, holding himself well together. He waited for the shark with admirable coolness, and when it rushed at him, he threw himself on one side with wonderful quickness, avoiding the shock and burying his dagger deep into his side. But it was not all over. A terrible combat ensued. A shark had seemed to roar, if I may say so. The blood rushed in torrents from his wounds. The sea was dyed red, and through the opaque liquid I could distinguish nothing more. Nothing more until at the moment when, like lightning, I saw the undaunted captain hanging on one of the creature's fins, struggling as it were, hand to hand with the monster and dealing successive blows at its enemy, yet still unable to give a decisive one. The shark struggle agitated the water with much fury that the rocking threatened to upset me. I wanted to go to the captain's assistant, but night with the thought of the horror I could not stir. I saw the haggard eyes. I saw the different phases of the fight. The captain fell to the earth, upset by the enormous mass of which leaned upon him. The shark's jaws opened wide, like a pair of factory shears, and it would have been all over the captain. But quickly as I talked, harpoon in hand, Ned Land rushed towards the head to the shark and struck it with a sharp point. The whales were impregnated with a mass of blood. They rocked under the shark movement, which beat them with indescribable fury. Ned Land had not missed its aim. It was the monster Dave's fatal, struck to the heart, a struggle in a dreadful condition, the shock of which overthrew Conseil. But Ned Land has disentangled the captain, who, getting up without any wounds, went straight to the Indian, quickly to the cord which led him, with a stone in his arm, and with a sharp blow on his heel, mounted to the surface. We all three followed in a few seconds, saved by a miracle, and released the fisherman's boat. Captain Nemo's first care was to recall the unfortunate mate to life again. I did not think he would succeed. I hoped so, for the poor creature's immersion was not long, but the blow from the shark's tale might have been the death sprung. Happily, with the captain and Conseil's sharp friction, I saw Conseil's name return by degrees. He opened his eyes. Was what his surprise, his terror even, at seeing our great copper lid leaning over him, and above all, we must have took when Captain Nemo, drawing from another pocket of his dress a bag of pearls, placed in his hand. This magnificent charity from the hand of the water to the poor Singalese was accepted with a trembling hand. His wandering hands showed that he knew not to what superhuman beings he owed both fortune and life. At the sign of the captain, we regained the bank, and following the road already traversed, came about in a half an hour to the anchor which held the canoe of the Nautilus on the earth. Once on board, we reached, with the help of the sailor, got rid of the heavy copper helmet. Captain Nemo, first word was the Canadian. Thank you, Master Land, said he. It was in revenge, Captain, I replied. I owed you that. A ghastly smile passed across the captain's lips, and it was all. To the Nautilus, said he. The boat flew over the waves. Some minutes after, we met the shark's dead floating body. By the black marking of the extremity of his fins, I recognized the terrible melapteron of the Aegean Sea, of the species of shark properly so called. It was more than 25 feet long, and its enormous mind occupied 1/3 of its body. It was an adult, as was known by the 6 rows of teeth placed in the isosceles triangle in the upper jaw. Conseil looked at him with scientific interest, and I am sure that he placed it, and no without reason, in the cartilaginous class of the Chondropterigians order, with fixed gills, of the Selacian family in the genus of the sharks. Whilst I was contemplating the inner mass, a dozen of these voracious beasts appeared round the boat, and without nothing single, threw themselves upon like the dead body, and fought with one another for the pieces. At 8:30, we were again on board the Nautilus, where I reflected the incident which had taken place in our excursion to the Mannar Bank. Two conclusions I must inevitably draw for it. One bearing upon the unparalleled courage of Captain Nemo, the other upon its devotion to human being, a representative of that race from which he fled beneath the sea. Whatever he might say, this strange man had not yet succeeded to entirely crushing his heart. When I made this observation to him, he answered a slightly muffled tone. That Indian, sir, is an inhabitant of an oppressed country. I am still, and shall be, to my last breath, one of them. Chapter 4. The Red Sea. In the course of the day of the 29th of January, the islands of Ceylon disappeared under the horizon, and the Nautilus, at a speed of 20 miles an hour, slid into the labyrinth of canal weaves which separates the Maldives of the Lacadives. It coasted even the islands of Kiltan, at a land originally Madreporic, discovered by Vasco da Gama in 1499, and one of the 19 principal islands of the Lacadive archipelago, situated between 10 degrees and 44 degrees 32nd north latitude and 69 degrees 15 minutes 72 seconds each longitude. We had made 16,220 miles, or 7,500 French leagues from our starting point in the Japanese seas. The next day, 30th January, when the Nautilus went on the surface of the ocean, there was no land in sight. In course, it was north-northeast, in the direction of the Sea of Oman, between Arabia and Indian Peninsula, which serves as the outlet of the Persian Gulf. It was evidently a block without any possible egress. Where was Captain Nemo taking us to? I could not say. This, however, did not satisfy the Canadian, who that day came to me asking where we were going. We are going where our captain fancy takes us, Master Ned. His fancy cannot take us far, then, said the Canadian. The Persian Gulf has not outlast, and if we go in, it will not be long before we are out again. Very well then. We will come out again, Master Ned. And if after the Persian Gulf the Nautilus would like to visit the Red Sea, the Strait of Bab el Mandeb are there to give us entrance. Bab el Mandeb. I need to tell you, sir, said Ned Land, that the Red Sea is as much closed as the Gulf as the Isthmus of Suez is not yet cut, and if it was about as mysterious as ours, would not risk itself in a canal cut with sluices. And again, the Red Sea is not the road to take us back from to Europe. What do you suppose then? I suppose that after visiting the curious coast of Arabia and Egypt, the Nautilus will go down the Indian Ocean again, perhaps cross the channels of Mozambique, perhaps of the Mascarenas, so as to gain the Cape of Good Hope. And on the Cape of Good Hope, asked a Canadian with peculiar emphasis. Well, we shall penetrate into the Atlantic, which we do not yet know. Ah, friend Ned, you are getting tired of this journey under the sea. You are surfeited with the incessantly varying spectacle of submarine wonders. For my part, I shall be sorry to see the end of a voyage in which is given to so few men to make. For 4 days, till the 3rd of February, the Nautilus scoured the Sea of Oman at various speed and at various depth. It seemed to go at random, as if hesitating as to which road it should follow, but we never passed the Tropic of Cancer. In quitting this sea, we sighted Muscat, for instance, one of the most important towns of the country of Oman. I admired its strange aspect, surrounded by black rocks, upon which white houses and forts stood in reliefs. I saw the rounded dome of its mosques, the elegant point of its minarets, its fresh and verdant terraces. But it was only a vision. The Nautilus soon sank under the waves of that part of the sea. We passed along the Arabian coast of Mara and Hadramaut. For a distance of 6 miles, its undulating lines of mountain being occasionally relieved by some ancient ruins. The 5th of January, we at last entered the Gulf of Aden, a perfect funnel introduced into the neck of Bab el Mandeb. 2 weeks the Canadian water entered the Red Sea. The 6th of February, the Nautilus floated in sight of Aden, perched upon a promontory with a narrow isthmus joined into the mainland, a kind of inaccessible Gibraltar, the fortifications of which were rebuilt by the English after taking possession in 1839. I caught a glimpse of the octagon minarets of this town, which was at one time, according to the historian Edrissi, the richest commercial magazine on the coast. I certainly thought that Captain Nemo, arrived at this point, would back out again, but I was mistaken, for he did not change things, much to my surprise. The next day, the 7th of February, we entered the Strait of Bab el Mandeb, the name of which in Arab tongue means the Gate of Tears. To 20 miles in breadth, it is only 32 in length, and for the Nautilus starting at full speed, the crossing was sparsely the work of an hour. But I saw nothing, not even the islands of Perim, with which the British government has fortified the position of Aden. We were too many English or French steamers of the line of Suez to Bombay, Calcutta to Melbourne, and Bourbon to Mauritius, furrowing this narrow passage for the Nautilus to venture to show itself, so it remained prudently below. At least, about noon, we were in the waters of the Red Sea. I will not even seek to understand the caprice which had decided Captain Nemo upon entering the Gulf, but I quite approved of the surface. Sometimes it dived to avoid a vessel, and thus it was able to observe the upper and lower part of this curious sea. The 8th of February, from the first dawn of day, Mocha came in sight. From now I ruined town toes. Whose wall would fall at a gunshot, yet which shelter here and there some verdant date trees. Once an important city containing 6 public markets and 26 mosques, and whose wall, defended by 14 forts, formed a girdle of 2 miles in circumference. The Nautilus then approached the African shore, where the depth of the sea was greater. There, between two waters clear as crystal, through the open panels we were allowed to contemplate the beautiful bushes of brilliant corals, and large blocks of rocks clothed with splendid fur of green algae and fuchi. What an indescribable spectacle, and what variety of sight, of of what? Sandbanks, we are in the, what a variety of sight and landscape among the sandbanks and volcanic islands which bound the Lydian coast. But where this shrub appeared in all their beauty was on the eastern coast, which the Nautilus soon gained. It was on the coast of Tehama, for there not only did it display zoophytes flourish beneath the level of the sea, but they also formed picturesque interlancing which unfurled themselves about 60 feet above the surface, more capricious but less highly colored than those whose freshness was kept up by the vital power of the waters. What charming hours I passed thus at the windows of the saloon. What new specimen of submarine flora and fauna did I admire under the brightness of our electric lanterns? There grew sponges of all shapes, pediculated, foliated, globular, and digital. They certainly justified the name of baskets, cubs, distaffed, elk's horn, lion's feet, peacock's tail, and Neptune's glove, which have been given to them by the fishermen, great poets than the savant. Greater poet than the savant. Other zoophytes which multiply near the sponges consist principally of medusae of most elegant kind. The mollusks were represented by varieties of the calamar, which, according to Aubigny, are peculiar to the Red Sea, and reptiles by the virgata turtle of the gems of Cheloniae, which furnished a wholesome and delicate food for our table. So as to the fish, they were abundant and often remarkable. The following are those which the net of the Nautilus brought more frequently on board. Rays of a red brick color, with body marked with blue spots and easily recognizable. As to the fish, they were abundant and often remarkable. The following are those which the net of the Nautilus broke more frequently on board. Rays of red brick color with body marked with blue spots and easily recognizable by their double spikes. Some superb carancs marked with 7 transverse bands of jet black, blue and yellow fins, and gold and silver scales. Mullet with yellow heads, gobies, and 1,000 other species, common in the ocean which we had just traversed. The 9th of February, the Nautilus floated on the broadest part of the Red Sea, which is comprised between Suakin on the west coast and Kumfida on the east coast, with a diameter of 90 miles. That day at noon, after the bearings were taken, Captain Nemo mounted the platform where I happened to be, and I was determined not to let him go down again without at least pressing him regarding his ulterior project. As soon as he saw me approach, and graciously offered me a cigar. "Well, sir, does this Red Sea please you? Have you sufficiently observed the wonders it covers? Its fishes, its zoophytes, its parterre of sponge, and its forest of corals. Did you catch a glimpse of the town on its border?" "Yes, Captain Nemo," I replied, "and the Nautilus is wonderfully fitted for such a study." "Ah, it is an intelligence boat." "Yes, sir, intelligent and invulnerable. It fears neither the terrible tempest of the Red Sea, nor its current, nor its sandbanks." "Certainly." Certainly, said I. The sea is quoted as one of the worst, and in the time of the ancient, I am not mistaken, its reputation was detestable. Detestable, Mr. Aronnax. The Greek and Latin historians do not speak favorably of it, and Strabo said it is very dangerous during the Etesian winds and in the rainy season. The Arabian Edrizi portrays it under the name of the Gulf of Kulzum and relates that vessels perished there in great number on the sandbanks, and which offer nothing good either on its surface or its depth. Such, too, is the opinion of Ariane, Agatharcide, and Artemisdorus. One may see, I replied, that this historian never sailed on board the Nautilus. Just so, replied the captain, smiling, and in that respect modern are not more advanced than the ancient. It required many ages to find out the mechanical power of steam. Who knows if, in another 100 years, we may not see a second Nautilus. Progress is slow, Mr. Aronnax. It is true, I answered. Your boat is at least a century before its time, perhaps an era. What a misfortune that the secret of such invention would die in its invention. Captain Nemo did not reply. After some minutes' silence, he continued. You are speaking of the opinion of ancient historians upon the dangers of navigation of the Red Sea. It is true, said I. But were not their fears exaggerated? Yes and no, Mr. Aronnax, replied Nemo, who seemed to know the Red Sea by heart. That which is no longer dangerous for a modern vessel, well rigged, strongly built, and master of its own course, thanks to the obedient steam, offered all sorts of perils to the ships of ancient. Picture to yourself those fish navigators venturing in ships made of planks sewn by the cords of the palm tree, saturated with the grease of the sea dog, and covered with powdered resin. They had not even instruments wherewith to take their bearings, and they went by guessed among currents of which they scarcely knew anything. Under such conditions, shipwrecks were, and must have been, numerous. But in our time, steamers running between Suez and the South Seas have nothing more to fear from the fury of this Gulf. In spite of contrary trade winds, the captain and passenger do not prepare for their departure by offering propitiatory sacrifices, and on their return, they no longer go ornamented with reds and gilt fillets, thanks to the god in the neighboring temples. I agree with you, said I, and steam seems to have killed all gratitude in the heart of sailors. But, Captain, since you seem to have especially studied this sea, can you tell me the origin of its name? There exist several explanations on the subject, Mr. Aronnax. Would you like to know an opinion of a chronicler of the 14th century? Willingly. This fanciful writer pretends that its name was given to after the passage of the Israelites, when Pharaoh perished in the wave which closed all the voice of Moses. A poet's explanation, Captain Nemo, I replied, but I cannot content myself with that. I ask for your personal opinion. Here it is, Mr. Aronnax. According to my idea, we must see in this appellation the translation of the Hebrew word Edom, and in the ancient gave it that name. It was the account of the particular color of this water. But up to this time, I have seen nothing but transparent waves and without any particular colors. Very likely, but as we advance at the bottom of the gulf, you will see this singular appearance. I remembered seeing Bay of Tor entirely red, like a sea of blood. And you attribute this color to the presence of a microscopic seaweed. Yes, it is mucilaginous purple matter produced by the restless little plants, by the name of trichodesmia, and which is required 40,000 to occupy the space of a square of 0.04 of an inch. Perhaps we shall meet some when we go to Tor. Captain Nemo, it is not the first time you have overrun the Red Sea on board the Nautilus? No, sir. As you spoke a while ago of the passage of the Israelites, and as the catastrophe of the Egyptians, I will ask whenever you have met with traces number of water in this historical fact. No, sir, and for a very good reason. What it is? It is that the spot where Moses and his people passed is now so blocked up with sand that the camels can barely bathe their leg there. you can well understand that there will not be water enough for my Nautilus. And the spot, I asked, the spot is situated a little above the Isthmus of Suez, in the arm of which formerly made deep estuary, and when the Red Sea extended to the Salt Lake. Now, whether this passage were miraculous or not, the Israelites nevertheless crossed to reach the promised island. And Pharaoh's army perished precisely on that spot, and I think that excavation made the middle of the sand would bring a light to a large number of arms and instruments of Egyptian origin. That is evident, I replied, and for the sake of the archaeologists, let us hope that this excavation will be made sooner or later. When new towns are established on the isthmus after the construction of the Suez Canal, a canal, however, very useless to a vessel like the Nautilus. Very likely, but useful to the whole world, said Captain Nemo. The ancients well understood the utility of the communication between the Red Sea and the Mediterranean for their commercial affairs, but they did not think a digging canal direct, and took the Nile as an intermediate. Very probably the canal which united the Nile to the Red Sea was begun by Sesostris. If you may believe tradition, one thing is certain, that is the year 515 before Jesus Christ. Necos undertook the work of an alimentary canal to the waters of the Nile across the plain of Egypt, looking toward Arabia. It took 4 days to go up this canal, and it was so wide that two triremes would go abreast. It was carried on by Darius, the son of Hystapes, and probably finished by Ptolemy. 2. Straw saw it navigated, but it declined from the point of departure. Near Bubastres to the Red Sea was so slight that it is only navigable for a few months in the year. This canal answered all commercial purpose in the age of Antonius. When it was abandoned and blocked up with sand, restored by order of the Caliph Omar, it was definitely destroyed in 761 or 762 by Caliph Al-Mansur, who wished to prevent the arrival of provision to Mohammed ben Abdallah, who had revolted against him. During the expedition into Egypt, the General Bonaparte discovered the traces of the work in the desert of Suez, and surprised by the tide, he nearly perished before returning Hajaros, at the very place here Moses has encamped 3,000 years before him. Well, Captain, what the ancient dared not undertake, this junction between two seas, which will shorten the route from Cadiz to India, Mr. Lesseps has succeeded in doing, and before long he will have changed Africa into an immense island. Yes, Mr. Aronnax, you have the right to be proud of your countryman. Such a man brings more honor to a nation than a great captain. He began so many others with disgust and rebuff, so he has triumphed, and for he has genius of will, and it is sad to think that work like that, which ought to have been an international work, and which could have sufficed to make a reign illustrious, should have succeeded by the energy of one man. All honor of Mr. Lesseps. Yes, honor of the great citizen, I replied, surprised by the manner in which Captain Nemo had just spoken. Or, unfortunately, he continued, I cannot take you throughout the Suez Canal. You will not be able to see the long Petit Port Said after tomorrow, when you shall be Mediterranean. The Mediterranean, I exclaimed. Surely. Does that astonish you? What astonishes me is to think that we shall be there after the day after tomorrow. Indeed? Yes, Captain, I took this time I would have accustomed myself to be surprised at nothing since I have been on board your boat. But the cause of this surprise, well, it is the fearful speed you will have to put on the Nautilus if the day after tomorrow she is to be in the Mediterranean, having made the round of Africa and double the Cape of Home. Who told you that she will make the round of Africa and double the Cape of Home, sir? Yes, well, unless the Nautilus sails on dry land and passes above the isthmus, or beneath it, Aronnax. Beneath it? Certainly, replied Captain Nemo quietly. A long time ago, nature made under its tongue of land that man has its day made on its surface. What? Such a passage exists? Yes, a subterranean passage, which I have named the Arabian Tunnel, takes us underneath Suez and opens into the Gulf of Pelusium. But this isthmus is composed of nothing but quicksand to a certain depth, but at 55 yards only. There is a solid layer of rock. Did you discover this passage by chance, I ask, more and more surprised. Chance and reasoning, sir. And by reasoning even more than by chance. Not only does this passage exist, but I have profited by it several times. Without that, I should not have ventured this day into the impassable Red Sea. I noticed that in the Red Sea and in the Mediterranean, there existed a certain number of fishes of a kind perfectly identical. Ophidia, Fiatol, Girel, and Exocoeti. Certain of that fact, I asked myself what that it was possible there was no communication between the two seas. If there was, the subterranean current must necessarily run from the Red Sea to the Mediterranean. From the sole cause of a difference of level, I caught a large number of fishes in the neighborhood of Suez. I passed a copper ring through their nails and threw them back into the sea. Some months later, on the coast of Syria, I caught some of my fish ornamented with the rings. Thus the communication between the two last proved. Then, searched for it with my Nautilus, I discovered, ventured into it, and before long, sir, you too will have passed through my Arabian Tunnel. Chapter 5, The Arabian Tunnel. That same evening, in 21 degrees 30 minutes north latitude, the Nautilus floated on the surface of the sea. Approaching the Arabian coast, I saw Jeddah, the most important floating house of Egypt, Syria, Turkey, and India. I distinguished clearly enough its buildings, the vessel anchored at the quay, and those whose draught of water obliged them to anchor in the road. The sun, rather low on the horizon, struck full on the houses of the town, bringing out their whiteness. Outside, some modern cabins, and some made of reeds, showed the quarter inhabited by the Bedouin. Soon, Jeddah was shut out from view by the shadow of night, and the Nautilus found herself underwater in slightly phosphorescent. The next day, the 10th of February, we sighted several ships running to windward. The Nautilus returned to its submarine navigation, but at noon, when the bearings were taken, the sea being deserted, she was again in her waterline. Accompanied by Ned and Conseil, I seated myself on the platform. The coast was on the eastern side, looked like a mast faintly printed upon a damped fog. We were leaning on the side of the pinnacle, walking on one thing and another. Then, when Ned Land, stretching out his hand toward a spot on the sea, said, "Do you see anything there, sir?" "No, Ned," I replied, "but I have not your eyes, you know." "Look well," said Ned. "There, on the starboard beam, about the height of the lantern, do you not see a mass which seems to move?" "Certainly," said I. "After close attention, I see something like a long black body on the top of the water." And certainly before a long black object was no more than a mile from us. It looked like a great sandbank deposited in the open sea. It was a gigantic dugong. Ned Land looked eagerly. His eyes shone with covetousness at the sight of the animal. His hands seemed ready to harpoon it. One would have thought that he was waiting the moment to throw itself into the sea and attack in its element. At this instant, Captain Nemo appeared on the platform. He saw the dugong, understand the Canadian attitude, and addressing him, "And if you held a harpoon just now, Master Land, would you not burn in your hand?" "Just so, sir." "And would you not be sorry to go back, for one day, to your trade of a fisherman, and to add this cetacean to the list of those you have already killed?" "I should not, sir." Well, you can try. Thank you, sir, said Ned Land, his eyes flaming. Only, continued the captain, I advised you for your own sake not to miss the creature. Is the dugong dangerous to attack? I asked, in spite of the Canadian shrug of the shoulder. Yes, replied the captain. Sometimes the animal turns upon its assailant and overturns their boats. But for Master Land, his danger of the assailant is to be feared. His eyes in prompt, his arm sure. At this moment, 7 men of the crew, mute and immovable, were immovable as ever, mounted the platform. One carried a harpoon and line similar to those employed in catching whales. The pinnacle was lifted from the bridge, pulled from the socket, and let down into the sea. 6 oarsmen took their seats, and the coxswain went to the tiller. Ned, Conseil, and I went to the back of the boat. You are not coming, Captain? I asked. No, sir, but I wish you a good sport. The boat pulled off, and they lifted the 6-footer, drew rapidly towards a dugong, which floated about 2 miles from the Nautilus. Arrived some cable length from the cetacean, the speed slackened, and a horde dipped noiselessly into the quiet water. Ned Land the harpoon in hand, stood in the force of the boat. The harpoon used for striking the whales is generally attached to a very long cord, which runs out rapidly as the wounded creature draws it after it. Draws after it. Draws after it. Arrived some cable length from the cetacean, the speed slackened, and the horse dipped noiselessly into the quiet waves. Ned Land, harpoon in hand, moved the forepart of the boat. The harpoon used in hand stood on the fourth part of the boat. The harpoon used for striking the whales is generally attached to a very long cord, which the cord was no more than 10 fathoms long, and the extremity was attached to a small barrel, which, with floating, was to show the course the dugong took under the water. I stood and carefully watched the Canadian adversary. This dugong, which also bears the name of the bandicoot, closely resembled to the manatee of oblong body, terminated with a lengthened tail, and its lateral fins in perfect fingers. Its difference from the manatee consisted in its upper jaws, which were armed with 2 long and pointed teeth, which formed each side diverging tusks. This dugong, which Ned Land was preparing to attack, was of colossal dimension. It was more than 7 in its upper jaw, which was armed with 2 long and pointed teeth, which formed on each side diverging tusks. This dugong, which Ned Land was preparing to attack, was of colossal dimension. It was more than 7 yards long. I did not move and seemed to be sleeping on the wave, which circumstance made it easier to capture. The boat approached within 6 yards of the animal. The horde rested on the row blocks. I half rose. Ned Land his body thrown a little back, brandished the harpoon in his experienced hand. Suddenly, his hissing noise was heard, and the dugong disappeared. The harpoon, although thrown with great force, had apparently only struck the water. Curse it! Exclaimed the Canadian furiously. I have missed it. No, said I, the creature is wounded. Look at the blood, but your weapon has not stuck in its body. My harpoon, cried Ned Land. The sailor rowed on, and the coxswain made for the floating barrel. The harpoon regained, we followed in pursuit of the animal. The latter came now and then to the surface to breathe. Its wound has not weakened it, for it shot onward with great rapidity. The boat, rowed by strong arms, flew on its track. Several times it approached within some few yards, and the Canadian was ready to strike, but the dugong made off with a sudden plunge, and it was impossible to reach it. Imagine the passion which excited impatient Ned Land. He hurled at the unfortunate creature the most energetic expletives in the English tongue. For my part, I was only vexed to see the dugong escape all our attacks. We pursued it without relaxation for an hour, and I began to think it would prove difficult to capture. When the animal, possessed with the perverse idea of vengeance, of which he had caused the weapon, turned upon the pinnace and attacked us in its turn. This maneuver did not escape the Canadian. Look out, he cried. The coxswain laid some words in his outlandish tongue, doubtless warning the men to keep on their guard. The dugong came within 20 feet of the boat, stopped, sniffed the air briskly with his large nostrils, not pierced with all the extremity, but in the upper part of his muzzle. When taking a spring, he threw himself upon us. The pinnacle could not avoid the shock, and half upset, shipped at least 2 tons of water, which had to be emptied. But thanks to the coxswain, we caught it sideways, no full front, so we were not quite overturned. While Ned Land, clinging to the bows, belaboured the gigantic animals with blows from his harpoon. The creature's teeth were buried in the gunwale, and it lifted the whole thing out of water as a lion do a roebuck. We were upset one over another, and I know not how the adventure would have ended if the Canadian, still enraged with the beat, had not struck it to the heart. I heard its teeth grind on the iron plate, and the dugong disappeared, carrying the harpoon with him, but the barrel soon returned to the surface, and shortly after the body of the animal turned on its back, the boat came up with it, took it from tow, and made straight for the Nautilus. It required tackle an enormous strain to hoist the dugong on the platform. It weighed 10,000 limbs. The next day, February 11, the larder of the Nautilus was enriched with some delicate game. A flight of sea swallows rested on the Nautilus. It was a species of Sterna nilotica, peculiar to Egypt. Its beak is black, head grey and pointed. The eyes surrounded by white spots, the back, swing and tail of greyish color, the body and throat white and clothes red. They also took some dozens of 9 bucks, a wild bird of high flavor, its throat and upper part of the lid white with black spots. About 5 o'clock in the evening, we sighted out to the north of Cape of Ras Mohammed. This cape forms the extremity of Arabia Pattaya, comprised between the Gulf of Suez and the Gulf of Aqaba. The Nautilus penetrated into the Strait of Jubal, which led to the Gulf of Suez. It distinctly saw a high mountain towering between the two gulfs of Ras Mohammed. It was Mount Horeb, that Sinai at the top of which Moses saw God face to face. At 6 o'clock, the Nautilus, sometimes floating, sometimes immersed, passed some distance from Tor, situated at the end of the bay, the water of which seems tinted with red, an observation already made by Captain Nemo. Then night fell in the midst of an heavy silence, sometimes broken by the cries of the pelican and other night birds, at the noise of the waves breaking upon the shore, shafting against the rock, or painting of some far-off steamer beating the water of the Gulf with its noisy paddles. From 8 to 9 o'clock, the Nautilus remained some phantoms under the water. According to my calculation, we must have been very near Suez. Took the palette of the saloon, I saw the bottom of the rock brilliantly lit up our electric lamp. We seemed to be leaving the strait behind us more and more. At 9:15, the vessel having returned to the surface, I mounted the platform, most impatient to pass through Captain Nemo's tunnel, and I could not stay in one place, so came to breathe the fresh night air. Soon in the shadow I saw a pale light, half discolored by the fog shining about a mile from us. A floating lighthouse, said someone near me. I turned and saw the captain. It is the morning light of Suez, he continued. It will not be long before we gain the entrance of the tunnel. The entrance cannot be easy? No, sir, and for that reason I am accustomed to go into the steersman's cage and myself direct our course. And now if you will go down, Mr. Hornack, the Nautilus is going under the waves, and will not return to the surface until we have passed through the Arabian Tunnel. Captain Nemo led me towards the central staircase. Halfway down he opened a door, traversed the upper deck, and landed on the pilot's cage, which, it may be remembered, rose at the extremity of the platform. It was a cabin measuring 6 feet square, which very much that occupied by the pilot on the steamboat of the Mississippi or Hudson. In the midst worked a wheel, placed vertically and cocked to the tailor rope. Which worked a wheel, placed vertically and cocked to the pilot rope, which ran to the back of the Nautilus. 4 light port with lenticular glasses let it in the groove in the partition of the cabin. Allowed the man at the wheel to see in all directions. This cabin was dark, but soon my eyes accustomed themselves to the obscurity, and I perceived the pilot, a strong man, with his hand resting on the spokes of the wheel. Outside, the sea appeared vividly, lit up by the lantern, which shed its rays from the back of the cabin to the other extremity of the platform. Now, said Captain Nemo, let us try to make our passage. Electric wires connected the pilot's cage with the machinery room, and from there the captain could communicate simultaneously on his Nautilus the direction of the speed. He pressed a metal button, and at once the speed of the crew diminished. I looked in silence at the high straight wall we were running by. At this moment, the immovable base of a massive sandy coast. We followed it thus for an hour only, some few yards off. Captain Nemo did not make his eyes from the knob, suspended by his 2 concentric circles in the cabin. At a simple gesture, the pilot modified the course of the Nautilus every instant. I had placed myself in a port scuttle, and I saw some magnificent substructure of coral zoophyte, seaweed and ficus, agitating their enormous claws, which stretched out from the fissure of the rock. At 10:15, the captain took himself the helm. A large gallery, black and deep, opened before us. The Nautilus went boldly into it. A strange roaring was heard round its side. It was the waters of the Red Sea, which the incline of the Tulen precipitated violently towards the Mediterranean. The Nautilus went with the torrent, rapid as an arrow, in spite of the effort of the machinery, which, in order to offer some effective resistance, beat the wave with reversed screw. On the walls of the narrow passage, I could see nothing but brilliant rays, straight lines, furrows of fires, traced by the great speed. Under the brilliant electric light, my heart beat fast. At 10:30, Captain Nemo quitted the helm and, turning to me, said, "The Mediterranean!" In less than 20 minutes, the Nautilus, carried along by the torrent, had passed through the Isthmus of Suez. Chapter 6. The Grecian Archipelago. The next day, the 12th of February, at the dawn of day, the Nautilus rose to the surface. I hastened onto the platform. 3 miles to the south, the dim outside of Pelusium has to be seen. A torrent had carried us from one sea to the other. About 7 o'clock, Ned and Conseil joined me. "Well, Sir Naturalist," said the Canadian, in a slightly jovial tone, "and the Mediterranean?" "We are floating on its surface, friend Ned." "What?" said Conseil. "This very night?" "Yes, this very night. In a few minutes we have passed this impassable isthmus." "I do not believe it," replied the Canadian. "Then you are wrong, Master Land," I continued. "This low coast which round off the south of the Egyptian coast, and you have such good eyes. Ned, you can see the jetty of Port Said stretching into the sea." The Canadian looked attentively. "Certainly, you are right, sir, and your captain are a first-rate man. We are in the Mediterranean. Good. Now, if you please, let us talk for our little affairs, but so that no one can hear us." I saw that what the Canadian wanted, and in any case I took it better to let him talk, as he wished it. So we three went and sat down near the lantern, where we were less exposed to the spray of the blade. "Now, Ned, we listen. What do you have to tell us?" "What I have to tell you is very simple. We are in Europe, and before Captain Nemo's caprice dragged us once more to the bottom of the polar seas, or lead us to the Oceania, I asked to leave the Nautilus. I wished in no way to shackle the liberty of my companions, but I certainly felt no desire to leave Captain Nemo. Thanks to him and thanks to his apparatus, I was each day nearer the completion of my submarine studies, and I was rewriting my book of submarine depth in its very elements. Should I ever again have such an opportunity of observing the wonders of the ocean? No, certainly not, and I could not bring myself to the idea of abandoning the Nautilus before the circle of investigation was accomplished. "Friend Ned," answer me frankly. "Are you tired of being on board? Are you sorry that destiny has thrown us into the Captain Nemo's hand?" The Canadian remained some moments without answering, then crossing his arms said, "Frankly, I do not regret the journey under the seas. I shall be glad to have made it, but now it is made. Let us have done with this. That is my idea. It will come to an end, Ned. Where and then? Where, I don't know. When, I cannot say. Or rather, I suppose it will end when these seas are nothing more to teach us." "Then what do you hope for?" demanded the Canadian. "That circumstance may occur as well 6 months hence now, by which we may end out by profit." "Oh," said Ned Land, "and where shall be in 6 months, if you please, Sir Naturalist?" "Perhaps in China. You know the Nautilus is a rapid traveler. It goes through the water as a swallow through the air, or as an express on the land. It does not fear frequented sea. who can say that it may not be the coast of France, England, and America, on which flight may be attempted as advantageously as there? Mr. Aronnax, replied the Canadian, your arguments are rotten as the foundation. You speak in the future. We shall be there. We shall be there. I speak in the present. We are there, and we must profit by it. Ned Land's logic pressed me hard, and I felt myself beaten off that ground. I knew not what argument would now tell in my favor. Sir, continued Ned, let us suppose an impossibility. If Captain Nemo should this day offer you liberty, would you accept it? I do not know, I answered. And if the offer he made you this day was never to be renewed, would you accept it? Friend, Ned, this is my answer. Your reasoning is against me. We must not rely on Captain Nemo's goodwill. Common prudence forbids him to set us at liberty. On the other side, prudence bids us profit by the first opportunity to leave us to leave the Nautilus. Well, Mr. Aronnax, that is wisely said. Only one observation, just one. The occasion must be serious, and our first attempt must succeed. If it fails, we shall never find another, and Captain Nemo will never forgive us. All that is true, I replied the Canadian, but your observation applies equally to all attempts at flight, whether in 2 years' time or in 2 days. But the question is still this: if a favorable opportunity presents itself, it must be seized. Agreed. And now, Ned, will you tell me what you mean by a favorable opportunity? It will be that which, on a dark night, will bring the Nautilus a short distance from some Europe's coast. And you will try and save yourself by swimming? Yes, if we were near enough to the bank, and if the vessel was floating at the time, not in the bank or far away, and the boat was under the water. And in that case, I should seek to make myself master of the pinnace. I know how it worked. We must get inside and bolt on draw. We shall come to the surface of the water, without even the pilot, who is the bows, perceiving our flight. Well, Ned, watch out for the opportunity, but do not forget that a hitch will ruin us. I will not forget, sir. And now, Ned, would you like to know what I think of your project? Certainly, Mr. Aronnax. Well, I do not say I hope, I think that this favorable opportunity will never present itself. Why not? Because Captain Nemo cannot hide from himself that we got given up all opportunity of regaining our liberty, and he will be on his guard above all in the seas and the sight of European coast. We shall see, replied Ned Land, shaking his head determinedly. And now, Ned Land, I added, let us stop there, not another word on the project. The day that you are ready, come and let us know. And we will follow. I will rely entirely upon you. Thus ended a conversation which, at not very distant time, led to such grave results. I must say there was fact seemed to confirm my foresight to the Canadian great despair. Did Captain Nemo distrust us in these frequented seas? Or did he only wish to hide himself from the numerous vessels, all of nations which plucked the Mediterranean? I could not tell, but we were oftener between waters and far from coast. Or, if the Nautilus did emerge, nothing was to be seen but the pilot's cage, and sometimes it went to great depth, for between the Grecian archipelago and Asia Minor, we could not touch the bottom by more than 1,000 fathoms. Thus I only knew we were near the islands of Carpathos, one of the sporades by Captain Nemo reciting this line from Virgil. Est in Carpaccio Neptuni gurgite vates Caurelius Proteus, as he pointed to a spot on the planisphere. It was indeed the ancient abode of Proteus, the old shepherd of Neptune's flock. Now the islands of Scarpanto, situated between Rhodes and Crete, I saw nothing but the granite base throughout the glass panel of the saloon. The next day, the 14th of February, I resolved to employ some hours in studying the fishes of the archipelago, but for some reason or other, the panel remained hermetically sealed. Upon taking the course of the Nautilus, I found that we were not going towards Candia, the ancient isles of Crete. At the time I embarked on the Abraham Lincoln, the whole of these islands had risen in insurrection against the despotism of the Turk, but how the insurgents had fared since that time I was absolutely ignorant, and it was not Captain Nemo, deprived of all land communication, who could tell me. I made no allusion to this event when that night I found myself alone with him in the saloon. Besides, he seemed to be taciturn and preoccupied. Then, contrary to his custom, he ordered both panels to be opened, and going from one to the other, observed the mass of the water attentively. To what end I could not guess, so on my side I employed my time in studying the fish passing before my eyes. Amongst others, I remarked some gobies mentioned by Aristotle and commonly known by the name of sea brachus, which are more particularly met with in the salt water lying near the delta of Nile. Near them rolled some sea bream, half phosphorescent, a kind of parus, which the Egyptians ranked among their sacred animals, whose arrivals in the water of the river announced a fertile overflow and was celebrated by religious ceremonies. It also noticed some shaline about 9 inches long, a bony fish with transparent shell, whose livid color is mixed with red spots. They are great eaters of marine vegetation, which gives them an exquisite flavor. These chenillines were mistook after the epicure of ancient Rome. The inside, dressed with the soft rose of the lamprey, peacock's brain, and tongue of the Phenicoptera, followed that divine dish of which Vitellinus was so enamored. Another inhabitant of these seas drew my attention and led my mind back to recollection of antiquity. It was the memora, that, fastened on the shark's belly, this little fish, according to the ancient hooking on the ship's bottom, could stop its movement, and one of them, by keeping back Antony's ship during the Battle of Actium, helped Augustus to gain the victory. And how little hangs the destiny of nations! I observed some fine Antiae, which belonged to the order of Ludians, a fish held sacred by the Greeks, who attributed to them the power of hunting the marine monster from waters they frequented. Their name signifies flower, and they justify the appellations by their shaded color, the shade comprising the whole gamut of red. From the paleness of the rose to the brightness of the ruby, and the fugitive tint that clouded their dorsal fin, my eyes could not lift these wonders of the sea, when they were suddenly struck by an unexpected apparition. In the midst of the water a man appeared, a diver, carrying at his belt a lantern purse. It was not a body abandoned on the wave, it was a living man, swimming with a strong hand, disappearing occasionally to take breath at the surface. I turned toward Captain Nemo and in an agitated voice exclaimed, "A man shipwrecked! He must be saved at any price." The Canadian did not answer me, but came and leaned against the panel. The man has approached, and his face flattened against the glass, was looking to us. To my great amazement, Captain Nemo sighed from him. The diver answered with a hand, mounted immediately on the surface of the water, and did not appear again. "Do not be uncomfortable," said Captain Nemo. "It is Nicolas of Cape Manhattan, surnamed Pesca. He is well known in all the Cyclades, a bold diver. The water is his element, and he lives more in it than on land, going continually from an island to another, even as far as Crete. You know him, Captain?" "Why not, Mr. Aronnax?" Saying which, Captain Nemo went towards a piece of furniture standing near the left panel of the saloon. Near this piece of furniture I saw a chest bound with iron, on the cover of which it was a copper plate, bearing the ciphers of the Nautilus with its device. At that moment, the captain, without noticing my presence, opened the piece of furniture, a sort of strong boat which led to a great many ingots. They were ingots of gold, from whence came this precious metal, which represented an enormous sum. Where did the captain gather this gold from, and what was he going to do with? I did not say one word. I looked. Captain Nemo took the ingot one by one and arranged them methodically in the chest, which he filled entirely. Estimated the contain at more than 4,000 limbs weight of gold. This is to say, near 200,000 pounds. The chests were securely fastened, and the captain wrote an address on the lid, in character which must have belonged to modern Greece. This done, Captain Nemo pressed a knob, the wire of which communicated with a quarter of the crew. 4 men appeared and, not without some trouble, pushed the chest of the saloon. Then I heard them hoisting up on the iron staircase by means of pulleys. At that moment, Captain Nemo turned to me. "And you were saying, sir?" said he. "I was saying nothing, Captain." "Then, sir, if you will allow me, I will wish you a good night." Whereupon he turned and left the saloon. Bonjour. I returned to my room much troubled, as one may believe. I vainly tried to sleep. I sought the connecting link between the apparition of the diver and the chest filled with gold. Soon I felt by a certain movement of pitching and tossing that the Nautilus was leaving the depth and returning to the surface. When I heard steps upon the platform, and I knew they were unfastening the pinnace, I nothing lodging in upon the wave. For one instant it struck the side of the Nautilus, then all noise ceased. 2 hours after, the same noise, the same going and coming as renewed, the boat was hoisted on board, replaced in its socket, and the Nautilus again plunged under the waves. So these millions had been transported to their address. To what point of the continent? Who was Captain Nemo correspondent? The next day, I related to Conseil and the Canadian the event of the night, which had excited my curiosity to the highest degrees. My companions were not less surprised than myself. "But where does he take his million to?" asked Ned Land. To that there was no possible answer. I returned to the saloon after having breakfast and set to work. Till 5 o'clock in the evening, I employed myself in arranging my notes. At that moment, hooked to attribute it some peculiar idiosyncrasy, I felt so great a heat that I was obliged to take off my coat of byssus. It was strange, for we were not under low latitude, and even then the Nautilus, submerged as it was, ought to experience no change of temperature. I looked at the manometer. It showed a depth of 60 feet, to which atmospheric heat could never attain. I continued my work, but the temperature rose to such a pitch as to be intolerable. Could there be fire on board? I asked myself. I was leaving the saloon when Captain Nemo entered. He approached the thermometer, consulted it, and turning to me said, 42 degrees. I have noticed it, Captain, I replied. And it is. If it gets much hotter, then we cannot bear it. Oh, sir, it will not get hotter if we do not wish it. You can reduce it at your place, then? No, but I can go further from the stove which produces. It is outward, then. Certainly, we are floating in a current of boiling water. It is possible, I exclaimed. Look. The panels opened. I saw the sea entirely white all round, as sulphurous smoke was curling amidst the wave, which boiled like water in a copper. I placed my hand on another pane like that, but the heat was so great that I quickly took it off again. Where are we? I asked. Near the island of Santorin, sir, replied the captain, and just in the canal which separates Nea Kamenni from Pali Kamenni. I wish to give you a sight of the curious spectacle of a submarine immersion. I took, said I, that the formation of these new islands was ended. Nothing is never ended in the volcanic parts of the sea, replied Captain Nemo, and the globe is always being worked by subterranean fires. Already in the 19 years of our era, according to Cassiodorus and Pliny, a new island, Thea the Divine, appeared in a very place where these isles have recently been formed, and they sank under the waves, to rise again in the year 69, when they again subside since the wave to rise again. Since that time in our days, the Plutonine work have been suspended, but on the 3rd of February 1866, a new island, which they name George Island, emerged from the midst of the sulfurous vapor sea near Kameni, and settled again the 6th of the same month. 7 days after, the 13th of February, the islands of Afroessa appeared, leaving between Nea Kameni and itself a canal 10 yards broad. I was in this seas when the phenomenon occurred, and I was able therefore to observe all different phases. The islands of Afroessa, of round form, measured 300 feet in diameter and 30 feet in height. It was composed of black and vitreous lava mixed with fragments of feldspar. And lastly, on the 10th of March, a smaller island called Reka showed itself near Kameni, and since then these three have joined together, forming but one and the same island. And the canal in which we are at this moment, I asked. Here it is, replied Captain Nemo, showing me a map of the archipelago. You see that I have marked the new island. I returned to the glass. The Nautilus was no longer moving. The heat was becoming unbearable. The sea, which till now had been white, was red, owing to the presence of salt of iron. In spite of the ships being hermetically sealed, an insupportable smell of sulfur filled the saloon, and the brilliancy of the electricity was entirely extinguished by bright scarlet flames. I was in a bath, I was choking, I was broad. We can remain no longer in this world in water, said I to the captain. It will not be present, replied the impassive Captain Nemo. An order was given. The Nautilus tacked about and left the furnace. It could not breathe with impunity. A quarter of an hour after, we were breathing fresh air on the surface. The talked when then struck me that if Netherlands was chosen this part of the sea for our flight, we should never have come out of this sea of fire. The next day of the 16th of February, we left the bassin which between Rhodes and Alexandria. It reckoned about 1,500 fathoms in depth, and the Nautilus, passing some distance from Cherigo, quitted the Grecian archipelago after having doubled Cape